Welcome, welcome, one and all, as we fall and fall into red graves, the Paleblood Hunt, read by yours truly, the impeccable, the insatiable, the downright delectable Glitchbite. Nice to see ya. We've been wanting to do this for a long, long time. You see, we've long been huge fans of Bloodborne. Don't get me wrong. But it's just that when we first started being a VTuber, there were some things that we saw other VTubers doing that we always wanted to replicate or do our own spin on. You know, do art like the people that inspire you. I'm pretty sure it was Nanners did an ASMR stream reading all of Bloodborne's item descriptions. I believe it was like a New Year's stream, and originally this was going to be a New Year's stream in that same way, but things didn't exactly fall into place. However, because we are trying to work better, I guess, and not punish ourselves, let alone working in a way that will prevent burnouts, we didn't force it to happen. We could have had a less prepared stream. But our good friend and partner, Purple Ghost Kit, made me a couple of PNGs specifically for this stream. I have a VTuber model in the works, but I don't know when I'll be able to premiere it, as it's still being worked on and rigged, yes, but I'm also paying for it in installments. So we don't have a date for that. And I didn't have a dedicated talking PNG, well, until now. I made my own for those sleepover streams with Genesis. But this will probably be my main talking PNG for a while, otherwise. Unless I want to get extra scrunkly. I was gonna do this on YouTube, but they seem to be a little less nice about ASMR lately. So, I'm trying to be careful. So, let's begin. The Paleblood Hunt. A Bloodborne analysis by Redgrave. So, if you didn't know, this is not a official Bloodborne text. This is a fan analysis, and most of the Bloodborne community swears by it. And this will be our first time reading through all of it. Although, almost any Bloodborne essay on YouTube worth its salt references it at some point. Introduction. Hi, Callie. How are you? I'm not used to this. What? Okay. I'm not used to speaking quietly into a mic. I'm used to cackling. So I will attempt to cackle less. Let's hope for the best. Introduction. I didn't really like Dark Souls. Objectively speaking, it's a great game. The gameplay is solid, the world is compelling, the characters are interesting. Maybe it's because, Demon Souls fanatic that I was, I had hyped the game up in my mind to such impossibly high standards that there was no way it can compete with my expectations. But I always found that there was something missing in Dark Souls. The unknown. The story of Dark Souls is certainly mysterious. The game avoided conventional storytelling and instead gave the player the burden of uncovering the truth on their own. One could pull back the curtain of Anor Londo and discover the machinations of Gwendolyn and Fompt. Or bring the Lord Vessel to Kaith and learn of another layer to the story. Even so, the story of Dark Souls was all too grounded for me. It was the kind of story that could be rearranged and presented as fact, with all the mysteries solved like a novel where, at the end of the book, the brilliant detective goes over the evidence to the rest of the characters and makes all the connections for them. Well, this is, without playing Bloodborne, perhaps one of the better ways to get involved in its lore. Much like Five Nights at Freddy's, we ourselves, or I should say, much like Five Nights at Freddy's, we ourselves are a big fan of the lore, more so than the game. Although we are a big fan of the game of Bloodborne. We've never actually played FNAF. I think I may need to blow on the TV. Ah! Alright, I think I got the fuzz off. Demon Souls have been different. In Demon Souls, the answers hadn't been there. It's no mystery that the concept of Souls lore hunting didn't exist with Demon Souls, other than a few notable exceptions, like Guardian Owl. The only real topic of debate was whether or not the old one was the god of the church. But there was no answer to whether the monumental? There was no answer to whether the monumental was good or evil. There was no explanation for how Bjor's armor could be found in Merlinda's well. The mysteries behind Lord Rydell and the old monk remained void of answers. They were unknown. Hidetaka Miyazaki, the genius behind the Souls franchise, grew up in poverty in the city of Shinzuoka. Unable to afford any means of entertaining himself, Miyazaki would spend most of his childhood reading books found in his local library. He was fascinated with Western tales of fiction, but his English was not fluent enough to understand every single word. Many times he would read a story and find that he couldn't understand half of it, and he would connect the words he could find and fill in the blanks, forming a story of his own that used the pieces that had been laid out before him. I've read many criticisms of Bloodborne's story where compared with Dark Souls. Many people find that the characters are empty, that the story isn't as entertaining, or that the plot doesn't seem to be as rich when compared to the tale of Gwen and the First Flame. And they're right. Bloodborne, like Demon Souls before it, doesn't have the answers to be solved within the game itself. There's no dialogue or item description which can provide the player with that crucial piece of information that explains everything. There's no brilliant detective who can explain it for someone in a condensed manner. Bloodborne is a book where half of the words can't be understood, and the reader must fill in the blanks on their own. Let us fear the old blood together. Let us fear it so much. When I first wrote The Paleblood Hunt, I wrote that there was a singular truth we could discover. 7 months later, having read so many different interpretations and discussions on the game's story, having discussed the plot with so many different people, I can only now see how absurd the idea of a singular story had been. There is no answer to Bloodborne's story. Bloodborne is a game that asks you what you think. It asks you what your story is. What do you make of the unknown? This is my story. This is my eldritch truth. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. Howard Phillips Lovecraft. Supernatural Horror in Literature, 1927. So, we have, in our table of contents, Chapter 1, Bergenworth, Kas, the Vacuous Spider. Chapter 2, The Healing Church, Lady Maria, Iasefka, and Erbaltus. Chapter 3, Durja, the Powder Kegs, Ashen Blood, and Old Yarnum. Chapter 4, Ludwig, the Hunts, Father Gascoigne, and Eileen. Chapter 5, Valter, the League, and the Vermin. Chapter 6, Kainar's Castle, the Executioners, and Queen Annalise. Chapter 7, The Pomerians, Ariana, Odin, and Murgo. Chapter 8, Mikalash, the Blood Moon, the Dreamlands, and the Great Ones. Chapter 9, Lawrence, Gearmund, and the Hunter's Mark. Chapter 10, The Pale Blood Hunts. Okay, I added an S there for no reason. Crazy to say, but I got another game I like now. Oh, and what game is that? Also, are my levels good? I'm asking everyone in chat that question. Huh. I bet you thought I just had a loop of the hymn of Bloodborne starting music going. So, fun fact, we actually forgot that you cannot access your cloud saves on PlayStation if you do not have PlayStation Plus. So we're actually locked out of our saves right now. Sad. I don't know if we had a... I do not know if we had a character for all of us, but I know at least 3 or 4 of us did. Maybe we'll return to those save files in the future. But for now...
Oh, yeah. Pale blood. Well, you've come to the right place. Yarnum is the home of blood ministration. You need only unravel its mystery. But where's an outsider like yourself to begin? Easy, with a bit of Yarnum blood of your own. But first, you'll need a contract.
Hello, Specchio. This stream is not merely Bloodborne. It is me reading Redgrave's The Paleblood Hunt. But I need a soundtrack. And the screams of Yarnum seem as delectable a place of any to get our soundscape. And it beats trying to just play tracks from Bloodborne, especially because I don't think the ambiance of Yarnum or other areas is available as sound files, although there may be some YouTube videos. I thought it would be cute to have Bloodborne going as well. ASMR is well balanced, though you sound like at any moment you will start a Dojin light novel reading. I don't think I have any problem with that. I'm such a waste of skin. How is everyone's day? Are other folks familiar with Bloodborne? Full of brains. Wow. That's a great way to embarrass myself. That's too purple. Oh, I can have glasses. I'm building gods for a campaign. I'm used to it, vibes and culturally absorbed though, not experienced. Bloodborne has certainly been a zeitgeist in a lot of senses for a lot of people. I'm gonna go into work, so I'll probably have to listen to the VOD, but with any luck, I'll be able to listen to a lot of it while I'm working. Aw, well, I hope that we can carry you through a miserable workday. Bloodborne is one of my special interests, so I'm so happy, oh well. Well, that's just delightful. I'm happy to know there's another Bloodborne-ophile in chat. Face aesthetic. Oh, they even let me have a lipstick. Alright, so I have built my character, but we are going to stay here for a little while. Okay, yeah, this is actually really low, I think. Nice violin. Good violin. We'll stay here a while I read the first section. Dedicated to all those with a story to tell. Alright. Totally got stories to tell. I got stories to tell. You got stories to tell. I got stories to tell. Goodbye, loved one. Be safe. I think so. I hope so.
Guess we'll find out.
Goodbye, crocodile. And Big Sis has left the building. I made a god of life a little quirky. Other three domains being misfortune, strength, and axolotls. Oh, you're talking about your campaign. I see. That's a story to tell. Bloodborne D&D. Or Bloodborne inspired D&D just sounds delicious. Chapter 1. Bergenworth, Cass, and the Vacuous Spider. Bergenworth is an old place of learning, in the Tomb of the Gods. Carved out below Yharnam, should be familiar to every hunter. Well, once a group of young Bergenworth scholars discovered a holy medium deep within the tomb. This led to the founding of the Healing Church and the establishment of blood healing. In this sense, everything sacred in Yharnam can be traced back to Bergenworth. Alfred, Vile Blood Hunter. I worry that there isn't a lot going on in the Bloodborne universe outside of Yharnam. Well, it would be nice to have more lore to go with. in terms of places outside of Yarnum, it's kind of hard to tell what the cultures of other places might be like. There is a weird, like, one-shotty, like, tech demo-y thing that is by Miyazaki, that is, seems vaguely Bloodborne-esque, but in more from an Eastern country perspective as opposed to a European one. And some people thought that it might be connected to Bloodborne, but like historical events in the past of the world. But you know, fans, especially hardcore fans, will try to extrapolate anything from even tangentially related material. Although, there are some choice bits of lore with the beast and the beast rune stuff in Elden Ring that seems very much related to Bloodborne. So there is a quest and a character that does provide some context for what it might be like outside of Yarnum. And that creatures like the ones found in Yarnum are not exclusive to Yarnum, necessarily. Everything begins at Bergenworth, an old institution of learning. Bergenworth was built in a peaceful, secluded area, away from the neighboring city and close to a great lake. It is here that a group of individuals studied and explored the depths of human knowledge. For starters, I will use only information and evidence that can be found inside the game. I will save my personal interpretations and beliefs for the end, so that you can make up your own mind about the evidence presented. There are many students at Bergenworth. There were, however, certain individuals of note, other than the students. Figures of importance who formed the inner circle, so to speak. While not all of them were scholars, for the purpose of this analysis, I refer to this group of individuals as the Bergenworth Scholars, or the Scholars for short. Those individuals, we can safely conclude, were members of the Scholars, consisted of Willem, Lawrence, Mikolash, and Carol. Master Willem was the head of the academy, and a highly respected figure. All characters who refer to Willem specifically refer to Master Willem, indicating a deep respect for the figure, even if they had differences in beliefs. I'm not sure how to sip my tea cutely yet, so you'll have to forgive me. What about this, though? I don't know if my mic is truly good enough to capture the exquisite layers of sound, but I gotta at least try. Although I guess to a certain degree, anything I do is cute. There's also a reference found on the Rune Workshop tool which refers to him as Provost Willem. A provost is an administrator of an academic facility, which supports placing Willem as the head of the academy and the leading figure. Master Willem's primary focus of study concerned the limits of human intelligence. Lawrence is a much more enigmatic figure, especially for a character so important. From the beast skull in the Grand Cathedral, the PC hunter witnesses a memory of an encounter between Lawrence and Willem, in which Willem accuses the younger Lawrence of betraying him. A note left on the cathedral staircase reads, "Place your hand on the altar's sacred covering and inscribe Master Lawrence's adage upon your flesh. That Lawrence would be revered so highly infers that he must have been a very significant figure in the healing church. It is well documented that the healing church has its roots in Bergenworth College. The Bergenworth student uniform states, "The healing church has its roots in Bergenworth and naturally borrows heavily from its uniform design. The focus, not on knowledge or thought, but on pure precision, would surely bring Master Willem to despair, if only he knew." Lawrence's title is that of the first Vicar, given to him both by the human skull of the nightmare and in his boss fight, confirming this idea that Lawrence was, in fact, one of the church's founders, splitting from Bergenworth in an event I will later describe as the Schism. Mikolash, the boss encountered in the Nightmare of Mensis, was another scholar, as evidenced by the tattered Bergenworth uniform he wears during the PC Hunters' fight against him. Mikolash also makes references to other parts of Bergenworth, which I will discuss later. Carol was a genius runesmith who, though through unknown methods, could listen to the scratchings and utterings of the Great Ones. While she could not understand the inhuman words they spoke, she managed to etch them into visual symbols that could be identified. The Rune Workshop tool describes Carol as Runesmith Carol, student of Bergenworth, transcribed the inhuman utterings of the Great Ones into what are now called Carol runes. There are also 2 individuals whom we can believe to have been a member of the Scholars, Geirmund and Maria. Geirmund was most assuredly an acquaintance of both Lawrence and Willem. After the PC Hunter defeats Rom, the vacuous spider, they can find Geirmund whimpering in his sleep. "Oh, Lawrence, Master Willem, somebody save me." Pitiful. Very pitiful. Oh, my PS4 controller died. Well, turned off from inactivity. It's fine. At least until we finish this chapter. Geirmund is also, as we know, the first hunter. He founded the workshop, located in a hidden section of the upper cathedral ward, and presumably worked with the church in its infancy. Judging from Geirmund's combat proficiency and master craftsmanship, he may have been a bodyguard for tomb excavations, a groundskeeper, or a handyman for the college at large. Maria was Geirmund's greatest pupil, and judging from the fact that she takes over the research hall of the Healing Church, it's possible that she was a student at the college under Lawrence. Regardless, her participation in the events which would take place at the hamlet place her as a member of the Bergenworth Scholars prior to its schism. We can now look at the Scholars, having explored each one individually as a collective unit. Willem, Lawrence, Mikolash, Geirmund, Maria, and Carol were individuals at the Bergenworth College, an institution dedicated to the furthering of knowledge and the exploration of the massive labyrinth built underground. This skipped a word. It was in this labyrinth that the Scholars made the discovery that put every event in Bloodborne into motion. Indeed, The entire history of Bloodborne can be traced to a single defining moment in which the scholars discovered something deep inside the ancient Vimerian crypts. The executioner Alfred muses. Once a group of young Bergenworth scholars discovered a holy medium deep within the tomb. This led to the founding of the Healing Church and the establishment of blood healing. Deep inside the labyrinth, the scholars discovered the old blood. It is unclear exactly what was found, but in the upper level of the Bergenworth mansion, we can find the empty phantasm shell. Empty invertebrate shell that is said to be a familiar of a great one. The Healing Church has discovered a great variety of invertebrates, or phantasms as they are called. I am glad that you could hear the pouring of the tea. I hope it makes you want to piss. Whatever was found, it was possible. Whatever was found, it was proof of the existence of the Great Ones. It's possible that the scholars discovered Ebritus, the abandoned and left behind Great One who would later commune with the Healing Church. They certainly discovered a source of the old blood, and the tainted blood of the Great Ones. Whether it was Ebritus or something else is unclear. With the discovery of the old blood and the Great Ones, everything changed. Evolution became the goal. Push the limits of humanity and become something greater. Ascend to the level of the Great Ones. Push humanity into its next stage. A scribbled note found in the Nightmare Lecture Hall reads, Master Willem was right. Evolution without courage will ruin the human race. Our race, sorry, paraphrased. However, it quickly became apparent that some of the scholars, and Lawrence in particular, differed in their belief on how the evolution should be carried out. Carroll's rune states, eyes symbolize the truth Master Willem sought in his research. Disillusioned by the limits of human intellect, Master Willem looked into beings from greater planes of existence and sought to line his brain with eyes in order to elevate his thoughts. However, Carroll's metamorphosis rune state, the discovery of blood made their dream of evolution a reality. Metamorphosis and the excess and deviation that followed was only the beginning. There are two different resources that the player collects during their time in Bloodborne: Blood Echoes and Insight. The echoes in the method in which the PC Hunter gains power. The echoes is the method in which the PC Hunter gains power, while Insight is the method in which the PC Hunter gains knowledge. While some at Bergenworth believed that knowledge and understanding of the Great Ones and the higher planes of existence would lead to humanity's uplifting, others believed that it was through the imbibing and infusing with the old blood that would lead to humanity's ascension. This was a concept anathema to everything Willem stood for. Fear the old blood. These are two fundamentally opposed philosophies. These fundamentally opposed philosophies would lead to the Bergenworth schism. But there is another piece of the puzzle. Upon entering the fishing hamlet in a hunter's nightmare, the PC Hunter is greeted by a fishkin, muttering to himself, Bergenworth, blood-crazed murderers, blasphemous fiends. If the player is wearing the milkweed rune, the kin will give them the ascended brew, a skull which states, skull of a local from the violated fishing village. The inside of the skull was forcibly searched for eyes, as evidenced by innumerable scratches and indentations. Whatever happened in the fishing hamlet must have had to do with Kaz, the Great One found at the end of the area. Kaz is apparently dead, and while the hunter battles her orphan, the Great One is long since passed. Other than the mutterings of the fishkin, there is only one other reference to Kaz, that of Mikolash and his commune with the cosmos. Ram. Wait. I skipped it. One sec. Kaz, or some say Kasam. Do you hear our prayers, as you once did for the vacuous Ram? Grant us eyes. Grant us eyes. Ram, as the PC encounters, is a huge creature who is found at the bottom of the moonside lake of Bergenworth. Ram's title is that of the vacuous spider, and is shown to be very relatively weak. Ram's only real strength comes from the spiderkin she can spawn to defend herself. Other than that, she is barely capable of defending herself, either through carelessly hurling shards of energy or thrashing wildly at her enemy. When the player encounters Ram is the defining moment in which the story of Bloodborne goes from a narrative of hunting beasts to a sudden understanding that we, the player, have barely even scratched the surface of a much, much darker truth. But Ram is not a fully developed Great One. Mikolash, in his communing with the cosmos, mutters, "As you once did for the vacuous Ram, grant us eyes. Grant us eyes. Plant eyes on our brains to cleanse our beastly idiocy." Ram was not always a Great One. Eyes planted on her brain to cleanse her idiocy, Ram ascended to become one. I'd say she became an idiot Great One, but that's just me. Vacuous is defined in the Oxford English Dictionary as having or showing a lack of thought or intelligence, mindless. The word comes from the Latin vacuus, meaning empty, along with the suffix "-us", meaning by nature of. Where does Ram come from? Who is she? What is her relation to the dead Great One, Kaz? What follows is purely my own interpretation and belief based on the evidence I have gathered. Do not consider any of this as solid fact. Instead, use it as my interpretation, so that you may gather your own beliefs. You must grant yourself eyes. You cannot wait for them to be planted by another. In Bergenworth, Master Willem and his students toiled away to excavate the Thumerian labyrinth underground, studying their gods and exploring the depths of human intellect. The Bergenworth scholars made two major breakthroughs in this study. This first major discovery of the old blood, specifically the blood of a Great One. It's possible that this Great One was about us, even... Why do I always want to say even? Maybe it's a filler word. This great one was Abaltus. As in the Bergenworth lecture hall, we can discover the auger of Abetus, and we can also find an empty phantasm shell in the upper chamber of the Bergenworth mansion. The second discovery was Cass. When I first played the Old Hunters DLC, my initial impression had been that it was the Bergenworth scholars who had killed Cass. When I shared this theory, many people pointed to the description of the Cass parasite, which states, when the carcass of Cass washed up on the coast, its insides were teeming with tiny parasites, unlike any found in humans. Granting eyes right now. Eyes. Sorry. Yes, grant us eyes. The argument that this gave evidence to the fact that Cass had actually been dead prior to the encounter with Bergenworth, having washed up on the coast of the fishing village. I was unsure about my conclusion, and couldn't decide which theory was more accurate until I played through the DLC a second time and encountered Maria. Her words, now that I had seen the entire picture, made much more sense. A corpse should be left well alone. Oh, I know very well how the secrets beckon so sweetly. When I first encountered Maria, I had naturally assumed she was talking about her own corpse. Now that I had seen what lay beyond her care, everything fell into place. As I wandered around the fishing hamlet, just stretching. Gotta stay limber. As I wandered around the fishing hamlet, taking a look at its design and features, I came to a new conclusion. Look at how the kin of the hamlet throw their harpoons, how the giants wield massive anchors, how the wrecks of mighty vessels line the coast. This isn't some quaint fishing village. It's a whaling town. Prior to the release of the DLC, many players had noted the strange masts sticking out of the water in the Nightmare Frontier. We can now see the origins of these vessels, the hamlet. The villagers must have sighted the great one Cass in the sea one day, rising and taking arms to kill what they must have perceived as a monster. They hunted and killed her, losing many of their whaling ships in the process, but inevitably returning home victorious, having sent the creature back to the sea. But one day, the corpse of the Great One washed ashore. When the villagers investigated the corpse, they found it teeming with parasites, which soon infected and took over the minds and bodies of the villagers. Resident Evil 4 style. Transforming them into the kin that we encounter them as. Inevitably, word reached Bergenworth of the dead god on the hamlet. They sent 2 individuals to investigate the hamlet, Gehrman and Maria. The announcement trailer featured Gehrman and his scythe extended, walking into the hamlet, and we find Rikuyo, Maria's weapon, in the hamlet well. Gehrman, the first hunter, traveled, along with his greatest pupil, Maria, to the hamlet and butchered the kin. The skulls were split open in search of eyes, and the first hunters carved a path towards the corpse of Cass. It is there that their greatest blasphemy was committed. The elevator to the Healing Church Research Hall depicts 3 statues hovering over a child, examining it. The central figure is clearly a depiction of Master Willem, featuring the same robes and hat as the Provost. Gehrman and Maria discovered that the dead Cass had been pregnant. The unborn fetus was still intact. A very important rule of Bloodborne's world is that even if an individual dies in the waking world, their consciousness may still remain in the Dreamlands. This is something that will come up time and time again, and is evidenced by the existence of Mikolash's corpse in the waking world. The unborn, murdered Great One was brought back to Bergenworth College and dissected in the name of science. What was retrieved was a cord of the eye, the orphan's umbilical cord, and it was then that Master Willem, the greatest mind of Bergenworth, had an epiphany. Willem is quoted in the description of the Great One's wisdom as having stated, "We are thinking on the basis of planes. What we need are more eyes." The eye is indeed the symbol representing not just insight in the player's HUD, but also knowledge of the higher planes of existence and of the Great Ones. The discovery of the Great Ones and the Old Blood split the scholars into 2 opposing factions. One I have dubbed the Loyalists, led by Master Willem. The Loyalists believed in evolution through eyes, the accumulation of insight that would let humanity ascend. This faction consisted of Willem and his students. The other faction, which I have dubbed the Radicals, was led by Lawrence. Sorry, I am... So, fun fact, sometimes different parts of our brain are thinking while we're doing something, especially reading. And so one of us was thinking and had an epiphany about an art project in the back of our head, and I needed to stop to make note of it so we wouldn't forget it. Don't worry, I won't tell. Normally, I would not give you such insight to simple thoughts, but I don't know. I'm kind of one-track minded at the moment. While I'm reading, part of me is thinking about how I'm going to enunciate certain words. Part of me is deciphering through the haze of my own dyslexia. Part of me is intrigued by the insights of the text. Part of me is wondering what I'm going to do once I switch back to the game. But a lot of times, I think I'm experiencing a little bit of highway hypnosis. I just lull into this nice rhythm, this staccato of words is like a pillow. Even as they come out of my mouth, they comfort me in my ears, almost masturbatory, I suppose. Well, we are a very sensual critter. The eye is indeed the symbol representing not just insight in the player's HUD, but also the knowledge of the higher planes of existence and of the Great Ones. The discovery of the Great Ones and the Old Blood split the scholars into two opposing factions. One I have dubbed the Loyalists, led by Willem. The Loyalists believed in evolution through eyes, the accumulation of insight that would let humanity ascend. This faction consisted of Willem and his students. The other faction, which I have dubbed the Radicals, was led by Lawrence. The Radicals believed in evolution through blood, the accumulation of power that would let humanity ascend. This faction consisted of Lawrence, Mikalash, Gehrmund, and Maria. While there was never any violence between these two groups, the fundamental difference in philosophies led them inevitably separating to go their own paths. While the Loyalists remained at Bergenworth, the Radicals founded the Healing Church in the pursuit of spreading their knowledge of the Old Blood. This schism was not also purely among the scholars, but also amongst the student populace, which many leaving along with the Radicals. With the Healing Church founding and flourishing, Willem and the remaining Loyalists were no doubt concerned with the growing power and the threat they posed. The Loyalists were fully aware that the actions of the Healing Church in their use of the Old Blood would lead to the spread of the Scourge. While the Healing Church spread throughout Yharnam, Willem and the remaining Loyalists got to work on their own research. This is where things get fuzzy, as there is very little information available on this crucial point in time. What we can see, however, are the results of the Loyalists' research. If the PC Hunter encounters Iosefka, or rather, the imposter Iosefka, after the blood moon is risen, killing her will make her drop a cord of the eye which states, Provost Willem sought the cord in order to elevate his being and thoughts to those of a great one by lining his brain with eyes, the only choice he knew, if man would ever match their greatness. When the PC Hunter first encounters the Bergenworth mansion, they encounter on the second floor an NPC hunter named When the PC Hunter first encounters the Bergenworth mansion, they encounter on the second floor an NPC hunter named Yuri, who appears to be a member of the choir, the highest ranking members of the Healing Church. Yuri wields a call beyond, the choir's ultimate weapon, and wears the blindfold cap and the attire of a choir member. This would show that the choir returned to the ruins of Bergenworth from time to time in order to gather old research notes or artifacts. The imposter Iosefka, who wields a weapon of the choir, an augur of Ibertus, would be in possession of an artifact that once belonged to Master Willem, can be explained as such. The choir recovered this cord, the umbilical cord of the Orphan of Kas. Willem had used the cord in order to further his research, delving deeper and deeper into the depths of human understanding. During this point in time, with intense research into the Great Ones being conducted at Bergenworth, the students were twisted and transformed into gardens of eyes for Willem's research, bizarre kin of the cosmos who would wander the grounds. Only 4 individuals were left intact: Willem, Doris the grave guard, the unnamed doorman who would be entrusted with the password, and Rom. Whatever happened to Carol is unclear. She may have left with Lawrence. She may have been transformed along with the student body. Or she may have left Bergenworth at an unspecified time to continue her research separately. However, thanks to Carol's transcriptions of the inhuman utterings of the Great Ones, the Loyalists learned of the importance and the power held by great bodies of water. If we take the look at any of the lake or sea runes, we can find a description. The great volumes of water serve as a bulwark, guarding sleep, and an augur of the eldritch truth. Overcome this hindrance and seek what is yours. This even matches the game mechanics, in which runes representing water provide defense and resistance. Mikolash says, "The grand lake of mud, hidden now from sight. Master Willem's last great ritual ascended Ram into that of a newly formed Great One. Placed at the bottom of the Moonside Lake, Ram's empty mind served as a shield. A shield for our physical plane. Protected by the great body of water, it prevented the beckoning of the moon presence by Lawrence's healing church. With his knowledge and understanding of the Great Ones, Willem was able to use the orphan's cord to rebirth a new Great One and line her brain with eyes, using her as a living bulwark to seal away the Great Ones, the nightmare, and the blood moon. But where did she come from? We have already determined that the word vacuous means empty, mindless. This can be very easily attributed to a simpleton or a brain-dead being. Ram, however, certainly does not seem to be brain-dead. While she is weak, she most certainly attempts to defend herself in the meager ways she has. In the interview with Hideki Miyazaki, found in the official guide, Miyazaki was asked what his favorite boss was. His answer was Ram, but that in of itself, while interesting, was not very striking. However, the specifics of his response were unexpected. I really like her. There's some oddly cute aspects to her moves and modeling. Fun fact, a couple of years ago, we wrote a whole infantilist analysis of Bloodborne, stemming from this particular line of discourse in the Hideki Takia Miyazaki interview. Because the way he goes on to describe her, Ram the Vacuous, sounds oddly like age regression. Mental age regression at that. Or even pet play, honestly, now that I think about it. For the folks who are not as kink aware, pet play and age play have a lot of overlap in certain regards, especially in the sense of being typified by a altered headspace often associated with the subspace associated with those individual subcultures, being that of a mewing, fawning animal, or a babe. Baby furs actually blend both of these together. And so, with our background, it became very a very obvious comparison. And not to be outdone, I think that is super interesting that consistently, and we've covered this in the essay that we did on YouTube as well, there's interesting that as much as humans in Bloodborne might strive to become great ones, in all senses that we see one elevated, or at the very least the player character in one particular ending, and Rom herself, a human elevated to that of a great one does not become intelligent. They do not ascend in intellect, but they go to a diminished capacity. The beasts could be said to do so as well, but the transformation of, say, the villagers of Yarnum seems closer to a de-evolution, right? Beasts, think in that pet play sense. Carnal urges, going back in the mammalian evolution. But to get closer to great ones, one seems to become more toddler-like. Of course, the implication of the ending of Bloodborne that I am referring to, in which the player character ascends to a great one, but that of a baby great one, the thing that is supposedly going to start a cycle of, or not even a cycle, but a process that lots of hunters invariably are trying to prevent. If you don't know, now you will know that great ones generally long for children. And yet, they constantly lose them, despite their best efforts. There's a dramatic irony in that. Although, now that I think about it, in terms of compassion and caring, and what someone might think of as humanity, or at least something to empathize with, the desire for great ones generally to care for a younger great one is actually sort of wholesome. And the fact that there's not more age play, Bloodborne, TF, evolution regression is a goddamn shame. But it is an interesting thought to see what might happen if the PC hunter, when ascended to a baby great one, might become as an adult. Because most great ones do not get to grow up. It's almost like they want to participate in a normal evolutionary life cycle, but the existence of great ones seems to run counter to that life drive. I can see an alternate universe where humans are just ascended to great ones, and humans are just being a human is seen as its own sort of infancy, or a stage of life of a great one. A human is just, if you think about it, a human is just a potential great one fetus, if we can be transformed so easily. But hey, I'm an infantilist, so of course I want age regression to be core to my Bloodborne analysis. And I would love for any future Bloodborne related official material to indulge me even more. I like that Miyazaki likes oddly cute, horridorable things. I wonder what you might think of me. Alright, you've convinced me to get up and draw more Bloodborne art. There you go. Victory. Ram ascended by being kinky. Spider pet play scene gone horribly, horribly right. I hope you're all liking my beautiful, beautiful asides. Although it's probably gonna bloat this reading to ginormous proportions. There is another type being. There's another type being that is blank, empty. As John Locke writes, human beings are born tabula rasa, a blank slate. Empty beings that are given shape by our experiences. A being that can be described as being cute, weak, helpless, and empty of thoughts, lacking of experience. An infant, from Miyazaki's interview. In the world of Bloodborne, babies are treated as special in one way or the other, are offered as lures to the Great Ones. The Great Ones have all lost their children because of their positions, and as a result, they're attracted to these special babies. The babies are one way of calling them. Oh my god, I think our first video game is going to be inspired by Bloodborne. Actually, now I think about it, given the setting, I should have realized that we were influenced by Bloodborne before. I don't want to say much, just thinking about a game that mostly takes place in the stomach of a giant otherworldly wolf probably had some Bloodborne influences in it. Just saying. I'll shut up about my own creative endeavors for now. We gotta read. I'm just easily distractible because of ADHD. The hunter can find a note in Yahar Ghul left by a dead hunter which reads, "Nightmarish rituals crave a newborn, find one, and silence its harrowing cry." The first instinct of the player is to associate this with the school of Mensis. They must be using some child to perform a ritual, but Mikolash and his students are only following in the footsteps of Master Willem, trying to reproduce the success of the loyalists of Bergenworth. As you once did for the vacuous Ram, grant us eyes. Grant us eyes! Plant eyes on our brains to cleanse our beastly idiocy. Ram is not a great one. In fact, Bloodborne causes understandable confusion that it refers to many different species, factions, and groups as belonging to the singular group, the Great Ones. But the kin, ascended mortals who bleed a clear serum, are not fully fledged. Complete and whole Great Ones, like the Moon Presence, the Wet Nurse, and the Orphan, they are merely kin of the cosmos. Killing Ram does not drop a Great One cold blood. Killing Ram does drop a kin cold blood. Ram, daughter of Willem, either literally or metaphorically, born from the fruits of his research and used to ascend. Look at the way she moves, desperately backing away from the hunter. She seems almost infantile. Unlike the rest of the kin they're encountered, Ram has no natural defense mechanisms other than her ability to manipulate energy. If you ask me, she doesn't look like a spider at all. She looks like a caterpillar. the infant form of a butterfly, one that may become beautiful. Oh, hey, y'all. Do you remember what I said just a little while ago? That you could see humans as potentially a Great One fetus. But remembering that beings like Ram are but kin, one could say humans are more like eggs or fetuses, right? And kin are more like the babies. And maybe what the hunter becomes in the Moon Presence ending of Bloodborne, if you've digested 3 of those Great One umbilical cords, would be the next step. And then something like the Moon Presence itself would be the final step. It's interesting to think about how Great Ones reproduce, because it's certainly non-traditional. Now we're on Chapter 2. Lady Maria, the Healing Church, Iasefka, and Ibriotas. But I think we need to change scenery and a little bit of my background music. So let's see the other half of that Bloodborne opening. Because we saw the blood administrator giving us blood, infusing us, making us dream the good dream. But let's dive deeper. Finalize contract.
Good. All signed and sealed. Now, let's begin the transfusion. Oh, don't you worry. Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream.
Yeah, just think of a bad dream. It's just a bad dream.
Ah, you found yourself a hunter.
we've started. Sorry, we disappeared for a moment. Was switching to desktop and getting food. Oh, well. You don't owe me your undivided attention every second. Just your absolute love and adoration. It's good to have you here. Feel free to do whatever you need to do. But, welcome back. Oh yeah. This is why it's called the Paleblood Hunt. Handwritten scroll. Seek Paleblood to transcend the hunt. Seeking Paleblood as we speak. It does suck that we can't play online, though. Can't even see other player messages. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Or the hunter, I suppose. Bloodborne. I'm playing Bloodborne and reading the Paleblood Hunt, which is the most celebrated and acknowledged analysis document, basically a book, about Bloodborne that has so far been written. An abandoned doll. The messengers offer you a trick weapon. Choose one. Trick weapons are wielded with the right hand and employed for beast hunting. I'm gonna take it easy with an axe. Choose one. Firearms are wielded with the left hand and employed in beast hunting. And hello, Evie. How are you today? I hope you're well. Blunderbuss is easier for countering. So lucky to have the padding of the Bergenworth scholars. Now I wanna design my own version of Human Rom and Crystal and some other members of the old healing church. Maybe Maria too. All diapered, of course. I'm cute whenever I make liquids. But especially when I do that. A notebook received from the messengers. Leave messages. Messages? Leave messages with these loyal servants to share them with hunters in other worlds. Closed. Trade in blood echoes with messengers to buy and sell items. Can't do that yet. Let us return to the waking world. Remember when we were talking earlier about the thing about someone's consciousness being outside of the waking world? Well, the waking world is, well, what most people would call the real world, or what we call flesh space. And then there is the dream. There are many dreams. And there are also a nightmare. Not everyone goes to a dream or a nightmare, but those who have imbibed the blood are doomed to. Especially if they imbibe the blood as a human seeking to do hunting. And we're running, and we're running, and we're opening, and we're living for it. We are just living for it. We're looking for a lever. We are pulling it. We are using our knowledge of iframes. We're dodging. We're ascending the ladder as quickly as possible. We're being aware we're being followed. We're being aware of the screams of the populace. And we're lighting a lantern. And we can now link to the lantern. And why not? Why not fight this guy? Fighting barehanded is actually hard. I won my first fight. May watch later. Want to spend time with Dad. We'll help you enjoy your time with Daddy-O. And now nothing will come up to get me. Oh yeah, I have weapons now. I could have equipped those. I dummy. I forgot how to... There's like emotes or something. Oh yeah, transform. I remember there was a way to like sit down on the ground. I can't seem to remember. Actually, let's get closer to the coffee guy. Alright, and I'll stand here while we read the next chapter. Chapter 2. The Healing Church, Maria, Iasafka, and Ibraltas. If it's blood you're interested in, we should try the Healing Church. The church controls all knowledge on blood administration and all varieties of blood. Across the valley to the east of Yarnum lies the town of the Healing Church, known as the Cathedral Ward, and deep within the Cathedral Ward is the old, grand cathedral, the birthplace of the Healing Church's special blood. Or so they say. Yarnumites don't share much with strangers. Or outsiders, rather. Naturally, they wouldn't let you near this place. But the hunt is on tonight. This might be your chance. Oh. Well, you know, we got Gilbert right here.
Oh, you must be a hunter. And not one from around here either. I'm Gilbert, a fellow outsider. You must have had a fine time of it. Yarnum has a special way of treating guests. Well, I don't think I could stand if I wanted to, but I'm willing to help if there's anything that can be done. This town is cursed. Whatever your reasons might be, you should plan a swift exit. Whatever can be gained from this place, it will do more harm than good. Paleblood, you say? Never heard of it. But if it's blood you're interested in, you should try the Healing Church. The church controls all knowledge on blood ministration and all varieties of blood. Across the valley to the east of Yarnum lies the town of the Healing Church, known as the Cathedral Ward. And deep within Cathedral Ward is the old Grand Cathedral, the birthplace of the Healing Church's special blood, or so they say. Yarnumites don't share much with outsiders. Normally they wouldn't let you near the place, but the hunt is on tonight. This might be your chance.
Well, that's all it is. Wait, why did I grab the controller? We're staying here and listening to his coughing while I read this. It is the Healing Church after all. And I mean, if you don't know, or you didn't extrapolate very much, Gilbert's an outsider who came here specifically so that he could imbibe Healing Church blood to heal whatever he's suffering from. It did not fully heal him, He is still disabled. However, his condition is much better than it would be otherwise. And the Healing Church, using this blood as a wonderful cure-all, is nice and everything, until beast hunting time comes around and people who have buy blood start transforming. It's sort of, it's kind of fucked up to give someone medical aid that will inadvertently hurt them in the long run. It's almost like a snake oil salesman, you might say. It's the first concrete objective the PC Hunter can make for themselves. Get to the Healing Church and look for answers. The Healing Church is the institution that, while it doesn't technically rule over Yharnam, serves as the city's anchor and structure. It is from the Healing Church that the art of blood ministration, the art that Yharnam would become famous for, was first bought. With the use of the Healing Church's special blood, they were able to cure any disease, forming a religion devoted to the worship of gods and blood. When tales of the curative properties of Yharnam blood spread, those suffering from incurable diseases often travel to Yharnam in order to seek out their last chance at salvation. The PC Hunter was one such individual, according to promotional information leading up to the release of Bloodborne. In the search of blood that can cure any disease, the PC Hunter travels to Yharnam. But what is the Healing Church? Where does it come from? And most importantly, what is the secret behind their special blood? For starters, I will use only information and evidence that can be found inside the game. I will save my personal interpretations and belief for the end, so that you can make up your own mind about the evidence presented. Oh yeah, opioid crisis. Well, opioid crisis is twofold. Because yes, opioids are definitely overprescribed, for one, but also because they're so villainized, people actually end up having problems with it. Oh, I guess in the same way that people who have been taken advantage of by the Healing Church are eventually culled by probably Healing Church hunters. Victims of the opioid crisis, especially the most disenfranchised and marginalized ones, will eventually be culled by the medical gatekeeping system, or cops, or just die outright from being, from not being allowed to have certain medications that will help them, or being, shuffled into prison instead of rehab when they go to the easiest available alternatives, especially for pain management. I didn't think our conversations today about Bloodborne would talk about would go so close to reflecting real-world injustices. They should put Luigi Mangione into Bloodborne. The first sane member of the Healing Church, the PC Hunter encounters Alfred the Executioner. From Alfred, the Hunter learns more about the roots of the Healing Church. The Healing Church is the foundation of blood healing. Well, I'm a simple hunter, quite unfamiliar with the ins and outs of the institution. But I have heard that the holy medium of blood healing is venerated in the main cathedral, and the chancellors of the old church reside in the high sanctum of the cathedral ward. The tomb of the gods, carved out below Yharnam, should be familiar to every hunter. Well, once a group of young Bergenworth scholars discovered a holy medium deep within the tomb. This led to the founding of the Healing Church and the establishment of blood healing. Art imitates life, still paying half attention. Aw, well thank you for your little bits of attention. As a fae, I really eat those up. The short story is that a group of scholars in Bergenworth discovered blood of incredible power in the tombs underneath. Specifically, they discovered old blood. The old blood and knowledge of great ones. That existed led to a revolution. Let's get even more comfy. The old blood and knowledge of the great ones that existed led to a revolution in the college's theories and experiments. But Master Willem, head of Bergenworth College, disagreed with the idea of using the old blood of the great ones to advance humanity. Master Willem warns Lawrence, "Fear the old blood, dumbass." This led to the Bergenworth Schism, in which a group of scholars led by Lawrence left Bergenworth and founded the Healing Church. There are 4 individuals whom we know were founders of the church, though there may very well have been unnamed others: Lawrence, Gearman, Mikolash, and Maria. Lawrence became the first vicar, founding a new religion and promising a cure to any disease through the use of this miraculous blood ministration. A note found in the Grand Cathedral reads, "Heir to the ritual of blood, purveyor of ministration, place your hand on the altar's sacred covering and inscribe Master Lawrence's adage upon your flesh." Lawrence and his blood ministration brought a new era into Yarnum, a culture of blood worship spreading through the population. But with the tainted blood of the Great Ones flowing through human veins, the scourge of beasts came to Yarnum. Those who had been menstruated by the old blood were susceptible to coming under the effects of the scourge. In response to this, Gehrman, one of the men who had sided with Lawrence in the Bergenworth Schism, founded the workshop, located in a hidden area of the Upper Cathedral Ward. The workshop was a place of training of elite warriors, dispatched by the church to hunt the beasts and prevent panic from spreading through the population. The hunter attire reads, one of the standard articles of hunter attire fashioned at the workshop, a fine piece of hunter attire that provides stable defense to anyone facing Yarnum's beastly threat, allows one to stalk beasts unannounced by cover of night. The last sentence is the most important. Originally, the workshop was likely a secret institution. The hunters wore no symbols and had no uniform, save for the Saw Hunter badge, which each kept in order to identify one another. Badge crafted long ago at the workshop attests to one's prowess as a hunter of beasts. The workshop is gone, and no group recognizes the meaningless badge. They operated in the cover of darkness, disposing of Yarnamites who had succumbed to the scourge of beasts, likely as more of a cover-up than anything. Anything to prevent the public becoming aware that the blood they were being administered was turning them into monsters. But what of Maria? According to Maria's hunting attire, among the first hunters, all students of Gehrman, was the lady hunter Maria. Maria is distantly related to the undead queen, but had great admiration for Gehrman, unaware of his curious mania. Born in Canehurst, Maria was a beautiful woman, no doubt even by Canehurst standards. While she was a relative of the queen, To the aristocratic nobles of Canehurst, this likely meant very little. No doubt every noble was dying to tell everyone they knew about how they were Annalise's 12th cousin, 7th removed. And so, the relation probably didn't mean much. Unlike the rest of her people, however, Maria disliked the use of blood weaponry, as stated by the Rikuyo. This sword feeds not off blood, but instead demands great dexterity. Lady Maria was fond of this aspect of the Rikuyo, as she frowned upon blood blades, despite being a distant relative of the queen. One day, she abandoned her beloved Rikuyo, casting it into a dark well, when she could stomach it no longer. After the events that took place at the fishing hamlet, Maria could no longer bear to wield a weapon. As she and Garriman retrieved the orphan for Bergenworth, Maria threw Rikuyo into the hamlet's well. We as players first hear of Lady Maria from the patients in the Nightmare Research Hall. They call out to her and speak of her with genuine admiration and even love. They ask her to hold their hand, or to help them, or to care for them. Key to the balcony on the first floor to the research hall, Lady Maria of the Astral Clock Tower gave this to the patient, Adeline. Maria had hoped Adeline would find comfort in the faint breeze that carried the scents of flowers from the outside. But Adelaide couldn't fathom her intentions. It seemed that Maria genuinely cared for the patients of the church's experiments, as she went out of her way to try and make Adeline more comfortable in her suffering. While the experiments themselves were gruesome, there's no evidence that there were any malicious intent towards the patients themselves, though it might be their madness. The patients all seemed to be there willingly, even apologizing for having been failures in the experimentation. But eventually, Maria died. Her passing marks the end of an era, the beginning of the transition from the old church and the old hunters into the new ones, the ones that we find ourselves engaging in the present. But how did Maria die? When we meet her, she is noticeably dead, at least as dead as a consciousness can be. The evidence seems to point towards a slit throat, as the blood on her blouse has traveled down from her neck. In addition, during her boss fight, she visibly stabs herself in the throat in order to initiate the second phase of the battle. This seems to point towards Maria's death as an act of suicide, slitting her own throat. Still couldn't escape the nightmare, it seems. My tea is cold. Disappointed. Well, I can squeeze out a little more warmth. But let's pause for a moment to remember the individual other than Garriman and Maria who left with Lawrence. Michelash. There's very little information on Michelash and on the School of Mensis, which was no doubt founded to continue the work of at Bergenworth. Michelash founded his institution in a sea hidden by the church, Yahar Ghul. From here, Michelash could research in secret while supposedly reporting to Lawrence. The Upper Cathedral Ward states, the upper echelons of the Healing Church were formed by the School of Mensis, based in the Unseen Village, and the choir occupying the Upper Cathedral Ward. The School of Mensis was likely there first, as its research more closely resembles Bergenworth, and its practice of researching in secrecy matches the Healing Church's early strategy of working, for the most part, behind the scenes. Everything changed with Old Yarnum. Ash and blood was a horrible epidemic that spread like wildfire. Naturally, in order to cure the disease, blood menstruation was used in excess on each and every one of the victims. This would lead to the scourge, as referenced by the antidote tablets. Small medicinal tablets that counteract poison, used to treat ash and blood, the baffling sickness that ravaged Old Yarnum years ago. These tablets only provide short-term relief. The ash and blood ailment eventually triggered the spread of the beastly scourge. After Old Yarnum, the scourge could no longer be kept a secret. The workshop was disbanded and replaced with a new group that would become the Healing Church Hunters, led by the hunter Ludwig. The workshop was no longer necessary and was sealed away. It is likely at this time that the Healing Church took more control over Yarnum, the church effectively acting as the governing body of the city. With the church firmly seated in power as the saviors who had brought blood administration to Yarnum, the choir was formed in the upper reaches of the city. If you don't know, the church is basically the secret elite hunter police, or I guess secret exterminators of the church. Just the fact that they're called the choir is so fucked up. I do love singing. The choir garb states, members of the church are both the highest-ranking clerics of the Healing Church and scholars who continue the work that began at Bergenworth. It is uncertain exactly how much of the church's religion was merely used as a figurehead. It's not clear if the church truly believed that the Great Ones were gods, or if they simply used that as a way to legitimize their research. They certainly acknowledged that the Great Ones, if not gods, were certainly godlike. The level of detail devoted to the sacred symbols and carvings in the church can only display a veneration of the Great Ones as superior beings. Specifically, the formless Great One, Odin. To get a closer look at the choir's motivations and research, let's take a moment to analyze Dr. Iasefka, a character whom the PC Hunter encounters very early in the story. Bloodborne begins with the PC Hunter awakening on the first floor of Dr. Iasefka's clinic after receiving their very first blood administration. Iasefka is the very first NPC that the hunter can encounter in Bloodborne. After the hunter dies, the wolf beast is sent to the hunter's dream, returning with weaponry, marking them as a hunter. As the player travels back up the stairs and towards the clinic, they will encounter the door, locked and barred. Through a crack in the door, we see a woman dressed in white, with whom we can speak. Are you out on the hunt? Then I'm very sorry, but I cannot open this door. I am Iasefka. The patients here in my clinic must not be exposed to infection. I know that you hunt for us, for our town, but I'm sorry. Please, this is all I can do. Iasefka will assist the hunter by providing them with her specifically concentrated blood, capable of fully healing the hunter. The product of a slow and careful refinement process, this rare blood vial appears to be a clinic original. The hunter can return to Iasefka any time to collect more blood, but can only carry a single vial at a time. This changes, however, after the death of Father Gascoigne. This time, when the hunter comes to Iasefka, there will be no blood provided. However, the doctor will ask the hunter to direct any individuals they come across to her clinic. so that they can be treated and cured. From this point onwards, the doctor speaks with a slightly deeper tone of voice, and in fact, is voiced completely by a different person. While Ayasufka's voice actress is credited as being Ginny Funnel, there is a second credit to an imposter doctor, credited to an actress named Lucy Briggs Owen. From this point onwards, Ayasufka will answer the hunter to bring her more and more people, assuring that they are being taken properly care of. As a reward for the hunter, if the hunter begins to bring her people, she will eventually start providing the player with blue elixirs. Blue elixirs are described as a dubious liquid medicine used in strange experiments conducted by high ministers of the healing church. A rather chilling item, indeed, for a common blood administration doctor to be carrying. But it isn't unless the hunter finds the back entrance in the clinic, accessible by climbing up an adjacent building connected to the Forbidden Woods, that the truth of Ayasufka's research can be discovered. Here, the results of the research are clear. Any NPCs that the hunter sent in the past Ayasufka will be found, transformed and twisted into celestials, blue-skinned kin of the cosmos. If the hunter sent nobody to the clinic, they'll only find a single celestial, located in the sick room. Upon its death, it drops one of Ayasufka's blood vials, possibly one that being saved for the hunter upon the hunter's return. These are presumably the remains of the true Ayasufka, whom the player meets at the beginning of the game. As the player travels upstairs towards the top of the clinic, one of two events will place. If the hunter goes to the top of the clinic before the blood moon is risen, the imposter Ayasufka will attack the hunter. She wields a threaded cane and a repeating pistol, and if her health is low enough, she will attack the hunter with a call beyond, the ultimate weapon of the healing church. One of the secret rites of the choir. Long ago, the healing church used phantasms to reach a lofty plane of darkness, but failed to make contact with the outer reaches of the cosmos. The rite failed to achieve its intended purpose, but instead created a small exploding star, now a powerful part of the choir's arsenal. At times, failure is the mother of invention. That's very true. I'm glad to be reminded of that. It's as true for a VTuber as it is for a hunter. The false Ayasufka is one of the 4 NPCs who wield a call beyond, the other 3 being Mikolash, the Forgotten Madman, and Yuri, the choir member found in the Bergenworth mansion. We can infer from this revelation that the false Ayasufka is a member of the choir, relocating from the upper cathedral ward to Ayasufka's clinic in order to continue her research. Possibly because of the fact that due to the spread of the scourge of beasts, the cathedral ward is no longer a safe place to operate. Upon killing the false Ayasufka, she will drop a powerful Odin Wraith rune. Interestingly enough, the hunter can locate a weaker version of the Odin Wraith rune by killing Adela the Nun, or by looting it off of the celestial she becomes if the hunter sent her to Ayasufka's clinic. This connection only reinforces the false Ayasufka's affiliation with the church, and that she held a rank of higher importance than a nun. But that is only one of 2 possible events that can occur in Ayasufka's clinic. If the hunter goes to the top of the clinic after the blood moon is risen, they will find her on all 4s, perched on one of the operating tables. God, I'm nauseous. Have you ever felt this? It's progressing. I can see things. I knew it. I'm different. I'm no beast. Oh, God, it feels awful. But it proves that I am chosen. Don't you see? Holy Wraith. Wraith inside. Wraith inside my head. It's rather rapturous. With enough time to conclude her research, Ayasafka has begun her ascension. Killing her can drop what I believe is the orphan's umbilical cord, which was recovered by the choir. But what was this research? What did the choir do? How did they do it? This brings us to the final topic of our current analysis. Ibartus, daughter of the cosmos. Ibartus is found in the depths of the orphanage, described as key to the orphanage, birthplace of the choir. The orphanage, shadowed by the Grand Cathedral, was a place of scholarship and experimentation, where young orphans became potent, unseen thinkers for the Healing Church. The choir that would later split the Healing Church was a creation of the orphanage. Wow, orphans are great for experimentation. And as child soldiers, of course. We have established previously that it was originally the School of Mensis which performed research for the church in the secrecy of Yahar Ghul. However, with the growth of the church's power after the cleansing of Old Yarna, there was no longer a need for secrecy, and a new effort was put forward into spreading the old blood. It will be the choir who would fulfill this need, with the orphanage as their laboratory. Note that the orphanage is located directly behind the Grand Cathedral. We can recall Gilbert mentioning that. Deep within the cathedral ward is the old Grand Cathedral, the birthplace of the Healing Church's special blood. But the cathedral is not the source of the blood. While it is provided to the public from the Grand Cathedral, it actually originates in the orphanage, from Ibaltus and the Celestials. Ibaltus is the left-behind Great One, whatever that means, and communed and worked with the Healing Church in this research. We find multiple references to this. One of the secret rites of the choir, high-ranking members of the Healing Church use phantasms, the invertebrates known to be augurs of the Great Ones, to partially summon abandoned Ibaltus, one of the few rites that allow one to directly utilize the power of the Great Ones, and evidence that the choir has approached the Eldritch Truth. Ooh, excuse me. Great chalices unlock the deeper reaches of the labyrinth. The Great Is chalice became the cornerstone of the choir, the elite delegation of the Healing Church. It was also the first great chalice brought back to the surface since the time of Bergenworth, and allowed the choir to have audience with Ibaltus. But who is Ibaltus? What is her purpose? What research does she allow the Healing Church to perform? And what relation does she have to the Great Ones in the Old Blood? What follows is purely my own interpretation and belief based on the evidence that I have gathered. Do not consider any of this a solid fact. Instead, use it as my interpretation so that you can gather your own eyes and line your brain with beliefs. The Healing Church operated in secrecy in its formative days. Mikolash slowly continued his own research into the Old Blood through kidnappings and experimentation. Lawrence administered the Old Blood to the ill, and those who succumbed to the scourge of the beast were eliminated under the cover of darkness by Garriman's hunters. Perfect. While this was going on, the church quietly continued their research into the Great Ones, independent from Bergenworth. Initially, the old Great One that the Healing Church had identified had been Kos, the Great One from the depths of the ocean. The church's experiments into the Great Ones, therefore, revolved around water, as described by the brain fluid. The murky, dripping, slushy brain fluid. In the early days of the Healing Church, the Great Ones linked to the ocean, and so the cerebral patients would imbibe water, listen for the howl of the water, the howl of the sea. Brain fluid writhed inside the head, the initial markings of internal eyes. It was a fruitless pursuit, however, for as far as we know, the Great Ones did not originate from the sea, but from the dreamlands and the cosmos. As such, the experiments were failures. Overseeing the research from the Astral Clock Tower was Lady Maria. After the Hamlet massacre, Maria refused to hunt again. Instead, she began to run research towards the Great Ones for the budding Healing Church. But her thoughts could never leave the blasphemous nature of what she and Gehrman had done at the Hamlet. How the orphan had been ripped from its mother's womb. Nor would she be allowed to forget. Atonement for the wretches by the wrath of Mother Kos. Not all of the Hamlet had been destroyed. The parasites that inhabited their Mother Kos had managed to infect the villagers, transforming them into ascended kin of the cosmos. Gehrman was the first hunter, and Maria his greatest pupil. What? In this sense, they can be seen as the father and mother of all hunters. Anyone who calls themselves a hunter, no matter what organization they associate themselves with, is a descendant in some way from Gehrman and Maria, who murdered the orphan of Kos. Curse the fiends, their children too, forever and ever, their children forever true. Perhaps Maria was haunted by unending nightmares of what she had done. Perhaps in her frustration, she desperately continued her experiments. Surely something had to come out of the atrocities she had committed. But each and every one of her experiments was another failure, another dead end. The patients began to notice her frustration with them, sobbingly apologizing for their failures, begging for her forgiveness. Maybe over time she became less and less compassionate with the patients, and more racked with guilt. On one hand, her desire to uncover the truth behind Kos and the Great One could not be stopped. But on the other hand, she cared for the patients of the research hall and did not want to see them suffer. She could see only one way out. She says, "Oh, I know very well how the secrets beckon so sweetly. Only an honest death will cure you now, liberate you from your wild curiosity." And so, she ended her own life. Her death marked the end of an era. By this point, Mikolash and the school of Mensis had already began to draw further and further away from the rest of the Healing Church. With this death, Gehrman spiraled into depression, and the elite workshop was sealed away and abandoned. The old, secretive, quiet Healing Church had begun to die, and may have fallen apart completely were it not for the events of Old Yarnum. The church had always relied on gaining new followers through the use of their miraculous disease-curing blood. And Old Yarnum gave them the perfect opportunity to display their religion to the masses. After Old Yarnum's cleansing, the healing church exploded in power and fame. They could no longer operate in secrecy and needed a much more significant source of the blood. The Great Is Chalice became the cornerstone of the choir, the elite delegation of the healing church. It was also the first great chalice brought back to the surface since the time of Bergenworth, and allowed the choir to have audience with Baltus. And so the choir was born, an elite delegation of the old scholars and clerics. The choir would become the new ipso facto leaders of the healing church. Oh, okay. I thought they were more like soldiers. The choir plunged into the tomb, deeper than anyone had gone since the days of Bergenworth, looking for a greater source of blood and a way in which to bring their research to the next level. They traveled to the ruins of the Pomerian city of Is, which had not been entered since the time of the Bergenworth scholars. They went to meet with Baltus, daughter of the cosmos. The Great Is Chalice was relocated to the orphanage, relocated behind the Grand Cathedral, and would serve as the main laboratory for the choir. Interestingly, we see many carriages throughout our time in Yarnum. Many players will recall seeing or leaving notes in front of them with charming or amusing notes. Words such as despicable infant. But where are all the babies? We encounter no child-sized coffins in the streets of Yarnum, but many carriages. Where we do find child-sized coffins is in the upper cathedral ward. In the orphanage, the choir communed with Baltus and used their new knowledge to experiment on the babies that were either abandoned or sent to the orphanage. It is even possible that, after the widespread epidemic of the scourge, the choir went through the public and gathered all babies and children in Yarnum under the pretense of protecting them until the hunt was over. Yarnumites would have no reason not to trust the church, and were likely delighted that their governing body had such a concern for the welfare of their children. Never get the government your children, just saying. At the beginning of the stream, you said that this story/interpretation is accepted by the wider Bloodborne community, yet the writer keeps encouraging the reader to come up with their own interpretations, and to not treat the writer's interpretation as gospel. Is there a contradiction here? Thinking emoji. Well, I think that's a good point. So, I think that especially because people who speak from any position of authority, be it Redgrave, the guy who wrote this, or the many video essayists who talk about the lore of Bloodborne or Elden Ring or what have you, even if they do not believe that their interpretation is rock solid, or even if they want to encourage more curiosity and independence of thought, especially in fandom, I think that there are wells of information and faith that gather in these very celebrated bodies of work. And especially for folks who are known for being wells of information on FirmSoft game analysis, and especially on the internet, where you're not simply going to find someone saying, "Oh, this is my interpretation of Bloodborne or Elden Ring or what have you." You'll find the ultimate guide that you don't need anything else to look at after. They'll tell you everything you know to understand XYZ. We're constantly inundated with the assurance that this is the true interpretation. And of course, this is all algorithm bait and clickbait and whatnot. And even the people who post like this don't fully believe that theirs is the ultimate interpretation. I do appreciate Redgrave's humility and constant encouragement of come to your own conclusions. Though, just like with many things, even like political punditry, a lot of people are going to defer to figures that are seen as trusted sources of information within the community. As much as one could pick a bone with any sort of punditry or any sort of being a figurehead of the right way to interpret a thing, it is rather tempting to find something that feels like it fits and go, this is good enough. Especially because I think the average firm soft fan, even if they are invested in the lore, is more likely to want to bathe in the LCLC of all the lore interpretation than look at it all themselves. I mean, not for nothing. We chose to read this instead of reading all the descriptions of Bloodborne items, partially because we didn't want to do the exact same thing as the VTuber that inspired us, but also because we want to get closer into FirmSoft lore and Bloodborne lore, specifically scholarship. And this is kind of the... This is the conquest of bread of Bloodborne analysis. I find it hard to go anywhere on the internet without this being a recommended source. Of course, keeping that all in mind, I will try not to steelman Redgrave quite so much. We have experienced lots of analysis that has taken Redgrave stuff into account. And it is very satisfying, especially as a person, to seek the pattern of, oh, this lines up. But in order to be as well versed enough in Bloodborne to have faith in our own opinions, at least speaking for myself, I would say playing Bloodborne multiple times and reading item descriptions a lot and reading other analysis and looking at not just things within Bloodborne, but things outside of Bloodborne to create an analysis would be a great place to go with Bloodborne scholarship. Actually, come to think of it, it reminds me of the fan analysis community around Signalis. Although we have not delved super into it because we still haven't gotten every ending of Signalis and wish to get them all for ourselves before we dive into the deep end of meta-analysis and whatnot. It is particularly interesting that one of the devs of Signalis had said something along the lines of, hey, for all the people trying to understand what Signalis means or find the ultimate hidden meaning of it, or trying to understand more of like where I was coming from and what the team wanted to do and what we want to say with this work, I would love to encourage you not to simply data mine the game for some hidden thing. I would say, look at the things that I have obviously said influence the creation of this story. Read that. Look at the game and the stuff in it, and with your own eyes, come up with what you think. Art is not science. And recognize that nothing will be given to you. It's not some perfect puzzle to solve. Art's not like that. Okay, now I am over embellishing how they put it. It was a lot more curt. Something like, oh my gosh, will you stop data mining the game looking for the perfect interpretation of what this game means? I was very clear about my inspirations. You can look at my inspirations to see where I was coming from, and you should have faith in yourself to come up with an interpretation of art that you like. Maybe it's not just a fandom thing. I think it's probably an internet thing because we're conditioned to get easily digestible answers and to fashion those easily digestible answers onto our worldview. Shit, we do it all the time. I really appreciate your question. Well, you're thinking out loud at me and calling me out. I love that you noticed that contradiction in the tone of what I'm reading versus how I introduced it. Also, it's nice to know that that you remembered something from like 2 hours ago. The stream is going on for a long time. We're not even out of chapter 2. We fucking love discussion. I'm eating good, so I am very fulfilled. Oh, heads up, I'm not gonna take a normal break, but I will be getting up to get food when I finish the chapter. And before I do some more bloodborning around. Basically, between chapters, I'm planning to find a nice place to hold up that has a slightly different soundscape. But by the end of by the time we finish the last chapter, I want to at least try to beat the cleric beast on the bridge. That shouldn't be too hard, even as a waste of flesh such as myself. I've been writing down my emotions about something. Your voice has been nice company. Aww. I very much appreciate that. In the Lumen Flower Gardens, we can see the results of their experiments. Look at the way the Celestials seem to grow from the ground. Even the name Garden seems to suggest an almost sickening way in which the Celestials were harvested from the ground like a crop. This was the source of Yarnum's special blood. The children who were elevated to become Celestials were then harvested and used as sources of blood for the church, a renewable resource that will allow them to provide the entire city with as much blood as it needed. Oh, that definitely feels like a symbolic reflection of the real world. You know, sacrificing the young for the rest of the population. Or not caring about what happens to the young, as long as it lines the pockets of those in power. No child left behind. We don't leave children behind in Yarnum. We grind them up into the old blood. The false Iasefka was one such researcher who fled to the clinic after the Upper Cathedral ward was lost to the Scourge. The presence of Scourge beasts in the Upper Cathedral ward only proves that the Scourge was too much for even the choir to handle, and that the researchers likely fled. One researcher fled to Bergenworth, the first member of the choir that the PC Hunter encounters. The choir member, Yuri, is seen wandering the second floor of the Bergenworth mansion. She even wears a blindfolded cap, reminding us that members of the choir are both the highest-ranking clerics of the Healing Church and scholars who continue the work that began at Bergenworth. The eye covering indicates their debt to the teachings of Master Willem, even though their paths diverged. The choir had an enormous respect for Master Willem, even though they split away from him. There were never any violence between the two factions in Bergenworth, only a difference in philosophy that led to an inevitable separation. It is no wonder that the choir never disposed of Master Willem. They truly saw him as a highly respected figure in their history. In fact, Master Willem had achieved what the choir so desperately yearned for. He had ascended to the level of the gods. In the beginning days of Bloodborne's release, all anyone could talk about in regards to lore was Ayasufka. Who is she? Is she an imposter? When did they switch? Which is the real one? So much focus was placed on the false Ayasufka that the real one got swept away. People were so engrossed with the revelation that Ayasufka was replaced with an imposter that they stopped looking at the original. Who was Ayasufka? Like the imposter, she wears the white church garb, which tells us these doctors are superiors to the black preventive hunters and specialists in experimentally backed blood administration and the scourge of beasts. They believe that medicine is not a means of treatment, but rather a method for research, and that some knowledge can only be obtained by exposing oneself to sickness. Oh, they sound like plague doctors, actually. This implies that Ayasufka was a high-ranking member of the church, and a specialist on experimental blood. Now look at the back of Ayasufka's clinic. Bodies have been dumped into pits. Vials upon vials upon vials of blood have been collected. Hundreds of research notes have been written. There are also Celestials in the Forbidden Woods, who appear to have wandered off from the clinic. How could this be the work of the false Ayasufka, when the original Ayasufka doesn't get replaced until the death of Father Gascoigne? Furthermore, how was she replaced in the first place? There is absolutely no evidence whatsoever that it is possible to copy someone's face. There's only one type of woman that has the same face as another. A sister. In the back of Ayasufka's clinic, we find a half-transformed Celestial, dead on the operating table. Ayasufka isn't some innocent doctor. She's the one who invented the process in the first place. This explains why one of Ayasufka's vials can be found in the Nightmare of Mensis, as the School of Mensis and the choir shared their research. It's possible that Ayasufka's blood vial is itself the key to the celestial transformation, a clinic original. Who knows what might have happened had we consumed enough of it? When the false Ayasufka fled to the clinic, she brought with her an artifact that the choir had previously recovered from Bergenworth, the orphan cord of the eye. The false Ayasufka sought to ascend just as Master Willem had, by lining her brain with eyes in the manner she had done so many years ago. How they writhe inside my head. It's rather rapturous. She isn't pregnant at all, but instead has run out of time to continue her experimentation. In her last-ditch effort, she imbibes Willem's cord, but it doesn't work. It's evidenced by the fact she bleeds a dark red. Seek pale blood to transcend the hunt. That leads me to a very peculiar curiosity. Why is it that even though we are hunting under the blood moon, if we go along the path of imbibing the umbilical cords in order to, after fighting the moon presence, to become a great one, a baby great one ourselves. Why is it that we do not ascend or partially ascend before we even get a chance to see the moon presence? The only difference I can imagine is that we are the hunter that the dream is inhabiting. The hunter that gets to relive the night of the hunt. The hunter who can die many a time. Although I am pulling this also from a source that Redgrave does not use, I will still present it as indelibly valuable. In the Bloodborne comics by, was it Black Horse? We see a hunter that is not the PC hunter who is influenced by the dream. And even other hunters within the game itself, like, was it Eileen the Crow, mentioned the experience of having been the hunter that the dream has happened to. They have all had some experience akin to the player hunter at some point before, or at least the ones that have talked about it. Maybe noteworthy hunters? Interestingly, I am curious how those hunters acted. I think the other major difference in thinking about the path that the player character goes on in Bloodborne is the fact that we are a hunter who is an outsider and trying to uncover so many secrets, as opposed to a Yarnamite or someone in the Yarnamite area who might take for granted just how much secrecy and the abundance of knowledge resides everywhere, and whom is much less, what's the word? I'd say it'd be much less interesting to an average Yarnamite than it would be to an outsider of all the great secrets. A Yarnamite might just take it all for granted. Although, obviously, everything is a little wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey, because there is no point-blank, this is the correct interpretation. Although I do want to say that in thinking about the whole, what if I accidentally ascend, but only a little bit if I imbibe the umbilical cords too early? When we play Bloodborne, our little headcanon, we actually do not imbibe those umbilical cords when we get them. We usually save them and don't imbibe them until right before we fight Gehrman, and then subsequently the moon presence. I love that art can be interpreted and experienced in so many ways. Seek Paleblood to transcend the hunt and become baby. The first note that the player receives, many players have noticed that there are certain enemies which bleed not red, but clear and almost pale colored blood. However, this is not specific to pale blood. If this indeed was the blood of the Great Ones, there would be a few figures whom we would believe to bleed pale, but in fact bleed a dark red themselves. Amygdala, the orphan, the wet nurse, the moon presence. There are, however, certain figures which bleed what I call serum. Celestials, suckers, Master Willem, Ram, Ebaltus, Ram, an ascended mortal, does bleed red if the hunter attacks her stomach, as do her spiderkin. But if the hunter attacks the eyes and the heads of Ram or her progeny, they bleed the serum of the kin. Serum is not blood of the Great Ones, but rather blood of the kin of the cosmos. Those who were once mortal but ascended to becoming kin of the Great Ones. Notice how Ebaltus is mentioned as being the daughter of the cosmos. But this doesn't follow, as every Great One loses its child. Instead, the Great Ones yearn for surrogates. Erbaltis was possibly Fumarian, as she is found by the scholars in the Fumarian city. It is well documented that the Fumarians' research and experiments with the Old Blood led to their ascension as they neared the Eldritch Truth. However, they were struck down before they could truly ascend to being Great Ones. The scourge of beasts spread throughout the people. The blood moon rose, the Great Ones descended, and a womb was left with child. Yarnum's pregnancy with Murgo was a failure. So, in search for a surrogate, Erbaltis, possibly a researcher of Fumeru, ascended to the level of the Great Ones. Just as an aside, if you don't know, Yarnum, the city, is actually named after Queen Yarnum, who was the person who, I believe, was the ruler of what eventually became the Chalice Dungeons. I'm not sure if she was Fumarian specifically, but Yarnum, the city, is built on top of its ruins. It is so very interesting to me how Erbaltis is repeatedly referred to as having been left behind. Erbaltis is not a true Great One. Instead, she was ascended to becoming king, just as Willem did. The Fumarians are ancient. Who knows how long it took for her to develop into her current form? Perhaps in 1,000 years, Master Willem will look much like her as well. She was abandoned, as the Great Ones left after the devastation of Fumeru, and so she waited in a labyrinth, caring for the phantasms, small slug-like creatures, which were named as being familiars of the Great Ones. And when the scholars stumbled upon her in the Chalice Dungeons, she would finally have an outlet with which to commune with the outside world. Willem and the scholars met with Erbaltis, and through her they began their research of the Old Blood, the tainted blood of Erbaltis, surrogate child of the cosmos. It was through Erbaltis's tainted blood the tragedy which struck Fumeru would be doomed to repeat itself in the city of Yarnum. Erbaltis seemed to get her name from the Erbaltis butterfly, a species of butterfly found in South America, which matches the although admittedly distorted form of Erbaltis as having an almost butterfly-like appearance. When we meet her, she is found in front of a corpse of a vacuous spider. Remember that even though something may die in the waking world, its consciousness can continue to survive in the dreamlands. Erbaltis had lost her daughter, Ram. It's a tragedy, really. Every Great One loses its child. But there are many surrogates to be found in the baby carriages of Yarnum. Chapter 3. Dirge, the Powder Kegs, Ash and Blood, and Old Yarnum. Sick. We should get off and do some drawing. So tired. Well, if you do, I bid you a good day. My silly little headcanon is that we keep them in our chests like squirrels with nuts. Ooh. That's a cool headcanon, Rusty Bartender. I like it. Alright, just give me a second, and I will be back, and we will chat a bit over food before continuing. Gotta squeeze out the bloodborne nook. Alrighty then, I am going to eat, and if anyone wants to talk about their day, I suppose we could do that. But if you have any thoughts on the 20-something pages of the Paleblood hunt we've read so far, feel free. I hope I didn't leave you hanging too long. I actually put some rice in a rice cooker before stream started so that I wouldn't have to I wouldn't have to cook very much. I put like a turkey sausage on the microwave to go with my rice after seasoning it. Simple yet effective. I don't know if hearing someone eating counts as enjoyable ASMR. But there was nothing I felt like doing for my actual break, so. That would be fine. You should be sure to eat too, everybody. It's very important. If you don't eat, you won't have energy to listen to me talk about Bloodborne. So fun fact, this was actually originally supposed to be a YouTube stream, but I caught wind of the fact that a lot of streamers, especially VTubers, are losing their accounts or being suspended based on being accused of being overly sexual or not kid friendly. And of course, most VTubers are kind of 18 plus in the first place. Not in a porn way, but just in a, you know, this is an adult space sort of way. So it's kind of funny that this problem keeps rearing its ugly head in many different forms. And of course, we're the exact type of VTuber that needs to be worried about, especially, you know, certain types of models are seen as less allowed to say certain things. I said we canceled doing it on YouTube. I am a little bit worried about what we're gonna do with the VOD though. Because of course it'll still be available here on Twitch. But we'd like to post it somewhere else. Maybe Internet Archive? That would be cute. All right. Wait, where are my headphones going? All right. All right, let's kill a few beasts. You can't really play Bloodborne like you used to, because Bloodborne is so different now. Playing Bloodborne in 2025 has a certain cultural context. And I don't think it's bad, but it's like... it's a classic in certain ways, but also a lot of the mystery has been explored, and there's not as much... and there's not as much a sense of, how would you say, novelty, because it existed for so long. To the degree that, very easily, there is now a Bloodborne aesthetic, especially when it comes to video games. I remember we first found out about Bloodborne, we were immediately intrigued. Probably because we really like vampires and werewolves, of course. Whoa! Speak of the devil. Thank you. Hey, let's talk to Ayasefka while she's still not an imposter. She's not sus yet. Excuse me. Wow, I feel so much better now that I've eaten. Go figure.
Are you out on the hunt? Then I'm very sorry, but I cannot open this door. I am Yosefka. The patients here in my clinic must not be exposed to infection. I know that you hunt for us, for our town, but I'm sorry. Please. This is all that I can do.
I have Sefka's blood vial.
Now, go. And good hunting.
Thanks. I'll do more than that. Blood vial acquired from Iosefka's clinic. This refined blood, highly invigorating, restores a larger amount of HP, the product of a slow and careful refinement process. The rare blood vial appears to be a clinic original. Okay, so that's how you use your equipped item. Ah. I got my 10 blood echoes. Wow. So fun fact, especially in terms of cheesing, the best weapon to start with is the weapon that I have. Especially because of its charge attack. Ah! Shit! I love being animated. Oh, also, I'm looking at the document and I'm realizing that actually we're much farther in the Paleblood hunt than I thought. The original document was 107 pages, but this really pretty edited one I've been using is actually only 72. And when we start back up, I'll be on page 24? No, 23. Out of 72.
you that outsider? Well, sorry, but I don't want anything to do with you. Trot along, will ya?
I'm trotting, I'm trotting. Oh, didn't trigger him. Damn beast, it's a damn curse. I love being a plague-ridden rat. Oh. I chose that, but I'm not planning on doing a strength build. I love the screams. Lovers on the other side. Wait, oh, got it. Oh. Let's hang out in the dirty, rotten sewers for the next chapter. I don't hear much ambience here, though. I just gotta be sure to clear the riffraff. Delicious. This is a good place, right? This is a good place to read the next chapter. This is fine. This is fine. This is absolutely 100% fine. We just needed a change of scenery, that's all. Just a, well, change of scenery. Alright, as we continue, as I live and breathe, we are on Chapter 3. Dirge, the Powder Kegs, Ashen Blood, and Old Yarnum. Old Yarnum, burned and abandoned by men, is now home only to beasts. They are of no harm to those above. Turn back, or the hunter will face the hunt. Dirge, retired hunter. The PC hunter encounters Dirge for the first time upon entering Old Yarnum, in which Dirge warns the hunter to leave. When the PC hunter fails to comply, he is none too pleased and becomes aggressive in his defense of Old Yarnum. But to really discover who Dirge is, let's first take a look at the history of the heretics of the workshop, the Powder Kegs. For starters, I will only use information and evidence that can be found inside the game. I will save my personal interpretations and beliefs for the end, so that you can make up your own mind about the evidence presented. The Powder Kegs were, and I use the term were intentionally, a group of hunters with a flair for the dramatic and a love for complexity, intricacy, and explosiveness in their designs. They derived from the hunting style of simplicity in design developed by Gehrman, the first hunter, and preferred ambitious, or excessive, depending on your point of view, weapon designs. Influenced by a love of flame and a desire to crush and burn, they developed their main weapon of choice, the boom hammer, which is described as a trick weapon used by the old hunters and crafted by the workshop heretics, the Powder Kegs, a giant hammer equipped with a miniature furnace. When ignited and fired, it emits a volley of flame that explodes furiously upon impact. Crush the beasties, then burn them. The brute simplicity of the boom hammer was favored by hunters with an acute distaste for beasts. Another slightly rare powder keg weapon developed was the stake driver, Dirge's personal weapon of choice. The stake driver is described as a trick weapon fashioned by the workshop heretics, the Powder Kegs. The stake driver allows for high damage critical attacks, but is difficult to use and leaves its wielder wide open. But none of this should bother a mere powder keg. These are two new trick weapons, among others like the rifle sphere and whirligig saw, which were drastically different from the previous designs of the Hunter Workshop. However, the powder kegs didn't settle with trick weapons, even trying to implement bigger and stronger firepower into their arsenal with the cannon and Gatling gun. We can also give the powder kegs credit for the design of the rope Molotov cocktails, seeing as gaining the powder keg badge unlocks them at the Bath Messenger. At some point in time, the powder kegs were labeled heretics and exiled from the workshop. Presumably, the powder kegs are no more, as all references to them are in the past tense. Even their badge description refers to them as the late powder kegs. They were very likely disbanded or slain quite a long time ago, seeing as nobody seems to reference them. Their associations with the workshop only lends credence to the idea of the powder kegs being a relatively old faction, as the workshop itself no longer a relevant institution as evidenced by the Saw Hunter badge. The workshop is gone, and no group recognizes the meaningless badge, except the messengers in the bath who understand its profundity. So, who is Dirja? His official description is an old veteran hunter who was said to possess amazing skill. No one has seen him in many years, and he looks like he's been on his own for quite some time. We learn more from the description of the Grey Wolf cap, which states it as attire of the retired hunter Dirja. This worn wolf cap was his trademark. Dirja is known through his contact with the powder kegs, the heretics of the workshop. He is said to have been both uncommonly kind and dreadfully foolish. Dirja felt defeated by the state of Old Yarnum and denounced his hunter vows. In the comic, you actually get to see Dirja in the late powder kegs briefly, but it is highly implied that the time that we get to see them in the comic book happens right before everyone but Dirja would be wiped out. Fucked up. Uncommonly kind is certainly right. Dirja is unique amongst any character in Bloodborne as showing sympathy towards those affected by the Scourge of the Beast. The things you hunt, they're not beasts. They're people. Wow, my pants are getting heavy. Hopefully I'll be able to, not change. Hopefully I won't have to change before we end. Or at least I finish the readings. Ugh. Well, at least I'm warm. It's also interesting to note that this cap refers to him as having contact with the powder kegs, rather than being a member. It's possible that Dirja knew of the powder kegs or made friends with them. That he carries a powder keg badge indicates that at the very least, he was some kind of honorary member. He most assuredly traveled alongside the powder kegs, as the description of the Gatling gun states that Dirja had 3 companions, the youngest of whom used the Gatling gun. But Dirja's absolute most important quality is that he, like the PC hunter, was once a part of the hunter's dream. Remember I mentioned that earlier? Dirja and Eileen for sure have been part of the hunter's dream. I'm not completely sure about others. I no longer dream, but I was once a hunter too. You have the whole night to dream. Make the best of it. He also knows full well that killing the PC hunter will do nothing but stall them. If the PC dies to Dirja, he remarks, I should not think you still have dreams. I should think you still have dreams? Well, next time you dream, give some thought to the hunt and its purpose. I do not believe every hunter is special like the PC and Dirja. There would be much more information and general knowledge about the hunter's dream if this were the case. Certain hunters are special, chosen by Gehrman and attracted to the hunter's dream. The title I have given these special hunters is a Paleblood hunter. The doll herself admits that the PC was not the first. Over time, countless hunters have visited this stream. The graves here stand in their memory. It seems so long ago now. Having trouble turning the page, there we go. Durja was at one point a Paleblood hunter, like the PC hunter, who retired from hunting and renounced his vows to live in solitude. Which brings us to Old Yarnum. While Old Yarnum is an optional location in the game, the PC hunter is guided towards it by Gehrman in order to acquire the Holy Chalice. Historically, Old Yarnum was the location of a terrible disease known as Ashen Blood. Antidote tablets are described as small medical tablets that counteract poison, used to treat Ashen Blood, the baffling sickness that ravaged Old Yarnum years ago. The tablets only provide short-term relief. The Ashen Blood ailment eventually triggered the spread of the beastly scourge. Fun! The tables were used as to give temporary relief to the victims of the disease. The tables? Tablets. Tablets. The tablets were used to give temporary relief to the victims of the disease, while they were being treated by the then newly formed healing church. What would bring true relief would be the purging of blood administration, the medical procedure that will become the cornerstone of Yarnum. With the ability to cure any disease, the Healing Church's blood administration got to work immediately. However, as the antidote notes, with blood administration came the scourge of the beast. As the old blood used in the administration would spread the scourge, one disease had been contained. But the treatment gave birth to the scourge, just as it had in ailing Laran. There are trace remains of medical procedures in parts of the ailing Laran. Whether these were attempts to control the scourge of the beast or the cause of the outbreak is unknown. While the scourge of the beast too much to handle. With the scourge of the beast too much to handle, a hunt was called for. Now we have Durja, the powder kegs, and Old Yarnum. 3 pieces of the puzzle. But it's not unless the PC stumbles into a hidden building in Old Yarnum that the pieces connect. Near Durja's tower is a hidden building that can be accessed by dropping a far, far distance down a ledge. Inside this building, everything comes together. Here, the PC hunter finds 2 corpses. One of them holds a rifle spear, and the other wears a set of charred hunter gear. Next to him is a hunter's note. This is where it all comes together. The blood-red moon hangs low, and beasts rule the streets. Are we left no other choice than to burn it all to cinders? Ahem. What follows is purely my own interpretation and belief based on the evidence I have gathered. Do not consider any of this a solid fact. Instead, use it as my interpretation so that you can gather your own beliefs and line your brain with eyes. After Maria's death and Gehrman's self-inflicted retirement, the Healing Church lost a significant portion of its strength. The School of Mensis began to drift apart from the Healing Church proper, and it seems as if things were spiraling downwards. As the Healing Church continued its operations and explorations of the Flamarian Labyrinth, they discovered a swamp in the Forbidden Woods, located directly behind one of their clinics. One of the swamps was deadly poisonous and filled with strange parasitic leeches. The poison likely came from the Hinder tombs in the labyrinth, where we can see very similar swamps. We also find in this swamp what appears to be lumbering giants, much like the ones that the Healing Church would later employ as their enforcers. It's possible that the poison itself mutated those who lived into these beings. Either way, the Healing Church discovered these parasites that secreted a poisonous substance. In the Forbidden Woods, we also find the white church garb, which reminds us that the church believes that medicine is not a means of treatment, but rather a method of research, and some knowledge can only be obtained by exposing oneself to sickness. And so did the church develop the ashen blood from the parasitic leeches and loose it upon old Yarnum. Wait, what? So the church developed the ashen blood from... So they made the ashen plague? Fucking bullshit. Sorry. This is an interpretation. We can't be sure. But the implication alone is, pretty damning. As old Yarnum begins to grow sick with the ashen blood, Lawrence and the church arrived with the old blood, promising a cure to all diseases. They were hailed as saviors. They were hailed as saviors as they began to administer their miraculous special blood to the people of Yarnum, swelling in power and position. But, as the antidote reminds us, with ashen blood came the scourge, as those who had been treated with communion fell victim to the scourge, becoming beasts. One thing you'll notice in Old Yarnum, most of the beasts around there have like bandages and are still were swaddled in blankets up until roaming around to fight you. And there are ones that, actually thinking about it, are even more pitiful than Rom the Vacuous Spider, in that they actually don't attack you. There are a few beasts in Old Yarnum that run away from you and only attacked when cornered. Sad to see. With Gehrman gone and his old hunters disbanded, the church had a need for a new workshop to deal with the victims of ashen blood. The Oto workshop was formed, and hunters were recruited en masse to deal with the rising issue of the scourge of beasts. These hunters, unlike the silent warriors of Gehrman's, slaughtered the beasts furiously. The old hunter's garb, worn by the Oto hunters, tells us that in this era, hunters were ten a penny, indicating that during the time of the Ashen Blood Plague, it was likely not at all unusual for citizens to witness groups of hunters walking the streets in search of those who may have fallen to the scourge. Like a roving street gang. It was likely a time of great fear for the people of Yarnum, not knowing who would be next to turn, who would die of plague, or who would be swept up in the bloodshed. The streets became a constant war zone between hunter and beast, as the plague spiraled out of control and countless citizens succumbed to the scourge of beasts. Soon the auto workshop developed into something else. As the beasts grew more and more numerous, and more dangerous, the powder kegs were born. The powder kegs were born in response. With them came a young man named Dirja. Punctuation is so important. Dirja was, like the PC, a pale blood hunter, guided by Gehrman. When the old Yarnum hunt began, Dirja awoke in the hunter's dream. Dirja acted as the PC, the player character of his time. He started weak but gathered blood echoes and gained enough strength through the dawn. He lit lamps, he left notes, he slew bosses and probably died many times, reawakening at the lamp and trying again. During this time, he came into contact with the powder kegs. Dirja joined the powder kegs and the hunting of beasts of Old Yarnum. He grew to use their equipment, and they considered him an honorary member, and likely a friend. But as Old Yarnum grew more and more tainted with the scourge spread, when the line between man and beast was blurred, the red moon hung low. Dirja, looking down at his fallen comrades, opened his notebook and left a note. The red moon hangs low, and beasts rule the streets. Are we left no other choice than to burn it all to cinders? When Jura is depicted in the comic books, it's actually right before a fire consumes the place that the powder kegs are holding up against the huge forces of the ashen beasts. The scourge of beasts was too great, and the powder kegs could no longer stem the tide through simply hunting beasts. The powder kegs, with their flair for the dramatic, their bombastic nature, and their love of flame and explosions, were not gentle with old Yarnum. The city was cleansed. Cleansed, I tell you! The powder kegs razed the city to the ground, with the blood moon high over the sky, and the beasts overpowering. The hunters saw no choice but to burn it all down. The attire of the charred hunter gear, worn by the powder kegs who cleansed the city's states. Wearers of this attire hunted down victims of the scourge who survived the raging flames and stench of singed blood. Men, women, and children were hunted and purged. The entire city was cleansed to keep the scourge of the beasts from spreading. Durga participated in all of it. It's possible that Durga tried to put a stop to it, or it's possible that he willingly, gleefully participated in the slaughter of Old Yarnum. Either way, Old Yarnum was devastated, never to recover. With the dawn approaching, Durga returned to the hunter's dream where Gurman, the first hunter, met him by the tree. Racked by guilt and shame at the carnage he had caused, he sunk to his knees and accepted his death, severing his connection to the hunter's dream. When he awoke, the sun had risen, and the hunt was over. By now, the workshop had branded and condemned the powder kegs as heretics. Those powder kegs who hadn't died in combat had become so drunk on blood that they had been dragged into the hunter's nightmare. All that remained was Dirja, and so he went to Old Yarnum, where he had caused so much horror, and cast aside his hunter's vows. If nobody cared for the beasts of Old Yarnum, then he would protect them from any further bloodshed. They're still living beings, after all. Chapter 4. Ludwig, the Hunts, Father Gascoigne, and Eileen. Let us continue to hunt a few beasts. Starting with this rat over here. Ooh, excuse me. Of course, Bloodborne doesn't very much bury the lead with the twist of the humans or beasts. What? You caught me! And I caught you. Foul beast. Yo, got myself some hunter's attire. Yeah, cute hat. Now, I truly am Hunter. Also, it's kind of fucked up that the Hunters organization is so fucked that I have to get my Hunter's garb off of a failed corpse. There's no more organization left. This is basically just imbibe some blood, throw them to the wolves. One of the standard articles of Hunter attire fashioned by the workshop, accompanied with a short cape to wipe away blood. A fine piece of hunter attire that provides stable defense to anyone facing Yarnum's beastly threat. Allows one to stalk beasts unannounced by cover of night. Foreign garb. Clothing worn upon awakening to the nightmare of the blood and beasts. Not typical clothing for Yarnum. Perhaps it is foreign of origin. It is said, after all, the traveler came to Yarnum from afar. Without memory, who will ever know? Gosh, they're everywhere. I wonder how well the fan solution to playing Bloodborne on PC is going. Man's knowledge. Hit me like you mean it, Daddy.
Who are you? I don't know your voice, but I know that smell. Are you a hunter? Please go look for my mum. Daddy never came back from the hunt, and she went to find him, but now she's gone too. I'm all alone and scared.
Sure, why not? I'll find your mommy.
Really? Oh, thank you. My mum wears a red jeweled brooch. It's so big and and beautiful. You won't miss it. Oh, I mustn't forget. If you find my mum, give her this music box.
Tiny music bots.
It plays one of Daddy's favourite songs. And when Daddy forgets us, we play it for him so he remembers. Mum's so silly running off without it.
Yeah, that bitch dead.
My mum wears a red jeweled brooch. It's so big and beautiful. You won't miss it. Oh, and if you find her, give her this music box. Please, I know you can do it.
Wow, she's giving me such encouragement. Alright. Still looking for a place with a different vibe than where we've been already. Oh, I love it. Ah. Writhing your pain of torment, my friend. Oh. You lived. Woo! Alright. Fuck you, bully. That's why you get killed by pebbles. Dummy. Oh, I'm looking in the wrong place. There's an NPC around here that I'd love to show you. Trying to do my best not to fall to my fucking death.
Oh. A hunter, are you? And an outsider? What a mess you've been caught up in. And tonight of all nights. Here, to welcome the new hunter.
Bold hunter's mark.
Prepare yourself for the worst. There are no humans left. They're all flesh-hungry beasts now. Still lingering about. What's wrong? A hunter unnerved by a few beasts. No matter. Without fear in our hearts, we're little different from the beasts themselves.
Shake off cape.
What are you still doing here? Enough trembling in your boots. A hunter must hunt.
A hunter must hunt. For what else is our purpose? I just remembered that I'm a waste of flesh. Especially early game, you should not be afraid to use items. My knowledge is so mad. So I seem to have miscalculated. I wanted to be on the other side, actually. Slaughter. All for this. It's the first weapon you can pick up. Saw Spear, one of the trick weapons of the workshop, commonly used by those who dedicate themselves to the hunt. This saw, effective at drawing the blood of beasts, transforms into a medium-sized spear. The saw, with its set of bloodletting teeth, has become a symbol of the hunt, and only grows in effectiveness the more grotesquely transformed the beast. So this weapon is usually what we use early game. I think it's the first time we've ever chosen the wasted skin background. So we're definitely playing in a harder state right now than we usually would. Even at such a low level. Well, now the elevator should be activated. I still got the modes, I guess. So I am about to... Actually, I like the wind here. I like the fear here. This is actually a great place! Yeah! Yeah! This is a great place to continue reading our Paleblood hunt. Chapter 4. Ludwig, the Hunts, Father Gascoigne, and Eileen. Oh, we've met a couple of these. Well, we've met one so far, just Eileen. Oh, what's that smell? The sweet blood. Oh, it sings to me. It's enough to make a man sick. When we as players are first thrust into Bloodborne, we do not deal with eldritch monstrosities, horrible truths, or inconceivable entities beyond the reach of space and time. None of these facets of Bloodborne were ever included in promotional material. The terrible truth of Bloodborne's Lovecraftian mythos was kept a secret up until its very release. What we find is the hunt, thrust into it, scared and desperate for answers. For starters, I will use only information and evidence that can be found inside the game. I will save my personal interpretations and beliefs for the end, so that you can make up your own mind about the evidence presented. In Yarnum, blood flows like water. You will find no bars in Yarnum, no pubs or taverns. Only blood is found in Yarnum. The pungent blood cocktail tells us. In Yarnum, they produce more blood than alcohol, as the former is far more intoxicating. Blood is the source of pleasure, entertainment, worship, and devotion in Yarnum. Even Ariana, a prostitute by trade, introduces herself to the hunter not by offering sexual services, but instead a vial of her blood. But it's not just any blood that flows through Yarnum. Only blood permitted by the healing church is allowed to flow. The old blood, specifically the blood of Erbaltas, is administered to the population by special doctors known as blood ministers, who carry on an art that was first pioneered by the first vicar, Lawrence. We've already discussed how Erbaltas gets her name from a species of butterfly, but she also gets her name from a Latin word meaning drunkenness or intoxication. Indeed, the blood of Erbaltas not only aided to cleanse Yarnum of disease, but also provided the citizens with a drug more addictive and more intoxicating than alcohol. But with the rampant spread of the old blood came the scourge of the beasts. Once the old Yarnum had been cleansed, the knowledge of the scourge became public knowledge. A new way of dealing with the threat was required. Secrecy would no longer be enough, and so the worship was retired and sealed. The workshop was retired and sealed. Instead, with the healing church in its new position of power, the healing church hunters were born. At the forefront of this new movement would be Ludwig, the new head of the healing church's martial force. Gernum tells us the following. Sorry, Gehrman, that's how you pronounce it. Gehrman tells us the following. The healing church and the blood ministers who belonged to it were once guardians of the hunters in the times of the hunter Ludwig. According to the Sword Hunter badge, Ludwig was the first of many healing church hunters to come, many of whom were clerics. Not much is known of Ludwig's origins, but from his Radiant Sword Hunter badge, we learned that Ludwig was part of a lineage of chivalrous warriors known as the Holy Blades. The Radiant Sword indicates the heirs to the will of Ludwig. These hunters, also known as Holy Blades, are what remains of an ancient line of heroes that date back to the early age of honor and chivalry. Makes me think of, well, Dark Souls and Demon Souls and Elden Ring. Ludwig had a very different approach to hunting beasts than his predecessors in the workshop had, which we can see from the details found in the weapons of choice of healing church hunters. A trick weapon typically used by healing church hunters is said that the silver sword is employed by Ludwig, the first hunter of the church. When transformed, it combines with its sheath to form a great sword. The healing church workshop began with Ludwig and departed from old Gehrman's techniques to provide hunters with the means to hunt more terrifying beasts. And perhaps things still worse. A rifle typically used by the healing church hunters. It is said that this rifle was employed by Ludwig, the first hunter of the church. Its long, heavy barrel makes up in range for what it lacks in reload speed. Ludwig's rifle exhibits several departures from the workshop design, suggesting that the church anticipated much larger inhuman beasts. From these two weapons, we can see a drastic shift in design from Gehrman's workshop to Ludwig's. While the hunters of Gehrman's time favored agile weapons, quick movement, and easily concealable tools, Ludwig's hunters wielded weapons with great force. These hunters no longer hid in the shadows. They walked openly, wielding their weapons. After Old Yarnum, it had become painfully clear to the healing church that only more and more dangerous creatures would arise from the old blood, and so more powerful weapons would be required. Ludwig sought to deal with the scourge of the beasts in a very different manner than his predecessors. In the time of Lawrence and Gehrman, the healing church and the workshop operated in secrecy. The school of Mensis quietly researched. Lawrence perfected blood menstruation, and Gehrman's hunters acted as a cleanup crew, fixers of problems. An individual would succumb, and the hunters would quietly remove them in the middle of the night, leaving the population none the wiser. While Ludwig, however, a new approach was taken. Do not ignore the populace. Arm the populace. We see this from the Yarnum hunter's attire. Ludwig, the first hunter of the Healing Church, once recruited Yarnumites to serve as hunters. This hunter's attire was made for new recruits and has excellently straightforward defense, but not nearly enough to allow an ordinary man to stand any real chance against the beasts. Ludwig would deal with the beasts not through secrecy, but through purges or hunts, arm the population, inform them, and work alongside the citizens of Yarnum to battle the beasts. That sounds a lot more humane. The church called for the hunts. It would, unfortunately, cause a sort of never-ending cycle. Beasts rise. In order to combat the beasts, the citizens rise up, imbibe the old blood, and strike them down. Now that they've been tainted by the old blood, they inevitably become beasts, causing more citizens to rise up and imbibe in the old blood. Even more problematic was the fact that the hunts called for stronger hunters. Stronger hunters will become stronger beasts. Self-perpetuating cycle. Ludwig was the first of many Healing Church hunters to come, many of whom were clerics. As it was, clerics transformed into the most hideous beasts. Wonder why. Hunters would become drunk on blood, addled by it, intoxicated by it. The hunters would become a threat, and so it was that we find ourselves now faced with a different group, one that seems to be particularly mysterious. The hunters of hunters. In central Yarnum, the hunter encounters Eileen the Crow, who warns them sternly. Prepare yourself for the worst. There are no humans left. They're all flesh-hungry beasts now. It's the polar opposite of Dirge's warning that the beasts are still humans. Eileen belongs to a mysterious organization known as the Hunters of Hunters, detailed in the Hunter rune. This red smudge rune means hunter, and has been adopted by those who have taken the Hunter of Hunters oath. These watchmen admonish those who have become addled with blood, be they men or beasts. Anyone who has threatened the pledges of the Hunter oath surely has an issue with blood. The Hunters of Hunters, it would appear, are more in order old as the workshop itself, tasked with disposing of hunters who have been lost to the intoxication of the old blood. The Crow Hunter badge tells us the badge of the Hunter of Hunters is quietly passed down from generation to generation, usually to an outsider from the hinterlands. The use of the singular, an outsider, seems to imply that there is only ever one Hunter of Hunters at any one point in time, once a generation. It is interesting that it specifies that the Hunter of Hunters are typically outsiders. Eileen herself speaks with an accent unlike a Yarnumite. Perhaps whoever the Hunter of Hunters are, it's decided that Yarnumites, blood drunk as they were not to be trusted with this important task. But it's the Hunter of Hunters' origin that interests me the most. Where on earth did they come from? The crow feather attire gives a small amount of information. Hunter of Hunters, dress as crows to suggest sky burial. The first Hunter of Hunters came from a foreign land and gave the dead a virtuous native funeral ritual, rather than impose a blasphemous Yarnamite burial service upon them, with the hope that former compatriots might be returned to the skies and find rest in the hunter's dream. The explicit mentioning of the hunter's dream is very, very peculiar. Eileen herself appears to know about the hunter's dream, as if the PC hunter attacks and dies to her. She will respond by instructing them to tell the little doll I said hello. Like Dirge, Eileen appears to have, at one point, been a dreamer, a Paleblood hunter like the PC. No more dreams for me. This is my last chance. It's not the only link that Eileen and the Hunters of Hunters have to Gehrman and the Hunter's dream. The Blades of Mercy, the weapon of the Hunter of Hunters, states, a special trick weapon passed down among Hunters of Hunters, one of the oldest weapons of the workshop. Splits into two when activated. The weapon's warp blades are forged with saturite, a rare mineral of the heavens. One of the oldest weapons indeed, the Blades of Mercy, are one of the only two trick weapons made of saturite, a rare mineral that fell from the heavens. The other is Gehrman's burial blade, the first of the trick weapons, a masterpiece that defined the entire array of weapons crafted at the workshop. Its blade is forged with saturite, said to have fallen from the heavens. Exactly what connection Gehrman has to the Hunter of Hunters is unknown. It's possible that the Hunters of Hunters were formed to police and oversee the workshop. Or it's possible they may be a splinter faction that's separated from Gehrman. Whatever their reasons, their methods are clear. Find hunters who have succumbed to bloodlust and end them. Two such hunters would be Eileen's targets, Henrique and Gascoigne. Father Gascoigne is the first official boss in Bloodborne. While it's possible to fight the cleric beast, that boss is optional. Gascoigne serves as the first true boss fight in the game, and he is one that serves as a very cold wake-up call to the player. Like many Souls veterans, I walked into Bloodborne with a very specific mindset: caution. Study the opponent. Look for weaknesses. Wait for their guard to be down. Strike once. Back. Strike. Watch. It's a very slow, cautious, passive playstyle that the Souls games have hardened in many players. Gascoigne seems to be placed so early in the game specifically for players like that. Gascoigne has the exact same tools as the hunter can wield. He uses a hunter axe as his weapon and a blunderbuss as his firearm. He can be staggered, and he can stagger. He's a parallel to the player in this manner. Really, the only difference between Gascoigne and the hunter is the insanely aggressive manner in which he fights. Gascoigne charges with blind abandonment. He weaves through the fight swiftly, dodging attacks and keeping pressure on the hunter. It's almost a direct message to the player from the developers. You have the same tools as him. You have the You have the same tools as him. Why are you losing? He's not being unfair. He's not cheating. He's just playing the game, just like you. So, why is he slaughtering you? The player very quickly learns that they must adapt to Gascoigne or they will die. Passivity is no longer a valid strategy. In order to master Bloodborne, the player must be swift, aggressive, and unrelenting. Like Gascoigne. But once Gascoigne's health gets low enough, he will transform. He will succumb fully to the Scourge, becoming a powerful beast that will relentlessly assault the hunter. But to really understand Gascoigne, Let's start at the beginning and analyze what we can learn about him from the game itself. From Gascoigne's attire, we learn that Father is a title used for the clerics in a foreign land, and there is no such rank in the Healing Church. The dingy scarf is a holy scroll and symbol of the Healing Church, from which Gascoigne will eventually part ways. This would seem to imply that Gascoigne came to Yarnum, like many others, in search of the miraculous blood administration, which was rumored to cure any disease. The PC Hunter was one such individual, as was Gilbert, and likely many others. Like Eileen and Gilbert, Gascoigne's voice has an accent that differs slightly from the Yarnumites, seeing as Gascoigne wears attire similar to that of a Healing Church watcher, and wields the weapons of the workshop. He is clearly trained as a Healing Church hunter after he came to Yarnum. It's unclear exactly why Gascoigne left the church, perhaps he left in order to raise a family. After all, Gascoigne's daughters can be spoken to in Yarnum, hiding in their house. Indeed, the daughters provide the last key pieces of information on Gascoigne. Daughters? There's two? Are you a hunter? Then please, will you look for my mom? Daddy never came back from the hunt, and she went to find him, but now she's gone too. I'm all alone and scared. It would seem that when the hunter was called, Gascoigne answered. When the hunt was called, Gascoigne answered. Though he had left the church, he still rose up to cleanse the streets, along with the rest of Yarnum. When he didn't return, his wife Viola went off looking for him. My mom wears a red jeweled brooch. It's so big and beautiful, you won't miss it. When we find Gascoigne, he's hacking a corpse to pieces. He turns to face the hunter, having finally succumbed to the old blood. Beasts all over the shop. You'll be one of them sooner or later. On a nearby balcony, a red brooch dangles from the corpse of a dead woman. But how did it all come to this? What happened to Ludwig? What is the story behind Father Gascoigne? And why is Eileen in Yarnum in the first place? What follows is purely my own interpretation and belief based on the evidence I have gathered. Do not consider any of this as fact. Instead, use it as an interpretation so that you may gather your own beliefs and line your brain with eyes. Everything changed after Old Yarnum. The church, seen as saviors, were now in control. No longer did they require secrecy. Instead, they flourished and gained power. With this power and with the spread of the scourge, the workshop was retired and replaced with the Healing Church hunters, led by a hunter named Ludwig. Ludwig was a courageous, honorable, and chivalrous man who took a new approach to the hunters by recruiting openly, training the population of Yarnum to combat the dangers of the hunt, and working on designing new weapons to eliminate the beasts without issue. Ludwig was the heir to a legacy of ancient heroes known as the Holy Blades, dating back many generations. It's possible he was one of Gehrman's apprentices, who succeeded Gehrman after his retirement and was put in charge of the new reformed workshop in the Upper Cathedral Ward. It's in this workshop that we can find the Radiant Sword Hunter badge, which allows the player to purchase Ludwig's blade and rifle. But the Radiant Sword Hunter badge also unlocks another piece of equipment. The Tomb Prospector attire. It is described as follows. Attire of the Tomb Prospectors? Attire of the Tomb Prospectors who explore the old labyrinth on behalf of the Healing Church. The Healing Church traces its roots to Bergenworth and is therefore aware of the ruins' true importance. They contain much more than mere hunters' trinkets. Indeed, they hide the very secrets of the old great ones, sought after by those with the insight to imagine greatness. We can now get a better picture of Ludwig's arsenal. Judging from the equipment made available by obtaining his blade, Ludwig wielded a holy blade and a rifle, his weapon of choice. Along with them, he wore tomb prospector attire, or at least, he did at one point. It's possible that Ludwig traveled into the labyrinth in search of a weapon or an answer to put an end to the scourge once and for all. Maybe he simply wanted the truth, or to know where the scourge had come from. What he found was the Holy Moonlit Sword. An arcane sword discovered long ago by Ludwig. When blue moonlight dances around the sword, it channels the abyssal cosmos. Its great blade will hurl a shadowy light wave. The Holy Moonlit Sword is synonymous with Ludwig, the Holy Blade. But few have ever set eyes on the Great Blade. And, whatever guidance it has to offer, it seems to be of a very private, elusive sort. It must have been fate that the heir to the legacy of the Holy Blades would find such a weapon. With it in hand, Ludwig truly did become the Holy Blade, a hero to the people who feared the scourge of the beasts, and a leader to the church hunters who followed him into battle. But as the Moonlight Sword description states, few people ever saw the blade. It would seem that Ludwig kept it very close to him, not allowing the others to lay eyes upon it. You were by my side all along, my true mentor, my guiding moonlight. The Holy Moonlit Sword was more than just a blade. The blade offered guidance to Ludwig, as is described by the guidance rune. When Ludwig closed his eyes, he saw darkness, or perhaps nothingness, and that is where he discovered the tiny beings of light. Ludwig was certain that these playful dancing sprites offered guidance, and emptied Ludwig of his fears, at least in the midst of a hunt. When he hunted, Ludwig allowed the sword to guide him. He closed his eyes and followed the guidance of the Moonlit Sword as he cut down beasts. He had no fear in his heart, and became a weapon for the healing church. Eileen the Crow says, "Without fear in our hearts, we're little different than the beasts themselves." The shift in Ludwig's personality did not go unnoticed. Ludwig's dialogue reveals that there were those who accused him of being a beast-possessed degenerate. Even in the back of his mind, he knew that what he was doing was wrong. "Good hunter, have you seen the thread of light? Just a hair, a fleeting thing, yet I cling to it. Steeped as I was in the stench of blood and beasts, I never wanted to know what it really was. Really, I didn't." Yet, he continued to use the Holy Moonlit Sword and follow its guidance, hoping to secure a future where the healing church hunters became honorable warriors who protected the people. Such a goat. He would suffer any indignation if it meant that goal could be achieved. In the end, Ludwig became further and further steeped in bloodshed. With each swing of the Holy Moonlit Sword, he descended further into beasthood. Eventually, blood-drunk as he was, Ludwig was dragged into the hunter's nightmare, cursed to wallow in a pit of corpses for all eternity. With Ludwig gone, the healing church hunters slowly began to fall apart. Organized hunts became mobs as Yarnamites wandered the streets, dragging the infected out and burning them at the stake. The hunters themselves began to rely more and more on communion for strength, the healing church administering more old blood to their hunters in order to give them the power to vanquish the beasts. One of these hunters was Father Gascoigne. Gascoigne had come to Yarnam in search of a cure to his disease, seeing the famous blood administration of Yarnam as his last chance at salvation. It was there that he was trained as a hunter, possibly by a man named Henrik. Very little is known of Henrik, but he wears the garb not of a healing church hunter, but of a workshop hunter, one of Gehrman's. Henrik is also mentioned multiple times as being an old hunter, and the voice file he uses as an NPC hunter are those of the aged category in the game's files, the category designed for the elderly. Gascoigne and Henrik would quickly become a powerful duo, partner hunters and good friends, according to Henrik's Hunter's Guide. The tech-turned old hunter Henrik was once partners with Father Gascoigne, and though they were a fierce and gallant duo, their partnership led to Henrik's tragically long life. The last sentence particularly interests me, the use of the phrase, a tragically long life. It's possible that Henrik, old as he was, either grew sick or weakened in his age. Gascoigne not only wanted to see his closest friend live, but he had another reason for wanting the old hunter to continue on. He loved Henrik's daughter. Sorry, what? Gascoigne's youngest daughter says, "Yes, okay, thank you very much, Mr./Miss Hunter. I love you almost as much as Mom and Dad, and Granddad." Indeed, even when we encounter Henrik, we find him in Odentomb, just as we found Gascoigne. Only Henrik is not standing by the grave where Gascoigne was found. He is standing in front of the corpse of Viola, Gascoigne's wife. But Henrik is not himself any longer. He has succumbed to the old blood. Gascoigne had fallen in love with Viola, Henrik's daughter. Perhaps Gascoigne convinced Henrik, in his old and weakened state, to accept communion from the healing church. The old workshop hunter was likely wary of the old blood, but was convinced by his son-in-law, the father of his grandchildren, to accept the ministration. Oh, I see. Gosh, there's a tangled web we weave. I got confused for a second. Cause I was like, oh wait, I thought Viola was Gascoigne's wife, and it's like, no, she was, but also was the daughter of Henrik. Gotta keep it in the family, of course. Gascoigne too had accepted administration, but in this case there were complications. If you find my mom, give her this music box. It plays one of Daddy's favorite songs, and when Daddy forgets us, we play it for him so he remembers. Mom's so silly, running off without it. While the old blood of the healing church can cure any disease, it cannot repair a damaged mind. Father Gascoigne had come to Yharnam in search of a cure for his mental illness, but the blood administration had failed. Even the tainted blood of the great ones could not fix the bouts of insanity he had suffered. It's possible that during his episodes in which he forgot the faces of his family, Gascoigne grew violent, irrational, or paranoid. Viola, his beloved wife, would play him a lullaby. It would ease his mind and help him to stay grounded and sane. But Gascoigne, intoxicated as he was with the old blood, continued to hunt and continued to accept communion. The administration of blood. When Gascoigne failed to return from the hunt, Viola left her children locked inside and fled to find him, to bring him home. But she forgot the music box. When she found him, he was drenched in blood, killing man and beast alike. She pleaded with him to come home, to remember her. But he would have none of it. Viola died that night, killed by the man she loved. If the player uses the music box in a fight against Father Gascoigne, he suffers noticeable pain. He grasps his head, muttering and moaning. How else could he possibly react, as he remembers the terrible things he did to his beloved Viola? Henrik soon goes searching for Viola and Gascoigne, fearful of what may have happened to them. When he found Viola's corpse, he was empty. His tragically long life would be ended by Eileen the Crow, Hunter of Hunters. She says, "This too is hunter's work, but bears no honor, a burden you may choose to carry. If the hunter assists Eileen in killing Henrik, then after the blood moon has risen, they'll find Eileen mortally wounded in front of the Grand Cathedral. I'm afraid I've made a bit of a blunder. I'm just going to have a short rest. Oh, don't worry. I've taken blood. Enough to save an old woman. No more dreams for me. This is my last chance. What a fool I am. I'll have to tread carefully. But that thing still lies in wait. Turn back. This is my score to settle." Many years ago, Gehrman founded the workshop, much like the PC Hunter can. Gehrman wielded two weapons: the Burial Blade and the Blades of Mercy. Both weapons were forged of Satellite by Gehrman, the first hunter. Gehrman was not alone as a hunter. He had several apprentices who he trained to carry on his legacy. Him and his apprentices practiced a special art known as quickening, as evidenced by the old hunter bone. A bone of an old hunter whose name is lost. It is said that he was an apprentice to old Gehrman, and a practitioner of the art of quickening, a technique particular to the first hunters. The quickening is like a ghostly dash that uses up some quicksilver, the same things our bullets are made out of. There are only 4 individuals in the entire game who can use the art of quickening: the PC Hunter, if they clutch the old hunter's bone; Gehrman, who uses a significantly more powerful version of quickening; Maria, Gehrman's greatest pupil; and an individual only known as the Bloody Crow. The Bloody Crow is found in the Grand Cathedral as the final fight in Eileen's questline. It is a very difficult fight. It would seem that Eileen came to Yharnam with the goal of hunting down the Smark, the Bloody Crow. Along the way, she slew Henrik, and would have slain Gascoigne if the hunter had not beaten her to the punch. We know very little of the Bloody Crow, but we can see that he wields a Chikage blade and strong ties to Canehurst, which his use of numbing mist and his dropping of a blood rapture rune. Most bizarre is that he wears the crow feather garb of the Hunter of Hunters, the Blade Crow of Canehurst. Evidently, one of the first hunters was evidenced by his use of the art of quickening. Here we can paint a possible picture. In the infant days of the workshop, Gehrman trained his apprentices and gave one of them the Blades of Mercy. Mercy is a central theme to Gehrman. It appears to be his goal to grant mercy to hunters who either are trapped in the dream or have succumbed to bloodlust. This apprentice he tasks with the important job of acting as an unseen watcher of the workshop, forming a new order of people, separated from communion and the old blood of Yharnam. What happened next is very unclear and for the most part completely unexplained. Perhaps this apprentice traveled to Canehurst, or perhaps traveled into the Hinterlands to train the next hunter of hunters who would travel to Yharnam. Whatever happened, we can see the results. The Bloody Crow of Canehurst, possibly the first hunter of hunters, or possibly the one who supervised and trained Eileen. Eileen wishes to put him to rest, to grant him mercy. But what fascinated me the most about Eileen is what happens if the player never encounters her at all. If this PC player never speaks to Eileen, then, if they travel to the Grand Cathedral after the blood moon has risen, they will suddenly be attacked by Eileen herself. Eileen accuses the hunter of succumbing to bloodlust. It is through this dialogue that Eileen reveals how she truly feels. The hunters must die! The hunters must die! The nightmare must end! Eileen herself knows full well the way in which the hunter's dream sustains and propagates the hunters. Indeed, the hunters themselves are being manipulated by the Great Ones into carrying out their eldritch tasks. What if there were no more hunters? None left to seek the blood or carry out the will of the Blood Moon. Would the nightmare end? Think of the way we as players thrill every time we slay a boss. How we rush to the dream to grow stronger. How we want to continue hunting. To continue growing in power. Few hunters can resist the intoxication of the hunt. Look at you. Just the same as all the rest. Maybe she's right. Fun fact, we used to, pre-2019, one of our favorite pastimes, even like coming home from work when we actually could work a day job, was just turning on Bloodborne and letting the streets flow with blood. Not trying to necessarily make progress, not even necessarily trying to level. Just going around Yarnum and killing beasts. Sort of like an exercise sprint. It was our version of doing a Sudoku puzzle. Let the streets run red. Let the streets run red. Chapter 5. Walter, the League, and the Vermin. But before that, let's meet Gehrman.
Beasts all over the shop. You'll be one of them, sooner or later.
What? Wow. Just wanted to activate the boss fight. Now that I've been in a boss fight, I think I naturally got some insight, because you usually get it when you first walk into a boss door. So now I can talk to Gehrman and the lovely doll. Let us return to the dream. And there she is, Mommy dearest. Also, I have a beckoning bell. And the silencing blank. Consume insight and ring the old hunter bell to enlist cooperation of old hunters. I guess their consciousness still floats around somewhere, hoping to help fellow hunters. Love myself some blood.
Hello, good hunter. I am a doll, here in this dream to look after you. Honorable hunter, pursue the echoes of blood, and I will channel them into your strength. You will hunt beasts, and I will be here for you to embolden your sickly spirit.
Use blood echoes to raise stats and level up.
Very well. Let the echoes become your strength.
And here we are.
Did you speak with Gehrman? He was a hunter long, long ago, but now serves only to advise them. He is obscure, unseen in the dreaming world. Still, he stays here, in this dream. Such is his purpose. Ah, the little ones, inhabitants of the dream. They find hunters like yourself, worship and serve them. Speak words they do not. But still, aren't they sweet?
Another infant-like entity in the world of Bloodborne. Our previous analysis, we never thought to look at the little skeletons that come out of the fountain. They're basically like the Hunters fan club. They're the only ones that still remember what like all the badges mean. And they crawl all over you when you become a hunter for the first time. They're like VTuber fans.
Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
I appreciate you. Not much worth selling yet. I do want to... What do I want to do? I want to load up on Molotov cocktails for fighting Gascoigne.
Aha! You must be the new hunter. Welcome to the hunter's dream. This will be your home for now. I am... Gehrman. Friend to you hunters. You're sure to be in a fine haze about now, but don't think too hard about all of this. Just go out and kill a few beasts. It's for your own good. You know, it's just what hunters do. You'll get used to it. This was once a safe haven for hunters. A workshop where hunters used blood to enhance their weapons and flesh. We don't have as many tools as we once did, but you're welcome to use whatever you find. Even the doll, should it please you.
Fun fact, the doll is modeled after Maria, Gehrman's first student. And though nothing has been said specifically, the lore little tidbit about Maria not being aware of Gascoigne's, sorry, not Gascoigne's, of Gehrman's curious mania, on top of the fact that he made a doll that looks like her, that he literally tells new hunters that, or implies to new hunters that they can fuck, seems to suggest unfortunate things about Gehrman and Lady Maria's relationship. Let's go back to Yarnum and the waking world. Now I might kill a few beasts to just wet my whistle. It'd be nice to have a little bit more, HP. This brings me back. The primordial ooze of the hunt. Having memorized locations of enemies, tearing through them. Dodging at just the right time. Killing, still killing. Oh, so thrilling. Yeah, Bloodborne still holds up. think there's another shortcut I need to unlock. I'm probably gonna try to fight Gascoigne for real before I read the next chapter. Though it's gonna be interesting at my current level of resources. There we go. Now I can run around and yell, away, away, away. Away! 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 How do you like it? Okay, that's actually not super useful. You're not beast enough. I don't know how long it was before we realized that you can, cheese these fuckers at the door. Goodbye. When the hunt began, the healing church left us, blocking the great bridge to Cathedral Ward, as old Yarnum burned to the ground that moonlit night. I can't believe they would do such a thing. pants heavy, but still holding. Somehow. Alright, doors have been opened. But we're not done yet.
You're a hunter, aren't you? Then, well, do you know of any safe places?
Not at the moment. I guess I made too much of a racket and call attention to myself.
This town's finished.
It's so hard to find Paleblood in this town. Wow, all is still. Whoa. Ah, Saw Hunter's badge. Which means I just picked that up off of a hunter. Sorry, homie. I can't remove something from my inventory while I'm on the ladder. As some might say, be aggressive. Bozo. Come on. You know you want to. I guess you aren't beast enough to ravage me. I know, Gearman's right there. But before I try to fight him again, I will level up things. And to be quite honest, I don't want to waste any time or blood. If anything, I should read another chapter before I make another attempt. So I'll level up and then read from the Hunter's Dream. I think that sounds, fine enough. Also, it was nice just getting my blade wet. Yep, all dead. So much dead. Back to the dream! Back to the dream! Wow, it's dark outside now. utterly, terribly, grotesquely dark.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes. Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
I was like, wait, can I have 20? I was like, I don't think I can. I think I can have 10 and the rest go to my inventory. Could have bulked up on throwing knives, but I made a terrible, terrible mistake. One thing I don't know, what are those pillars? Always makes me think of Mortal Kombat. Chapter 5. Valtyr, the League, and the Vermin. The night brims with defiled scum and is permeated by their rotten stench. Just think. Now you're all set to hunt and kill to your heart's content. Voltar, Beast Eater. The beasts and the kin. These are the two types of enemies that we face in Bloodborne. One is born of the scourge of the beasts, humans tainted from the influence of the old blood. The other are ascended humans who have purged their body of the scourge and have become kin of the cosmos. Pure beings. There's something else, though. Some strange third thing that seems to be right around the corner, yet somehow avoid description. It's almost like there's something we just can't put our fingers on right in front of our nose. We try and pinpoint what this thing is to let us examine Voltar, the Beast Eater, and his League of Confederates. For starters, I will only use information and evidence that can be found inside the game. I will save my personal interpretations and beliefs for the end, so that you can make up your own mind about the evidence presented. We first encounter Valtyr in the Forbidden Woods, where he introduces himself to the player. I am Valtyr, Master of the League. Masters of the League cleanse the streets of all filth that's spread about during the hunt. Like any half-decent hunter ought to, you know? Haven't you seen enough of those wretched beasts? Freakish slugs and mad doctors? Sentence these fiends to death. The League appears to have been an organization that exists during the transitionary period from Gehrman's workshop into Ludwig's. However, Valtyr has been in Yharnam for quite some time. According to the constable garb worn by Valtyr, there's a rather popular fable in Yharnam. Once upon a time, a troop of foreign constables chased the beast all the way to Yharnam, and this is what they wore. The constables became victims of the beast, except for one survivor, who in turn devoured the whole creature, all by himself. As Valter's title is that of the Beast Eater, it's very reasonable to assume that he is the constable from the fable. It was when Valter consumed a beast, an utterly unholy act, that an oath rune was born within him: impurity. This rune, discovered inside the forbidden Beast Eater, came to symbolize impurity and the oath of the League. Confederates of the League hunt to discover vermin. Vermin writhe within filth, and are the root of man's impurity. Crush all vermin without hesitation. When Valter performed such a tainted act, he gained the impurity rune and the ability to see vermin. And with this ability, he formed the League. The League, dedicated to hunting down vermin, consisted of individuals who were brought face to face with the root of man's impurity and suffered the consequences. We only know of 3 Confederates, other than Valtar. The first is Yamamura the Wanderer, who was described by his garb as garb of distant eastern land, worn by Yamamura the Wanderer. This eastern warrior pursued a beast for honorable revenge, then became a hunter of the League. But when he stared straight into impurity, it drove him mad. It would appear that Yamamura's membership of the League was rather short-lived, as soon as the impurity oath was committed to his memory, he was driven mad. So while Yamamura plays a relatively minor role in the League, 2 more significant figures are the Madara's twins. From the Butcher's Mask, we learn that it is a mask of the Madara's twins, denizens of the Forbidden Woods. Likely belonging to the older of the 2, the twins grew up in silent kinship with a poisonous snake. Eventually, they learned human ways and became hunters. When they discovered vermin even in their beloved snake, the younger brother is said to have murdered the other. Furthermore, we learn from the Butcher's garb that both the twins became butchers and brought back and dissected their beast prey in order to support the villagers in their forbidden research. What was forbidden research of the villagers? What twisted discovery brought Yamamura to madness? And most importantly, what are the vermin? Wow, this part was relatively short before going into his opinions. I guess there's just not a lot to say that is not conjecture. What follows is purely my own interpretation and belief based on the evidence I have gathered. Do not consider any of this a solid fact. Instead, use it as my interpretation, so that you can gather your own beliefs. Some say, early in Yarnum's history, a group of foreign constables chased a beast into the city. The beast, however, turned and devoured the constables one by one. The sole survivor was Valter, who slew the beast and in some twisted maddened hunger for revenge, devoured the beast in turn. This unholy act branded Valter as the Beast Eater, and within him was born the Oath Rune, impurity. When Valter turned and gazed throughout the city of Yarnum, he found he could now see those who had become impure, tainted with filth. In order to combat this new threat, Valter formed a league, gathering a group of Confederates and branding them with the impurity rune so that they could see the true root of man's impurity. In regards to the timeline of when exactly this took place, it appears to have taken place during the time when hunters were in a transitionary period away from German's workshop, but not yet fully formed with Ludwig's. We see that Valter favored the whirligig saw, a weapon designed by the powder kegs, and so it's likely that the League was in full force during the time of Old Yarnum. 2 Confederates of the League would have been the Madara's twins. Wild folk from the Forbidden Woods who were trained in the art of hunting. The Madara's twins had a great love for their beloved poisonous snake, along whom they had grown up together. The Madara's whistle tells us The twins grew up alongside a poisonous snake and developed a silent and human kinship. The poisonous snake grew uncontrollably, raised on a healthy diet of beast entrails. It appears that the twins would bring the victims of their hunts back to the woods with them, not only feeding them to their snake, but also handing them over to the villagers to aid in their research, as referenced in the Butcher's Garb. But what research was occurring in the Forbidden Woods? It's simple. Ashen blood. The Healing Church was at this time using the Forbidden Woods and the nearby poisonous swamp as their laboratory for the research and development of ashen blood. The Healing Church was studying the parasitic leeches found in the poisonous swamp, not only to develop it for use in Old Yarnum, but also to discover the source of the poison. The source of the poison of the filth. Where did this poison come from? Recall the Butcher's Mask. When they discovered the vermin even in their beloved snake, the younger brother is said to have murdered the older. A centipede-like creature discovered on successful hunts by League hunters. Vermin found hidden within filth are only seen by League Confederates and are the root of man's impurity. The League has assumed the task of finding and crushing all vermin. Perhaps there is some mercy in the madness. Those who wish to see vermin can, and those who can choose are provided with boundless purpose. The poison swamp was teeming with vermin, unseen by those who had not committed the impurity rune to memory. As the Madaris twins slaughtered an infected, vermin-riddled beast and fed them to their snake, the creature became tainted and riddled with the parasitic creatures. This is the source of the snake parasite of the Forbidden Woods. Vermin infested the local wildlife, and in turn, the wildlife infested the villagers. The snakes spat poison at their enemies. The ashen blood turned against the very people who had developed it in the first place. Ashen blood, the poison, the vermin. Perhaps it is the case that all cases of poison in the game are cases of ashen blood, and in turn are caused by the vermin. After all, the antidote tablets that were used to treat ashen blood are still in circulation today. If we look at the Nightmare Frontier, for example, we can recall the poisonous swamp that lovable, trustworthy Patches knocked us into. Here we find countless leeches and large creatures known as crawlers. Interestingly enough, the crawlers do not take extra damage as either beasts or kin. There's something else. Vermin. Infesting the Loran Silver Beast. We even find more maggots, likely teeming with vermin themselves. We as players of a video game are so conditioned to think of poison as some random, meaningless, vague side effect that we never stop to think what this poison actually is, if it has a root cause. This brings us to the bloodlickers, large, flea-like creatures. They are first discovered in Canehurst alongside a group of parasitic leeches. While described as beasts, interestingly enough, they do not suffer from damage bonuses against beasts. They're something else. Not kin, not beast. Vermin. What if the vermin were to infest a human? Not just one or two vermin, but an entire colony of the parasites squirming and writhing within the blood of the human being. No doubt they would be tainted. No doubt they would be forbidden. No doubt they would be vile. Chapter 6. Canehurst Castle, the Executioners, and Queen Annalise. That surely was a short chapter. I guess I'll have to try to kill German now. Wish me luck. The moon is still pale. No blood to be seen. So, going from the lantern next to, what was his name? Gerald or whatever? Gerbil? That guy. Running past the ogres. And, probably skipping a lot of enemies. I should also make sure that I equip the, equip the music bots. Oh yeah, I forgot who it was. A hunter must hunt. I don't give a fuck about you. I forgot to do the thing.
What's that smell? The sweet blood. Oh, it sings to me. It's enough to make a man sick.
Interesting. When he says all that, I'm not allowed to, I'm not allowed to access my inventory. Alright. Well, that smell was piss. Yeah, I still don't remember how to, like, do the emotes. Let's light this lamp. Gascoigne is actually much easier when you don't spam the music bots. Open the gate with the Odin Tomb key. Wow, now I've got 4 insight. I haven't popped any insight skulls, so I'm forced to believe that I got 3 insight from defeating Gascoigne. Welcome back, folks who came in just recently. Or, I should say, welcome and welcome back. As we continue the Paleblood hunt. Given this is a library, this is the perfect place to continue our research. Ooh, Blood Gem Workshop tool. Now I can enhance my weapons. Too bad I can't actually sit in the chair. But we'll pretend that I'm preening over books. Although it doesn't sound like there's a lot of sound here. There we go. I'll be sure to switch it back before going to slay more beasts, though. For folks who are unaware, I am reading the Paleblood Hunt, but I am also using Bloodborne as a backdrop to conduct it. Instead of just reading, I'm also playing. Although I've had to start from the beginning, so I can't go around and show you all the sights and sounds very easily, as I'm not particularly good at Bloodborne. We're okay. Although now, considering we've been faced or reminded of the fact that we can't play it online because we don't have PlayStation Plus right now, it makes me think maybe one of our goals for gaming this year should be to beat Bloodborne without any assistance from other people. Might be a great way to hone our skills in FromSoft games in general. Although it certainly won't be easy. I'm done with my dumb overtime job for today. Well, I'm glad you're free. For now. Enjoy your tiny little infinity. So yeah, the Paleblood Hunt is a written fan analysis of Bloodborne. It's quite long. We're in chapter 6. I've been reading it all day. It's a very celebrated piece of analysis, and it very much invites you to make your own analysis. But Redgrave, the creator of this document, went through a lot of effort to explore not just how other people were interpreting Bloodborne, but looking at the nuances and the holes in between the lore. And of course, reading every item description like a million times. So, let's continue. Chapter sets: Canehurst Castle, the Executioners, and Queen Annalise. Once a scholar betrayed his fellows at Bergenworth and brought forbidden blood back with him to Canehurst Castle. It was there that the first of the inhuman Vilebloods was born. The Vilebloods are fiendish creatures who threaten the purity of the church's blood healing. The ruler of the Vilebloods is still alive today, and so, to honor my master's wishes, I search for the path to Canehurst Castle. Alfred, Vileblood Hunter. If you're like me, you were excited the very moment the stagecoach pulled up to greet you at Hemwick. The journey to Canehurst Castle and the exploration of the new area provides a nice breath of fresh air and a pleasant interruption in Bloodborne, into which we are shown a whole new area with a whole new mystery. Canehurst is an area unlike many others in Bloodborne. To be perfectly honest, it doesn't really fit in, does it? A forsaken castle ruled by an undead queen. The weeping ghosts of murdered women wandering haunted chambers, man-eating gargoyles lying in wait to ambush unsuspecting prey. Really, the area would fit much more into Demon Souls than it does into Bloodborne. Or, I don't know, Castlevania, maybe. Canehurst is so unlike any other area in Bloodborne, even from a gameplay perspective. After all, Canehurst is the only area in the game that offers a Dark Souls-style covenant for the player to join. So, to get to the bottom of the mystery of Canehurst Castle, well, let's start by taking a look at Canehurst itself. What we know about it, what we can glean, and what monsters wander its halls. For starters, I will use only information and evidence that can be found inside the game. As always, I will save my personal interpretations and beliefs for the end, and so that you can make up your own mind about the evidence presented and line your brain with eyes. So I don't have to do it for you. While in Yharnam, blood is an object of worship, in Canehurst, blood is an object of desire. The nobles of Canehurst were elitist and aristocratic, enjoying form and elegance over strength or functionality, as described the knight set. Attire of the Knights of Canehurst, a regal piece graced by intricate goldwork. The Canehurst way is a mix of nostalgia and bombast. They take great pride in the blood-stained corpses of beasts that they leave behind, confident that they will stand as examples of decadent art. In Canehurst, your status at court is everything. The closer you are to the queen, the more important you are. The further away you are, the less you matter. The Blood Rapture rune. This rune resonates with the servants of the queen, carrier of the child of blood, who yearn for their queen's blood with little hope of requitement. For them, they find solace in blood rapture that serves as a surrogate for their desires. The highest honors in Canehurst was to be named a Vileblood, one of the elite inner circle of Queen Annalise, as evidenced by the ritual Queen Annalise makes the PC hunter perform should they choose to become a Vileblood. The Vilebloods imbibed in the Queen's blood, while Yharnamites share blood through injection and infusion. The nobles of Canehurst seem to drink it directly from the source. As Queen Annalise extends her wrists to the hunter, the Vilebloods were the elite guard of the Queen, and would travel out to hunt for her, bringing tribute back to her in the form of blood dregs, We will explore Vilebloods and Queen Annalise further in a later section, but for now, let's focus on the lesser important figures in Canehurst and what information we can gather from them. The old nobles, longtime imbibers of blood, are no strangers to the sanguine plague, and the disposal of beasts was a discreet task left to their servants, or knights, as they were called for the sake of their appearances. While there are beasts in Canehurst, they are much different from the beasts of Yarnum. There is no sign of lycanthropy, the main symptom of the condition we refer to as the scourge of the beast, anywhere to be found in Canehurst. There is no sign of lycanthropy, the main symptom of the condition we refer to as the scourge of the beast, anywhere to be found in Canehurst. Instead, the beasts of Canehurst are twisted, malformed things that drain the blood from the ground. The official description of the Bloodlickers reads, "With no host left to defend Canehurst Castle from the beastly siege, these deadly, vile creatures prowl the grounds, gorging themselves on the tainted fluid of the fallen." Indeed, the Bloodlickers seem far more interested in draining blood from corpses than they are of the PC hunter. Unlike Yarnum's beasts, which rip and tear flesh to shreds in pure rage, the Bloodlickers move quietly from corpse to corpse, drinking. We have here an example of a very different kind of beast, one wholly unlike the beasts of Yarnum. Yarnum beasts, we know, are the results of individuals succumbing to the tainted blood of the Great Ones, infected thanks to the use of blood menstruation. The Bloodlickers, infected with vermin, must have a different origin. Let us recall what Alfred says about Canehurst. "Once a scholar betrayed his fellows at Bergenworth and brought forbidden blood back with him to Canehurst Castle." Whatever blood was brought to Canehurst, it was most certainly not the blood of the Great Ones. It was something different and pure. The introduction of this forbidden blood led to a new mission by the then burgeoning Healing Church and the formation of the Executioners. Alfred continues. In his time, Ligarius led his executioners into Canehurst Castle to cleanse it of the Vilebloods. But all did not go well, and Master Ligarius became a blessed anchor, guarding us from evil. Tragic time, that Master Ligarius should be abandoned in the accursed domain of the Vilebloods. I must free him, so that he may be properly honored in martyrdom. Little is known of the executioners. They were a group of hunters who, led by a man named Ligarius, traveled to Canehurst and battled the Vilebloods. It would seem the executioners existed in the very early days of the Healing Church, back when the church was still operating mostly in secrecy. The executioner attire reads, "Attire worn by the band of executioners commanded by the martyr Ligarius." Later became the basis for all church attire, with its heavy draping of holy shawl. This would seem to suggest that the executioners were the first case of an organized group of the church operating in the open. As before, there was no section of the church wearing this familiar uniform. What this means of Alfred is unknown. He claims to be a simple hunter. Perhaps he simply sought to emulate the teachings of Ligarius. He certainly has a great deal of veneration for Ligarius, his entire mission being to complete Ligarius' mission once and for all, to elevate him to true martyrdom. Whatever Alfred's motivation behind following the path of the executioner, we know that the executioners of old did battle against the Canehurst Vilebloods, from the accounts we have access to. It was not a close battle. Ligarius' will described itself as being used to slaughter the Vilebloods in Canehurst, bathe in pools of their blood, and forever seeped in their ire. Slaughter is the key word here. the nobles of Canehurst were systematically executed. The Vilebloods were bludgeoned to death by the mighty wills of Ligarius. For all of their elegance and beauty, the Canehurst Vilebloods were no match for the fury of the executioners. But there was one Vileblood who could not be slain, and this brings us to the final topic of our current analysis. I am Annalise, Queen of Castle Canehurst, ruler of the Vilebloods, and sworn enemy of the Church. Annalise is a very strange figure in Bloodborne, and like I mentioned earlier, it doesn't really seem to fit. She is most assuredly something far more than simply human. In fact, the Queen is immortal. There is no way to kill her. Even Alfred, who rips her limb from limb, smashes her into pulp, tears out her organs, and smears her against the floor, leaves her nothing more than a pile of blood and meat, fails to kill her. Yum. She is left simply writhing, eerily. Alfred states, What good's your immortality now? Try stirring up trouble in this sorry state, all mangled and twisted, with every inside on the outside for all the world to see. Oh, that reminds me of the one girl who dies in a corpse party, and then the boy who likes her starts getting very excited about seeing her entrails, not knowing it's her, before her ghost eventually goes, "Hey, don't look at that, that's embarrassing, those are my insides." And honestly, if you think about it, your insides are way more private than even your underwear, so I see the point. It is truly humiliating to have your insides on the outside. Hey Chad, do you want to be humiliated? This pinkish lump of flesh remains warm, as if cursed. All hail the undying Queen of Blood. All surgeons are perverts. Real. Annalise is never dead. Her consciousness remains inside of the meat, and can be used to repair her. Indeed, Annalise can even be restored from her mangled state. From her mangled state, if the hunter brings the queenly flesh to the corpse in the altar of despair. But Annalise is not unique to this. She's not the only immortal queen in Bloodborne. Upon defeating Yarnum, Queen of Fumeru, okay, so she is the Queen of Fumeru. Upon defeating Yarnum, Queen of Fumeru, the hunter receives the Yarnum Stone. It appears to be meaty, organic remains, and even has the faint outline of a fetus within it. The Yarnum Stone reads, "The queen lies dead, but her horrific consciousness is only asleep, and it stirs an unsettling motion." What follows is purely my own interpretation and belief based on the evidence I have gathered. Do not consider any of this a solid fact. Instead, use it as interpretation, so that you may line your brain with eyes and gather your own beliefs. In the depths of ancient Fumeru, the Bergenworth scholars studied and researched the old blood of the Great Ones. However, the scholars found much more than the Great Ones. They found those who had once worshipped them, the Flumerians. It's not exactly clear if they directly located Yarnum, or if they simply gathered the blood samples from the Flumerians themselves. However, it's most likely that some of Yarnum's blood was recovered and researched. The old blood, while to be feared, was not forbidden. It seems strange that the scholars, seekers of truth, would label anything as forbidden. Yarnum's blood must have been so tainted, so vile and impure. that it was not to be toyed with. Perhaps his blood was teeming with vermin, the source of the Flammarian's seemingly magical abilities. Yarnum's mastery over blood is unlike anything seen in Bloodborne. During a battle against her, she seems to teleport, spray blood from her fingertips, and summons blades in the air of pure blood. Yarnum also appears to be able to project herself from her prison in Flammeru, appearing in both the Nightmare of Mensis and the Moonside Lake. Neither human nor Great One, Yarnum is some twisted impure mix of the two, possibly as a result of her impregnation by Odin, the formless Great One of Blood. One scholar, however, betrayed their fellows. This may have been Maria. We already know that Maria was of Cainhurst descent. Perhaps after the Hamlet massacre, Maria was disillusioned enough to bring the impure Yarnum's blood back to her people. However, it doesn't really seem to fit, as Maria is associated with the early Healing Church. The Healing Church most assuredly fears the blood of Yarnum. It even labels her blood as forbidden as well. The blood of Ariana's description reads, "A member of the old Healing Church would know that her blood is similar indeed to precisely what was once forbidden." Ariana even wears a Cainhurst dress. Ariana is the sets worker. Ariana even wears a Cainhurst dress, furthering the connection between the two figures. Perhaps the scholar who brought the forbidden blood to Cainhurst was just an unnamed scholar. Or perhaps it was Maria, or even the Bloody Crow. Either way, Yarnum's tainted blood made its way to Cainhurst Castle. Queen Annalise imbibed in the tainted, vermin-riddled, forbidden blood of Yarnum, becoming the first of the Vile Bloods. But Annalise was not satisfied with the simple transformation that followed. She sought an heir, a child of blood. Annalise believed that through the mass consumption... Oh, they both have A names. Annalise is the queen, Ariana is the queen. A blood, child of blood. She sought an heir, a child of blood. Annalise believed that through the mass consumption of powerful blood, she would be able to impregnate herself and give birth to the child of blood. And so, she created the Vile Bloods. The Cainhurst attire reads, "This paper-thin, silver armor is said to deflect blood of ill intent, and what allows the royal guards to capture prey for their beloved queen, so that one day she may bear a child of blood." The Vile Bloods set out into the night, seeking powerful beings to capture and drag back in chains to their queen. Hunters will become the favorite prey for the Vile Bloods. The Blood Drag, an item the PC hunter can recover if they have the Corruption Rune equipped, tells us. The Vile Bloods of Cainhurst, bloodlusting hunters, see these frightful things in cold blood. They often appear in the blood of echo fiends, that is to say, the blood of hunters. Queen Annalise partakes in these blood drag offerings so that she may one day bear the child of blood, the next Vile Blood heir. The blood dregs seem to have semen in it. Bloody semen. Look at the image of the blood drag item. Look at the small things that seem to squirm inside it. They rather look like sperm, don't they? Wait, do we have a blood drag? Nope, that's not a blood drag. Sorry. I can't show you the evil semen. Annalise believed that the consumption of blood of powerful figures would allow her to eventually conceive a child of blood. Whatever a child of blood is, it would never come to pass. The church discovered that this new threat, discovered The church discovered of this new threat and formed a response in the form of executioners, led by Ligarius. The Hunter badge tells us, Martyr Ligarius led a band of executioners, and this badge was crafted at their dedicated workshop. Their workshop was a secretive enclave of mystical beliefs and heady fanaticism, which served as the backbone of the executioners' unique brand of justice. Again, we can see the reference to secrecy, describing the church's early style of operating in darkness. The executioners stormed Castle Canehurst and slaughtered the Vilebloods. The nobles of Canehurst were shown no mercy as Canehurst fell to the invaders. But when Ligarius marched into the Queen's throne room, he found that no matter what he did, she would not die. Perhaps simply imbibing Arnhem's blood had granted Annalise power beyond death. Or perhaps it was an accumulation of blood dregs that had given her immortality. Either way, Ligarius ruled that Queen Annalise would never be allowed freedom. If she could not be killed, she must be made prisoner for all eternity to prevent the birth of her child of blood. A mask was forced onto her, covering her entire face. There are no references or information available to be found on what exactly this mask is, other than looking at it as she wears it. However, whatever power the mask holds has bound her in her throne room and left her unable to resist captivity. This still would not prevent outside sources from meeting with her and bringing her further blood drags, as the PC Hunter is capable of doing, and so Ligarius took the crown of Canehurst, the crown of illusions, and placed it atop his head. One of the precious secrets of Canehurst, the old king crown, is said to reveal illusions and expose a mirage that hides a secret. And so, Ligarius donned the crown of his own volition, determined to prevent a single soul from succumbing to stumbling into the vile secret. What visions did he see, sitting serenely upon his new throne? Only by wearing the crown of illusions would one be allowed access to Annalise's throne room. To prevent any further interaction with Annalise, Ligarius donned the crown and sat upon the throne of Canehurst, acting as a living lock for the prisoner queen. Recall how Ligarius's will states that it had become bathed in pools of their blood and forever seeped in their ire. Transforming the wheel reveals how tainted it has become. It contains the strength of the Vilebloods within it. Ligarius, too, had been so drenched in the impure blood that he had been forever steeped in the fury of the fallen Canehurst nobles. He had become undying, a part of the bloody spirits of the fallen Vilebloods. He would remain as such until the PC Hunter would end his watch, taking the crown of illusions and discovering Annalise. But what path will the player take? Will they kneel to the queen and join her, bringing her blood? Will they help Alfred in smashing her to pieces? Which path is the correct one to take? I don't know which one is the correct one to take, but I'll let you know right now that I'm a big fan of the Queen of the Vilebloods, and I'll let you know that I'm pretty sure if you get Queen Yarnum's ring from killing her in a boss fight in the optional Chalice dungeons, you can actually propose to that bitch. Much like how marrying a certain character in Elden Ring gives you the alternate ending. Although apparently, she always turns you down. She's so hard to woo. The ultimate tsundere, really. Martyr Ligarius once said, "Acts of goodness are not always wise, and acts of evil are not always foolish, but regardless, we shall always strive to do good." Chapter 7. Plumerians, Ariana, Odin, and Murgo. And as we are, we continue to find a nice place to hang out. We're so good at reading about all the legends and lore and myths. We're like a little historian, climbing the steps of knowledge, hoping not to tumble off the edge like a fool. Hey there, happy camper.
Hmm? Oh, you must be a hunter. Very sorry. The incense must have masked your scent. Good, good. I've been waiting for one of your ilk. These hunts have everyone all locked up inside, waiting for it to end. It always does, always has, you know, since forever. But it won't end nicely, not this time. Even some folks hiding inside are going bad. The screams of women folk, the stench of blood, the snarls of beasts, none of them's too uncommon now. Yarnum's done for, I tell ya. But if you spot anyone with their wits about 'em, tell 'em about this here Erden chapel. They'll be safe here. The incense wards off the beasts. Spread the word. Tell 'em to come on over. If you wouldn't mind.
He's a little off, but I'll let you know now. Spoilers, he's not able.
I know I shouldn't be asking you, but if you happen upon someone while hunting, tell them about this here Erden chapel. If they seem worth being told, that is. Oh, and I do sincerely hope they are.
Honestly, that laughing sounds a lot like crying. Maybe the other way. We are now in the lowest part of the Cathedral Ward district, where the Healing Church operates. I can't do a lot of damage without your puppy power. Low-level Bloodborne is fun in the early game. When every enemy has a much higher chance of killing you even at the best of times. One false move and it's all over. Puppy Power? Is Bloodborne just a video game adaptation of the live-action Scooby-Doo movie? If only. Pull the lever, Kronk. I think this is the way of the Forbidden Woods, but I need the password. Oh boy. No, it's not. I know exactly where I am. We're near Old Yarnum, where Dirge is. So you can actually talk to Dirge if you actually don't kill any. If you don't, actually, you can't just not kill. You can't let him see you kill any beasts. As long as he doesn't see you kill any beasts. Oh, Ashen Blood anti-poison tablets. Cool. As long as he doesn't see you kill any beasts. He will not attack you. Or rather, he won't attack you in close up. He might still try to shoot you, though. Wait, no, that's where I came from. It should be here to the left. This town is long abandoned. Hunters not wanted here. Old Yarnum.
You there? Hunter! Didn't you see the warning? Turn back at once. Old Yarnum, burned and abandoned by men, is now home only to beasts. They are of no harm to those above. Turn back, or the hunter will face the hunt.
One thing that I would hate to do is to waste my blood echoes uselessly dying. So I'd rather have 0 blood echoes when I go.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire?
I desire so much.
Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes. Over time, countless hunters have visited this stream. The graves here stand in their memory. It all seems so long ago now. Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
I've been thinking about the Bloodborne TTRPG, but like I said, it's so Yharnam specific to divorce it from the region. It's so Yharnam specific to divorce it from the region. We know the protagonist goes there to cure his disease, right? He or she, yeah. It is one of the only things we know, other than that they're a foreigner. And what's wrong with being Yharnam centric? It's like, I don't know. I know that like having a bigger world would be nice, but I mean, think about like Yakuza. Almost every Yakuza game happens in Kamurocho and is a really small setting, and it actually can tell a lot of interesting and cool stories that way. Of course, it's not fantasy, and a lot of it is based on real world stuff. It is obviously wacky, but the lore is more events in a soap opera-y way, as opposed well, actually no, I would say that it also has a lot of world history involved.
The moon is close. It will be a long hunt tonight. If the beasts loom large and threaten to crush your spirits, seek a holy chalice, as every hunter before you has. A holy chalice will reveal the tomb of the gods, where hunters partake in communion.
He's saying that because I just got to the area in which I can get it. The boss of the of Old Yharnam is you need to defeat them to have access to the Chalice dungeons, which are great for grinding and leveling and finding secrets. Oh yeah, I forgot about the durability thing. Gotta make sure to fix your weapons up every now and again. I'll just fortify what I have, since I do not actually much desire. I don't have a huge desire to main an early game weapon. Alright, now I'm willing to go and get Rained and Brimstoned on. We'll find a nice little place to hold up and read our little Bloodborne book. You just hold on. Of course, if I was reading and didn't play any Bloodborne during the stream, I probably would have finished reading by now. But what fun would that be? No weapons. Ow. That's fucked up. He'll probably also still try to kill me, even if all I do is throw rocks. You can't always be sure of his line of sight, though. Alright, here's where the gauntlet really begins.
You are a skilled hunter, adept, merciless, half cut with blood, as the best hunters are.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Fuck!
Which is why I must stop you.
Oh, a hunter as well. Let it be taken for the record that I have still not killed a goddamn thing. Fucking Christ. Ah, they're still human. Oh, they're so mean. Please don't kill them all. That's so mean. Someone got hanged. Thanks for the blood. See you next period. Haha. Oh, they can actually follow me. Awkward. Won't take him a while. Maybe I can talk with Deirdre in the meantime. That was a long ladder. What a thrill. Ah! Seriously?
you still have dreams? Well, the next time you dream, give some thought.
I didn't do anything. I was so peaceful. Of course, the other way is you could come in from the other side, so if he doesn't see you come into Old Yarnum first, then he won't exactly try to kill you, because you'll talk to him before he starts shooting at you. He considers a hunter to be here in the first place to be an inherent act of aggression. Which, I mean, I can't exactly deny that. You're so lucky I have better things to do than to kill you right now, Dirja. Just for pissing me off. But I think I want to get to the next lantern before I read. I am curious on how these beasts are subsisting. There's not exactly prey running around. Well, other than me, of course. I feel like I'm missing exit or something. Oh boy. There we go. Love a good walking tour. Yeah, I think you can get in here from like Yahar Ghul or something. Wah! That was a regular haunted house simulator. There's a boss in there, but I could swear there's a lantern around here somewhere. Maybe not. Guess I'll do the semi-sane thing and just fight. I will probably die, but... Huh, you're just gonna stand there? Alright. Now snatch it up. Ah! Died of slow poisoning. Cheap. And I could not actually find a lantern. I'll try one more time before we continue to the next chapter. Because we're doing surprisingly bad Bloodborne than we thought we would. Really thought the rest would be harder to shake off. I can hear all their little pauses. Oh! I ran out of bullets. Who said being a waste of flesh wasn't fun? Alright, I've had my fill. Let's go to some place and read yet still. I guess actually the ambience of the lantern is kind of nice. So let's do it here. We could probably extract a lot of information from the protag being a foreigner. Yharnam was probably one of the most wealthy cities in the region, and the tech level of the region is probably the same since the city doesn't seem to be a hub of non-blood related sciences. Well, I would say that the technology in Yharnam is more in the medical field, and I wouldn't say that that's necessarily true that Yharnam is the most technologically advanced in the region. Also, remember, the healing blood is not as much a scientific marvel as they made it seem like to the populace. It's actually it's like when you find like native medicinal herbs that you didn't know had certain properties. It was just like, oh, we discovered a thing has a certain property that we can use in medical science. At the end of the day, I don't think that it advanced their architecture, and certainly didn't extend it certainly didn't reasonably better the quality of life or make Yharnamites have a longer life because of these advances in blood administration. So, although technically they do have a lot of advancements, I think the advancements are specifically about blood, and that there are probably other places that are more advanced than them in other ways, like architecture or engineering. Chapter 7. The Flammarians, Ariana, Odin, and Murgo. In the age of the Great Ones, wedlock was a blood contract, only permitted to those slated to bear a special child. The Flammarians existed long, long ago, before the events of Bloodborne take place. And yet, the echoes of what happened in old Fulmeru resonate very deeply in the current city of Yharnam, more so than the Yharnamites can possibly know. For starters, I will use only information and evidence that can be found inside the game. I will save my personal interpretations and beliefs for the end so that you can make up your own mind about evidence presented. The Flammarian society existed long, long ago, centuries or even millennia ago. They were a people who were masters of ancient arcane arts, specifically relating to arts of fire and arts of blood. The Flammarian people seemed to be matriarchal, or at the very least, the most important positions were often held by women. The hallways of the ancient labyrinth echoed with sinister bells rung by the bell ringers. When we look at the description of a sinister root chalice, we are told, when used in ritual, this sinister chalice summons the sinister resonant bell. The bell-ringing woman appears to be a mad Flammarian. Aside from the bell ringers, who have the keepers, a group of eternal warriors wander the labyrinth caring for its denizens. The Bone Ash Armor states, "The keepers, who mine the slumbering great ones, gained eternal life, preserved in ashen form, in a ceremony of flame, their cremated body and soul." These women clearly held positions of power and importance, and we do know that they are women despite their masks, as the voice clips they play during their combat and death animations are that of the female voice actress. Finally, we have the Flumerian Queen. Originally, the Flumerian people had no ruler. They worked as simple caretakers of the ancient labyrinth, the great Flumeru Ilth Chalice. While early Flumerians were mere humble guardians of the slumbering Great Ones, their descendants felt entitled to name themselves a leader. As Flumerian society advanced, they grew into a more stable society with a queen as their figurehead. The capital of Flumeru, Ahil, was named after one such queen, possibly the first. However, it is the last queen of Flumeru, Yarnum, who will be the focus of our analysis. As for the men of Flumeru society, they seem to provide more of a workforce and military for Flumeru. The Hintertomb Chalice tells us the Hintertombs are the perpetual catacombs of the old underground labyrinth. To this day, the Watchers continue to expand the Hintertombs. Unceremonious catacombs filled with graves and death. Indeed, very often will the clanging sound of a pickaxe fill the player's ear as the undead Flumerians toil away to expand the labyrinth further and further. They are overseen by the Watchers, fat and girthy men wielding cudgels, cleavers, burning irons, and even shotguns. They are also the Shadows of Yarnum. First encountered in the Forbidden Woods, the Shadows are presented to the player far before we know of the Queen's true name. The only two places the Shadows are found are in the Forbidden Woods and in the Nightmare of Mensis, both times and places very close to Queen Yarnum herself. Interestingly enough, if the PC hunter wishes, they can lure the man-eater boars into the Shadows found in the Nightmare of Mensis. The Shadows will fight and kill the pigs, while some of them will die in the process. The Shadows do not appear to be aligned with the School of Mensis at all. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, the word shadow has many definitions, the most lesser used being an inseparable attendant or companion. It's a very clever use of ironic wordplay by Firm Software to introduce the players first to the Shadows of Yarnum, leaving them to naturally associate the Shadows as being associated with the city Yarnum, as opposed to the Queen. The Flumerians were, as the chalices imply, superhuman beings. They were close to the Eldritch Truth. And achieved evolution and metamorphosis through the use of blood menstruation, as evidenced by the fallen Flumerian city Loran. According to the ailing Loran chalice, tragedy that struck this ailing land of Loran is said to have its root in the scourge of the beasts. When the PC hunter travels to the ruins of Loran, they find a city that in many ways resembles Old Yarnum. It is a place ravaged by the scourge of the beast, as the vast majority of its inhabitants are either mindless beasts or mad bell ringers. There is even a dark beast, the mightiest of all the beasts, that lurks on the lowest levels of the fallen city. Just as there is one that dwells in Old Yarnum. In Old Yarnum, the scourge of the beast was a result of the rampant blood menstruation by the then newly founded healing church in an attempt to cure the horrible disease Ashen Blood. The lower Loran chalice states, there are trace remains of medical procedures in parts of ailing Loran. Whether these were attempts to control the scourge of the beast or the cause of the outbreak is unknown. We can now put the pieces together and see that what the player is currently experiencing in Yharnam once occurred a long, long time ago in ancient Flumero. Through the use of the old blood of the Great Ones, the Flumerians were able to ascend and evolve, and yet, with the tainted blood came the scourge of beasts, and possibly even what we would refer to in the modern era of Bloodborne as a hunt, along with the blood moon. This brings us back to the Queen. A note found in the Bergenworth mansion reads, "When the red moon hangs low, the line between man and beast is blurred, and when the Great One descends, a womb will be blessed with child." The PC Hunter encounters Queen Yharnam after the death of Ram the Vacuous Spider. The most immediately horrifying apparent figure of the Queen is the blood staining her stomach. It's a sickening moment for the player, at least it was for me. She is found at the bottom of the Moonside Lake, having seemingly appeared out of nowhere, staring up at the sky and weeping. There, the PC Hunter sees the blood moon for the first time and hears the cry of a newborn baby. In ancient Flumeru, the scourge of beasts ravaged the land. It must have been then that the blood moon arose, perhaps for the very first time, and a womb was blessed with child. It's unknown if Yharnam was impregnated by the Great Ones specifically because she was queen, or if she was simply a woman chosen at random. But she is most assuredly assumed to have been, in that hunt, the potential mother of a Great One, as we can see from the blood-stained rags around her stomach. The birth did not go well. Let us now jump forwards, hundreds of years, in fact, back into the present day of Yharnam, as we see it in Bloodborne, and discuss Ariana. The PC Hunter encounters Ariana living in the Cathedral Ward of Yharnam. The Lady of the Night mistakes the hunter for a potential customer and sends them away, telling them that she takes hunts off. Once the PC Hunter has defeated Vicar Amelia, they can convince Ariana to seek shelter in either Odin Chapel or ISFK Clinic. Sending her to the clinic will end all further interaction with her, while sending her to the chapel will allow the PC to encounter and speak with her further. Once Ariana and the PC Hunter become acquainted, she does what any good Yharnamite would do and offers her new friend a vial of her blood. If the hunter accepts, they receive the item Blood of Ariana. It is with this item that we see the first inklings that Ariana may be much more than what she first seems. Blood taken from Ariana, Cathedral Ward Woman of Pleasure. A member of the old healing church would know that her blood is similar indeed to precisely what was once forbidden. Why would Ariana have blood similar to something that was forbidden? After all, the blood flows like water in Yharnam. Anyone and everyone shares and imbibes in blood with one another. What makes Ariana's blood special, huh? Let us, for a moment, take a look at what the PC Hunter encounters should they go to the very depths of the Flumerian Labyrinth, to the very bottom of the Flumerian Lull. It is here that the hunter fights against the weeping Yharnam, Queen of Flumeru. But take a closer look at her as you fight her and notice that she seems bound, chained. There is cloth bound around her eyes, blinding her, and her wrists have been tightly chained together to keep her movement restricted. She is restrained for apparently good reason. During the fight with Yharnam, she will free herself from her bondage and display a mastery over blood that can only possibly be defined as magic. She melts into blood, using it to travel distances. She uses blood to create false copies of herself. She sprays blood from her fingertips. She stabs herself through the wrists and chest in order to summon blades of blood that swing through the air and impale the hunter. Returning back to Ariana, One only needs to take a brief look at her features to see the similarities between her and Queen Yarnum. Where do these similarities come from? From Canehurst? Ariana's dress is the dress of a Canehurst noblewoman, one like Queen Annalise. Their flowing hair, long, sweeping dress, and obvious beauty are all shared. The noble dress is found in a Canehurst portrait room. There are many portraits of nobles, one of a tall, crowned woman in a gray dress, holding a blonde child. Perhaps Ariana is a descendant of Queen Annalise, who had imbibed in Yarnum's forbidden blood. Or, if not royalty, perhaps she simply has Canehurst blood in her genes. Either way, her blood is forbidden. If the hunter has also rescued Adela the nun in addition to Ariana, they may notice that when talking to Ariana in Odin Chapel, if they angle their camera to the side, they can notice that every time they speak to Ariana, Adela will rise from her seat to stare and watch the conversation. When the hunter finishes speaking to Ariana, Adela will immediately look away and pretend as if she wasn't watching at all. It's a brilliantly subtle way to show that Adela has an eye on Ariana and is possibly aware of the blasphemous nature of her blood. But the similarities between Ariana and Queen Yarnum do not end with their clothing and facial structure. The fate that befell Queen Yarnum would, centuries later, befall Ariana. Every great one loses its child, and then yearns for a surrogate. Queen Yarnum's childbirth did not go well, judging from the massive amount of blood staining her stomach, and the way she was found weeping in front of Margot's loft. We can only assume that the child did not survive the birthing process. When the blood moon rises over Yarnum, Ariana first starts to feel pain in her stomach. Oh, there's something wrong with me. She will refuse to give the PC hunter any more of her blood, and will have nothing to say until the hunter has slain Mikolash in the Nightmare of Mensis. If the PC hunter returns to the cathedral ward, they'll find Ariana's chair empty, and a trail of serum, clear blood, leading towards the tomb of Odin. Following the blood trail, we find what is, in my opinion, the most disturbing scene in the entire game. A sobbing Ariana next to a squirming, wriggling, celestial larva covered in blood. The implications are unpleasant. Ariana has gone completely mad, muttering, sobbing, laughing. Ariana has gone completely mad. It can't be. This is a nightmare. The larva will do nothing but squirm pathetically at her feet until the hunter kills it. A single attack, any weapon will do the trick. Recovered from the dead creature is an umbilical cord. Every great one loses its child, and then yearns for a surrogate. And Odin, the formless great one, is no different. To think, it was corrupted blood that began this eldritch liaison. What follows is purely my own interpretation based on the evidence I have gathered. Do not consider any of this as solid fact. Instead, use it as my interpretation so that you may gather your own beliefs and line your brain with eyes. Centuries ago, the Flumerian people discovered the old blood and the great ones. Using the blood to elevate themselves beyond humanity, their height grew, their strength was magnified, and they gained arcane control over fire and blood. However, with the old blood comes the scourge of the beast. The Flumerian city of Loran was the first to succumb to the scourge, as an outbreak spread throughout the populace, and the Flumerians were infected by the scourge. And when the line between man and beast is blurred, the red moon will hang low. The great ones will descend, and a womb will be blessed with child. Queen Yarnum was impregnated, but every great one loses its child. But in the hunt, but the hunt will always begin with, but the hunt will always begin again, and so it did. The red moon hung low, and the line between beasts and men was blurred, and so the great ones descended, and a womb was blessed with child. The daughter of Queen Annalise, Ariana, bore corrupted blood, which began an eldritch liaison. But with whom? This brings us to Odin, the Formless One. The Formless One, Odin Rune states, the Great One Odin, lacking form, exists only in voice, and is symbolized by this rune. Human or no, the oozing blood is a medium of the highest grade, and the essence of the formless Great One Odin. Both Odin and his inadvertent worshippers serendipitously seek the precious blood. Of all the Great Ones, Odin is the one most similar to an outer god of the Lovecraftian mythos, upon which Bloodborne is designed. Odin is a being of such an absurdly complex design that it will be impossible for Firm Software to even put him in their game, for describing his shape is something human beings simply cannot do. Odin is also the Great One most closely associated with the blood, as both runes associated with him, Formless Odin and Odin Wraith, secrete a constant medium of blood, and provide the PC hunter with ways of replenishing or storing the quicksilver bullets that were fused with their own blood. And while the Healing Church worships several gods, it is likely that Odin is very high on their pantheon, if not their chief god. There is an entire chapel devoted to Odin's worship, the Great One of Blood, around whom all the Healing Church revolves. Odin, the Formless One, exists quite literally all around us. He is literally everywhere, without shape, and only carrying a voice. In this sense, Odin could also possibly be referred to as the cosmos itself. Mikolash makes this discovery in the nightmare when he is found communing with a Great One. He begins by confusing Odin with Kas, believing he is speaking to the dead Great One of the ocean. Ah, Kas, or some say Kasum, do you hear our prayers? Halfway through the boss fight, Mikolash has an epiphany. The cosmos, of course! It's not Kasum, it's Cosmos. The choir would discover this truth as well. Indeed, their entire religion would be founded upon it, as referenced by the cosmic Eye Watcher badge. Badge of a member of the choir, elites of the Healing Church. The eye signifies the very cosmos. The choir stumbled upon an epiphany, very suddenly and quite by accident. Here we stand, feet planted in the earth. But might the cosmos be very near us? Only just above our heads? Odin is so omnipotent that while he might not be God in the Judeo-Christian religious sense, is mostly certainly God-like. This would lead the choir's mantra, their epiphany. The sky and the cosmos are one. The early Healing Church had believed that the Great Ones were associated with the water, as this had been where Kas was found. The choir, however, concluded that it was not the sea that linked them to the Great Ones, but the very cosmos itself. Odin. It was Odin who impregnated Queen Yarnam, and it was Odin who impregnated Ariana. The vast majority of players will first encounter the crying of a baby when they are first presented with the blood. When they are first presented with the blood moon after the death of Ram, the vacuous spider. It is at this point that the line between the waking world and the nightmare begin to blur. The blood moon hangs low. The Agmandala becomes visible, and the constant crying of a baby will begin to follow and haunt the PC hunter as they struggle to understand what is happening. Many players know it is possible to see the Agmandala before the blood moon rises if they have at least 40 insight, but Did you know that it is also possible to hear the crying baby before the death of Ram as well? I discovered this on my New Game Plus Plus playthrough, in which I decided to start with 99 insight to see if anything happened differently. What I discovered is that if the PC hunter has an insight above 60, they can hear the crying baby, even before the blood moon is risen. This would seem to imply that the baby exists far before the menses ritual takes place. Every Great One loses its child, and Murgo, Queen Yarnam's child with a Great One, was lost as well. When we encounter Queen Yarnam in the Dreamlands, it looks almost as if her stomach has been ripped open, a child torn from her womb. But when we encounter her in the bottom of the Plumerian Labyrinth, she is noticeably still swollen with child. Upon her death, she drops the Yarnam Stone. In it, we see the outline of a fetus. Roughly, 1% of pregnancies are ectopic. A complication in pregnancy meaning that the fetus begins to develop outside of the uterus. Of ectopic pregnancies, 1% of them are abnormal, in which case the fetus develops in the abdomen of the mother as opposed to the womb. When one of these pregnancies fails and the fetus dies, it begins to slowly calcify and harden. The fetus can remain in the mother for years. In many cases, the fetus remains calcified and hardened inside the mother for decades after its birth. These fetuses are called lithrodons, or stone babies. This is what the Yarnam Stone is, the calcified corpse of an unborn Great One, Murgo, stillborn. The only thing that could be salvaged from Murgo would be his umbilical cord, found from the defeated boss fight, Murgo's wet nurse. The cord reads, a great relic, also known as the cord of the eye. Every infant Great One has this precursor to the umbilical cord. Every Great One loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate. This cord granted Mensis audience with Murgo, but resulted in the stillbirth of their brains. Mikolash had seen both the success of Master Willem and the failure of Lawrence. He had seen that in order to ascend, one must use a cord of the eye, the umbilical cord of a Great One. When the School of Mensis attempted to use Murgo's umbilical cord to commune with Murgo himself, the ritual was an enormous and terrible failure. It's unclear exactly what it means for a Great One to be lost, or even to be dead. They exist on a plane of existence, so far above our own. Recall that even though something may die in the waking world, its consciousness may live on in the nightmare. Murgo lived on in the nightmare, possibly attached in part to the wet nurse, or possibly manifested as the wet nurse itself. It is likely that the School of Mensis made a connection with Murgo by using his umbilical cord, but what they found was an eldritch concept of death. So inconceivable that it resulted in the obliteration of their minds. Simon the Herald says, beware, secrets are secrets for a reason, and some do wish to see them uncovered. Some do not wish to see them uncovered, especially when the secrets are particularly unseemly. Oh, here we are. Chapter 8. Mikolash, the Blood Moon, the Dreamlands, and the Great Ones. Bah. I'm thinking about where I want to go now. Without fighting the cleric beast right now, there's not a lot I can do in terms of going too much forward with the story. Damn curse, it's a damn curse. Oh. Oh, you noticed I'm cursed. Thank you so much.
You're a beast hunter, aren't you? I knew it. That's precisely how I started out. Oh, beg pardon. You may call me Alfred, protege of Master Ligarius, hunter of vile bloods. So, what say you? Our prey might differ, but we are hunters, the both of us. Why not cooperate and discuss the things we've learned?
Sure.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed. Take this to celebrate our acquaintance.
Ah, fire paper. Oh, that might actually help me kill some dirty, rotten beasts that have a lot of poison and breathe bad breath on me. Ooh, I also got the prey.
Beast hunting is a sacred practice. May the good blood guide your way. There must be oodles for us to share.
Oodles.
Go on. Just tell me what piques your interest.
About Bergenworth.
Bergenworth is an old place of learning, and the Tomb of the Gods, carved out below Yharnam, should be familiar to every hunter. Well, once a group of young Bergenworth scholars discovered a holy medium deep within the tomb. This led to the founding of the Healing Church and the establishment of blood healing. In this sense, everything sacred in Yharnam can be traced back to Bergenworth. But today, the college lies deep within a tangled wood, abandoned and decrepit. And furthermore, the Healing Church has declared Bergenworth forbidden ground. It's unclear how many of its scholars remain alive, but only they know the password that allows passage through the gate.
The password is Fear the Yellow Blood. What about the Healing Church, then?
As you know, The Healing Church is the fountainhead of blood healing. Well, I'm a simple hunter, quite unfamiliar with the ins and outs of the institution, but I have heard that the holy medium of blood healing is venerated in the main cathedral, and that counselors of the old church reside in the high stratum of the cathedral ward. If you seek blood healing, and the church is willing, you should pay them a visit.
Oh. Good to know.
I bid you farewell. It has been a pleasure. May the good blood guide your way.
May the good blood guide your way. For now. And of course, we will continue. Chapter 8. Mikolash, the Blood Moon, the Dreamlands, and the Great Ones. Wow, I think we're nearing wearing a diaper for 24 hours now. Huh. A hunter is a hunter, even in a dream. But alas, not so fast. The nightmare swirls and churns unending. Mikolash, host of the nightmare. If there's anyone in Bloodborne that we can safely ascribe the quality of bad guy, it's probably Mikolash. The Great Ones are too complex and too alien in their existence to ascribe mortal values of good or bad to them. Willem very likely tried his hardest to prevent the events of Bloodborne from occurring in the first place. The beasts are no longer thinking creatures. Yharnam is portrayed as being a tragic figure, the victim of circumstance beyond her control. Annalise defied the church and tried to steer her people into a new age of prosperity. Lawrence and Gehrman tried to control the Scourge. Ludwig tried to establish an organization that would protect the innocent. Eileen only kills hunters who have succumbed to bloodlust. The abhorrent beast can't help the fact that he's been so horribly afflicted with the Scourge that his dialogue is almost heart-wrenching as you see how terrible his condition is. Maria genuinely cared for the patients of the research hall and is racked with guilt at her actions in the hamlet. Patches is mischievous but amicable. The false Iasefka is desperately trying to finish research which she believes will uplift and save humanity. Alfred simply wants to let Ligarius rest in peace. Nah, I would actually say not Ligarius, the guy I just met, Alfred. Considering how he talks about the cruelty with how he relishes in the cruelty of turning the Queen of the Vile Bloods inside out, I think elevates him to a point that is not just, oh, he was trying his best. I'm gonna be real, the executioners are. They're bad guys, what can I say? But continuing. Durja just wants to protect old Yarna. Gascoigne is slaying what he believes are monsters. Mikolash, on the other hand, is batshit crazy, and he seems perfectly happy with that fact. Mikolash's existence seems to be, in and of itself, a laugh at the player by the developers. We've journeyed so far, so much, and struggled so painfully in our search for answers. When we finally encounter someone who could explain to us what the hell is going on, he's stark raving mad. It's almost as if the developers were taunting us. You sure you want to know the answers? He knows the truth. Look at what good it did him. But before we get to Mikolash's status as being host of the nightmare and the implications that holds, let's go back to the beginning and take a look at Mikolash and his school of Mensis. For starters, I will use only information and evidence that can be found inside of the game. I will save my personal interpretations and beliefs for the end, so that you can make up your own mind about the evidence presented. Everything started at Bergenworth. A group of scholars discovered the existence of the Great Ones and the incredible power of the Old Blood. This would lead to an inevitable separation as differences in ideology led to a group of the Bergenworth scholars leaving the academy to follow to found the Healing Church. Mikolash was one such scholar. In our fight against him, we see Mikolash wearing the tattered uniform of a Bergenworth scholar. The description of the student's uniform reads: Uniform of the students of Bergenworth, a bygone institute of learning. The Healing Church has its roots in Bergenworth and naturally borrows heavily from its uniform design. The focus not on knowledge or thought, but on pure pretension, would surely bring Master Willem to despair, if only he knew. In the early days of the Healing Church, the group operated mostly in secret. Gehrman's workshop would serve as a secret police force for the church, while Mikolash would found the School of Mensis, a new institution of learning for the church to continue the research at Bergenworth. According to the Upper Cathedral Key, the upper echelons of the Healing Church are formed by the School of Mensis, based in the Unseen Village, and the choir occupying the Upper Cathedral Ward. The key is found in Yahar Ghul on the corpse of an imprisoned choir member. From their new secret location in Yahar Ghul, Mikolash's new School of Mensis would be protected and hidden by the Healing Church. The Yahar Ghul attire tells us, the hunters of Yahar Ghul answer to the village's founders, the School of Mensis, hunters in name only. These kidnappers blend into the night, wearing this attire. From this hidden conclave, servants of the School of Mensis would skulk out into the night and kidnap innocents to drag back to Yahar Ghul for their experiments. The PC hunter can be one such kidnapped victim if they die to a kidnapper, an enemy that first make their appearance after the death of the blood-starved beast. The hunter also encounters and fights two Yahar Ghul hunters lurking outside of a home in the Cathedral Ward, possibly searching for more victims. It would seem, however, that the School of Mensis slowly drifted apart from the Healing Church. While Yarnamites venerate the Old Blood and pay homage to the Great Ones as being godlike figures, the citizens of Yahar Ghul worship the Great Ones directly. Statues of the twisted figures line the streets, and enormous chapels are devoted to the worship of spider-like Great Ones. Furthermore, the rituals of the School of Mensis seem to be either directly or indirectly responsible for the coming of the Blood Moon. But what is the Blood Moon? A note left by a hunter in Yahar Ghul says, madmen toil surreptitiously in rituals to beckon the moon, uncover their secrets. Another note left by another dead hunter says, the Mensis ritual must be stopped, lest we all become beasts. A note found in Bergenworth Mansion reads, when the red moon hangs low, the line between man and beast is blurred. A note left by Durja at the entrance of Old Yarnum says, the red moon hangs low, and beasts rule the streets. An ominous note in Yahar Ghul says, behold, a pale blood sky. The player first encounters the Blood Moon after the death of Ram, the vacuous spider. The PC hunter discovers Queen Yarnum at the bottom of the Moonside Lake, seemingly having appeared from nowhere. She weeps as she stares at the sky, and as the hunter follows her gaze, they see the overwhelming Blood Moon looming over them. After that, everything changes. That is the moment that Bloodborne goes from being a tale of beasts and blood to a tale of horrible eldritch things that work behind the scenes. Or perhaps a better way to explain it would be that it has always been a story of eldritch things, only we could not see them. Many players walk out of Odin Chapel for the first time to the sound of a loud, hissing, vacuum-like noise coming from behind them. They turn and stare at the peculiar wisp of air that seems to flow through the air. Some of them, as I did, walk closer to learn more. It is then that the hunter is hoisted into the air by unseen forces, crushed to death and succumbing to frenzy. If you're like me, you moved on with the hunt. You chalked up to another bullshit. What killed you was an amygdala, or at least what I will refer to as an amygdala. It's not clear if the amygdala that serves as the boss of the nightmare frontier is the Great One's name or its species. However, the amygdala arm labels it as arm of a small amygdala Great One. Strictly speaking, the amygdala arm is no trick weapon of any sort, but certain madmen wield them like clubs. Starts as a large, tough blunt weapon formed of bone, but when expanded, the hand quivers as if it were still alive. The term Great One is too broad, so I refer to these creatures as the Amygdalite. Once the hunter slays Ram and the blood moon rises, the Amygdalite are no longer hidden. In fact, it becomes painfully clear that they've been there all along. And this brings us to the Dreamlands. Many players, indeed, I would say the majority of players, are naturally confused by the words nightmare and dream that repeat in Bloodborne. Most people haven't read the works of Lovecraft, from which the Bloodborne series takes its influence. Even those who have read Lovecraft typically only read his latter and admittedly much better written works, such as Shadow over Innsmouth and The Call of Cthulhu. However, towards the middle of Lovecraft's career, we have what Lovecraft scholars refer to as the dream cycle. For Lovecraft, the act of dreaming as a method in which human beings could briefly transport their consciousness to an alternate dimension. The Dreamlands are not an illusion. They are a real place. The Dreamlands are a location, just like Yarnum, Bergenworth, Canehurst, or Yahar Ghul. The mere fact that the player can take items from the Dreamlands and bring them back to the waking world is proof that it's a place equally real. The lead elixirs, the lead elixir, blah. The lead elixir's description reads, Its recipe for this mysterious concoction is unknown, but some postulate that it materializes only within the most desperate nightmare. There are 4 distinctly different locations in the Dreamlands that the PC hunter travels to. The Nightmare Frontier, the Lecture Hall, the Hunter's Nightmare, and the Hunter's Dream. The Hunter's Dream is the first place in the Dreamlands the hunter travels to, and from here it is where they will travel to different parts of the game world. The Lecture Hall is the next location the hunter travels to. The Lecture Hall of Bergenworth has been somehow warped and transported into the Dreamlands. The Lecture Hall is connected to the Nightmare, which consists of both the Nightmare of Mensis and the Nightmare Frontier, and, judging from the fact that a church giant is found in the upper levels, it's possible that the School of Mensis moved into the Nightmare Lecture Hall at some point in time. Notice then when the hunter opens certain doors in the lecture hall and transports to the nightmare. The same warping effects and particles occur as when the hunter uses a lamp. The Dreamlands are a location that exists parallel to our own world. They have a landscape just like we do, only they play by slightly different rules. Teleportation is just another method of transportation in the Dreamlands. The Dreamlands exist directly parallel to our own waking world. While the waking world is the domain of humanity, the Dreamlands are the lands of the Great Ones. These two worlds exist like a reflection of one another. The Nightmare Frontier appears to be a reflection of the ravaged Flamarian land of Loran, as evidenced by the fact that silver beasts wander the frontier, and that Amygdala drops the ailing Loran chalice. The Hunter's Nightmare appears to be a reflection of the city of Yharnam itself. The Hunter's Dream is obviously Gehrman's abandoned workshop. There are places so very familiar to their locations in the waking world, only slightly different. Consider staring into the mirror, watching your reflection. You stare at it for an hour, and for the briefest of moments, you see a figure standing behind you in your reflection. Whipping your head behind you, startled, you see that nothing is there. Looking back at your reflection, the figure is gone. What you've just seen is a tiny little rip in the veil that separates the two worlds, the waking world and the Dreamlands. The figure is, of course, still standing behind you. It exists on a plane of reality parallel to our own, above yours. Maybe the figure was curious about you, wanted to learn more, and in showing interest, made itself visible for just the slightest of moments. Behold! The Paleblood sky! Behold! This message can be found prior to Ram's death. Rather confusingly, if we look up at the sky, nothing is out of the ordinary. The message is still there. However, after Ram's death, looking at the sky reveals the blood moon and all of its splendor. Of course, the message was there before, because the blood moon was always there. We just couldn't see it. This is what insight allows us to do. With 40 insight, the hunter will be able to see the Amygdala in the cathedral ward even before the death of Ram. While 50 insight, the theme music of the hunter's dream will change to the theme that plays in the hunter's dream after Ram's death, even before Ram's death. With 60 insight, the hunter will be able to hear the crying baby when standing next to Ariana. Even before the death of Ram, there's a theme here. Insight allows us to glimpse into the realm parallel to our own and see what lies beyond humanity's perception. After the death of Ram, the veil that separates the world collapses completely. Insight is no longer necessary. The blood moon rises, the Amygdala are visible, the crying baby is heard constantly. The citizens of Yharnam are driven insane once they are forcibly made to understand the depths of their reality. Simply looking upon the Great Ones is enough to drive someone insane. Let anyone, let alone the twisted knowledge that they have lurked above you all of your life, always watching you. But where does it fit together? How does Mikolash beckon the blood moon? Why is he in the nightmare? Why is he the host? What follows is purely my own interpretation and belief based on the evidence I have gathered. Do not consider any of this as solid fact. Instead, use it as an interpretation, a jumping off point so that you may gather your own beliefs. Line your brain with eyes, my brethren, my sisters and MBs. I don't actually know what the MB equivalent of a, well, I guess you could just say siblings. My brethren and sisters and siblings. The School of Mensis was founded to continue the study of the Great Ones began at Bergenworth. Mikolash reported to Lawrence in the Healing Church, and in return they kept the existence of the school a secret. After the purge of Old Yharnam, secrecy was no longer necessary, and the choir was formed to study the old blood of the Great Ones in Abartus. Early on, Mikolash and the choir cooperated, as evidenced by the auger of Abitus that Mikolash wields. However, Mikolash's experiments and the rituals of the School of Mensis slowly grow more twisted. Mikolash began to kidnap hunters, likely to Ludwig's displeasure. Even the corpse of a choir member is found chained and imprisoned inside Yarhar Ghul, suggesting that Mikolash and the Mensa students were growing emboldened by their closing nearer to the Eldritch Truth. In response to this, the choir would send a man named Edgar to infiltrate the School of Mensis and discover what was going on, implying that the school had begun hiding their research from the choir. We know very little about Edgar. He is found in the Nightmare of Mensis and wears a student uniform, wielding a holy blade and Rosmarius. The official guide simply names him as Edgar, Choir Intelligence. Edgar traveled into the School of Mensis to find that the students now worship the Great Ones as literal gods, the Amygdalae in particular. The motivations of the Amygdalae are unknown. It's clear. It's clear that the godlike beings could likely send Yarnum toppling to the ground if they wished. The weapons of mortals pale in comparison to the Great Ones. It's only, really, how they seem so idle and passive that they watch the humans walk by. Sometimes, reaching down in curiosity to grasp at one. Amygdalae only appear in places of worship. One is found wrapped around the Odin Chapel, another in the abandoned church that served as a gateway to Yahar Ghul. The Amygdala the player fights is located in what appears to be a large cathedral, where the ancient Flammarians likely worship the Great Ones. Consider the Moon Rune description. Transcriptions of Moon, as spoken by the Great Ones inhabiting the nightmare. The Great Ones that inhabit the nightmare are sympathetic in spirit, and often answer when called upon. Perhaps that explains why the Amygdalae, which live in the nightmare, congregate around places of worship. Maybe they listen to the hopes and prayers of human beings. In Yahar Ghul, however, the Amygdalae are everywhere. As Mikolash and the School of Mensis grow closer to the Eldritch Truth, they attracted more and more of the Great Ones, like a flame attracting moths. Their final ritual, however, would be their undoing. Somehow, Mikolash came into possession of one of the umbilical cords of the Great Ones. Murgo's umbilical cord, to be specific. Here was all the evidence they needed. The cord of the true Great One, Murgo, child of Yarnum and Odin. With the results of their research and the cord of the eye at their disposal, Mikolash and the Mensis students would attempt to ascend to the status of godhood, just as Ram and Willem had done with the orphan's cord. Mikolash would line his brain with eyes. The cord's description. Every Great One loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate. The cord granted Mensis. This cord granted Mensis audience with Murgo, but resulted in the stillbirth of their brains. That's one way to experience ego death, I guess. Murgo was dead, indeed. Murgo had died in stillbirth millennia ago, in ancient Flameru. It's not exactly clear what it would mean for a Great One to be dead, if they can even die in the first place. When the School of Mensis communed with the dead Great One, it was the end of Yahar Ghul. The veil between the worlds was ripped apart. Bell ringers brought the dead to life. The citizens fleeing the carnage were frozen in stone, permanently affixed to the walls they so desperately tried to climb to freedom. The many caskets that lined the streets burst open, body parts congealing together into masses of meat and bone that clung together and attacked the kidnappers, murdering them. Mensis was dragged into the nightmare. ripped open. Mikolash and all of his students were dead, but their consciousnesses were pulled down into the nightmare. Very few would survive this transition. The only two we know of being Mikolash and Edgar. Mikolash was brought to the Dreamlands, specifically the nightmare. Edgar likely survived due to the fact that he was not wearing a menses cage, and likely did not participate in the ritual. While Mikolash is a bit of a special case. Mikolash's corpse, still located in Yahar'gul, provided a gateway, just as the many lamps around Yharnam provide gates to the Hunter's Dream. Mikolash's corpse, the host of the nightmare, will provide a gateway to the nightmare. Maybe in being a Paleblood hunter, one can travel all the distant lands of Dream and Nightmare. And that is what particularly helped the PC hunter potentially ascend. I keep thinking of that sort of stuff. All the little things that allowed the player hunter to gain so much insight. The nightmare, as we have discussed, appears to be a reflection of the Flumerian city Loran. If that is the case, perhaps Loran was the place of Murgo's attempted birth. At the top of Murgo's loft, the castle upon which the hunter ascends, we find Queen Yharnam weeping. By following her gaze, we ascend to the top of the castle, and there we fight Murgo's wet nurse. Historically, a wet nurse was typically a mother. Brain fart. Historically, a wet nurse was typically a woman who would breastfeed an infant child if the mother, for whatever reason, was unable to. While fighting her, the lullaby of Murgo, a daunting melody, plays throughout the area. Perhaps a wet nurse was a great one summoned by Yharnam to care for a future child, or perhaps the wet nurse was created as some kind of manifestation of Murgo's consciousness. Either way, the wet nurse is a fully formed great one. She bleeds red, just like the Amygdala, the orphan, and the blood presence do. The moon presence do. Instead of the clear fluid that the kin bleed, she is the dominant force ruling over the nightmare from atop Murgo's loft, and something peculiar occurs when slaying her. In the English version of Bloodborne, the Blue Tet's "Praise Slaughtered" accompanies a victorious boss fight. In the Japanese version, it's the Blue Tet's "You Hunted." But in both versions, killing Murgo's wet nurse causes the red text "Nightmare Slain" to appear on screen. I was rather confused when I had first seen this. Consider Bloodborne's tagline, "Hunt your nightmares." Let's pause for a moment and look at the 4 fully fledged Great Ones that the hunter encounters: the wet nurse, Amygdala, the orphan, and the moon presence. Of the 4, Amygdala is the only one who does not grant "Nightmare Slain" message. The wet nurse, the orphan, and the moon presence are the only 3 enemies in the game who make that message appear on screen. This puzzled me for a very, very long time, until I came to a rather simple conclusion. Amygdala isn't dead. Even after killing one in the Nightmare Frontier, the other Amygdala still remain. The hunter even kills another Amygdala in the Flumerian Labyrinth. Perhaps the Amygdala aren't individual members of a single species, after all, but a single great one. After all, Patches speaks to the Amygdala that grabs you in the Cathedral Ward as if it is Amygdala itself. I only had this revelation after refighting Murgo's wet nurse in New Game Plus, and realizing that she appears to create a perfect clone of herself, using it to fight me. The Great One exists on a level far beyond our comprehension. Who is to say there can't be multiple places at once? In the depths of the Great Is, the hunter even fights Ebaltus for a second time, who appears to have been there all along. Whatever the mystery behind the nightmare slaying message, slaying the wet nurse ends Murgos' consciousness and puts the Mensis ritual to an end. However, the ritual has not been an entire failure. The ascension had worked, more or less. A great one was born from the stillbirth minds of the Mensis students. The brain of Mensis. The living string tells us. The immense brain that Mensis retrieved from the nightmare was indeed lined with eyes on the inside. But they were of an evil sort, and the brain itself was terrible rotten. But even still, it was a legitimate great one, and left a relic, a living relic, which is a precious thing indeed. The brain of Mensis is a helpless great one whose only real strength is the madness it causes by looking upon it. The brain of Mensis is suspended in Murgo's loft, acting as a living weapon that attacks oncomers. If the hunter finds their way down to a lever accessible by fighting past the winter lanterns, they can release the chains on the brain of Mensis and send it hurling into the abyss. Working back down to the base of Murgo's loft, they'll find a new elevator which brings them down to the fallen, helpless Great One. It was kind of sad, really, when I first encountered the brain of Mensis twitching there, a mass of brain and eyes that watched me walking back and forth. I wasn't really sure what to do with it. Should I kill it? It certainly wasn't aggressive. It was simply laying there, and clearly had no way of fighting back. I decided to do what had become a bit of a habit for me whenever I encountered something having to do with the Great Ones. I put on the Mensis cage and performed the make contact gesture. The Mensis cage is described as: this hexagonal iron cage suggests their strange ways. The cage is a device that restrains the will of the self, allowing one to see the profane world for what it is. It also serves as an antenna that facilitates contact with the Great Ones of the dream. But to an observer, the iron cage appears to be precisely what delivered them to their harrowing nightmare. I had learned early that the doll will respond to gestures, leading me to believe that there were others that would as well. Just like everyone else, I was hoping to find some kind of secret somewhere. So far, I have been thoroughly unsuccessful. No matter where I wore the Mensis cage, or to whom I performed make contact, nothing had happened. So I sat there, like an idiot. I told myself. As my hunter stood in front of the brain of Mensis with his arms outstretched, I knew from experience that eventually the hunter would change positions, and I had taken to the waiting for the moment before moving on to whatever I was doing. To my complete and utter surprise, the item appeared in my inventory. It was a moon rune, the most powerful one I had encountered. The Great Ones that inhabit the nightmare are sympathetic in spirit, and often answer when called upon. It was a moment that legitimately made me feel bad about the thing in front of me. I decided to kill it. Maybe the fact that it gave me a moon rune, a rune that grants more blood echoes upon killing enemies, was some sort of cry for an end to its misery. I was rewarded with the living string, an item I have been looking for idly for quite some time, as it is needed to access Flumeru Ithil. Oh, I suppose that's why we had never been there before. Fun fact, even though we have completed all the story of Bloodborne, we certainly have never gotten all of the items within Bloodborne. Certainly not all the runes, and we certainly haven't actually seen Queen Yarnum in the Chalice dungeon proper. There are still a few secrets that elude us. We still haven't done the make contact gesture to that pitiful Great One. I guess maybe that'll be a New Year's resolution. Later, I would read online that the menses cage was unnecessary, and one simply had to perform make contact. To my surprise, I would read that nobody had discovered any use for the menses cage whatsoever. Nothing? Really? Not a single secret unlocked with such an item that seems so obviously placed to unlock a secret. Maybe the cage doesn't do anything at all. Maybe in their madness, the delusions of the Mensa students convinced them that it worked, even though it wasn't necessary. Their madness, after all, would deliver them to their harrowing nightmare. Mikolash says, "Grant us eyes, grant us eyes. Plant eyes on our brains to cleanse our beastly idiocy." Chapter 9, Lawrence Gehrman and the Hunter's Mark. I think without checking realistically, we have 2 chapters left. Chapter 9 and the conclusion chapter. I think I will read the conclusion chapter in The Hunter's Dream. I suppose if I am itching for some... Oh, hello. Only a special emblem opens the main gate. You get the emblem from the cleric beast, but I think you can also buy it. Closed. Maybe I should get kidnapped. Oh, Bag Boy isn't here. Maybe I need a certain amount of insight? Oh. Shoe crow, don't bother me. Wow, a wooden shield. Now I can engender passivity whenever I want. Fucked up I can't get kidnapped yet. Also, I realized that if they were to add like if they were to randomly update Bloodborne, a great quality of life enhancement would literally be to allow you to teleport to other places, other lanterns you've been to within the Hunter's Dream without going directly to the Hunter's Dream.
Welcome. What is it? Very well. Let me.
I would still need a lot more vitality to feel safe. But who cares about safety?
Over time, countless hunters have visited.
I was hoping for some new dialogue. Let's go to first floor sick room. The fake ISFGA should be here now.
Oh, well, hello. Splendid. Let me ask you a small kindness. You're soon off to hunt, I presume? Then, if you find any survivors, tell them to seek Yusefka's clinic. Upon my Hippocratic oath, if they are yet human, I will look after them. Perhaps even cure them. This sickness, these beasts, they are not to be feared. This time the night is long. I may be trapped here, but I should do something to help. I'll even offer a reward for your cooperation. Tempted? Well, off you go then.
Knowing that I'm talking to a healing church choir member, most likely, really contextualizes this a lot differently.
If you find anyone, you can assure them.
Well, it seems as good a place as any. Okay, I'm literally going to Google how to do emotes in Bloodborne because I'm so embarrassed that I don't remember. I guess they're called gestures. There we go. Yeah, that's not bad. Now, let's read the next chapter. Chapter 9, Lawrence, Gehrman, and the Hunter's Mark. Seek the old blood. Let us pray. Let us wish to partake in communion. Let us partake in communion and feast upon the old blood. Our thirst for blood satiates us, soothes our fears. Seek the old blood, but beware the frailty of men. Their wills are weak, minds young. The foul beasts will dangle nectar and lure the meek into the depths. Remain wary of the frailty of men. Their wills are weak, minds young. Were it not for fear, death would go unlamented. Vicar Amelia. Lawrence and Gehrman together. Lawrence and Gehrman. Together, they would change the world. Who were they originally? And how did they fall from grace? What happened to Lawrence? And how was Gehrman bound to the Hunter's dream? Well, when we see now what their organization has become, we can only wonder what these two individuals dreamed of. Did they want a better world? Did they want personal power? Perhaps they were simply madmen, chasing after scientific curiosity and slaughtering the innocent in their path. In this penultimate chapter, we will examine the fates of those individuals and the consequences of their actions. For starters, I will use information and evidence that can be found inside the game. I will save my personal interpretations and beliefs for the end, so that you can make up your own mind about the evidence presented, and hopefully line your own brain with eyes so I don't have to. You fucking immature Ken. The hunter awakens into a world of horror, just as the player does. They have no answers. They have no real questions to even ask. The world is confusing, frightening, and punishing. Indeed, if the hunter had been alone, they likely never would have gotten much of anywhere. But the hunter isn't alone. Gehrman, the first hunter, says, "Ah, you must be the new hunter. Welcome to the hunter's dream. This will be your home for now. I'm Gehrman, friend to you hunters. You're sure to be in a fine haze about now, but don't think too hard about all this. Just go out and kill a few beasts. It's for your own good. You know, it's just what hunters do. It's normal for girls. You'll get used to it." Gehrman provides the hunter with a home and a workshop. From within the hunter's dream, Gehrman will provide the hunter with a bit of comfort and a small amount of guidance. But who is Gehrman? Where has he come from, and why is he here? According to the plain doll, he was a hunter long ago, but now serves only to advise them. He is obscene. He is obscene. I think I was projecting. Gehrman was the first hunter. And from him, wait, I didn't finish the. He was a hunter long ago, but now serves only to advise them. He is obscure, unseen in the dreaming world. Still, he stays here in this dream. Gehrman was the first hunter, and from him all modern hunting techniques were developed. A central theme of Gehrman is mercy. What he grants to those he kills in the hunter's dream, as implied by his burial blade. Trick weapon wielded by Gehrman, the first hunter, a masterpiece that defined the entire array of weapons crafted at the workshop. Its blade is forged with Cedarite, said to have fallen from the heavens. Gehrman surely saw the hunt as a dirge of farewell, wishing only that his prey might rest in peace, never again to awaken to another harrowing nightmare. He also created the plain doll, basing its appearance upon his dead student Maria. From within the hunter's dream, Gehrman and the doll guide the Paleblood hunters in their work. Gehrman was also, as we know, an acquaintance of Lawrence. Oh, Lawrence, what's taking so long? I've grown too old for this. Of little use now, I'm afraid. Our first encounter with Lawrence comes from discovering his skull in the Grand Cathedral. After defeating Vicar Amelia, here we witness a memory in which Lawrence announces to Master Willem that he was leaving the college. We learn from Lawrence's skull found in the nightmare that it is the skull of Lawrence, first vicar of the Healing Church. In reality, he became the first cleric beast, and his human skull only exists within the nightmare. The skull is a symbol of Lawrence's past and what he failed to protect. He is destined to seek his skull, but even if he found it, it would never restore his memories. The human skull appears to be purely symbolic, created in the nightmare, as Lawrence's skull in the waking world is found in the Grand Cathedral. In Miyazaki's interview with Future Press, he remarks that Lawrence's skull served as the start of the Healing Church itself, but it's taken the form of a twisted beast. Lawrence was therefore the founder of the Healing Church, having left Bergenworth after a disagreement in philosophy with Master Willem. Lawrence and Gehrman represent two halves of a mystery. What happened to them? How did things become the way that they are when we enter the game? What follows is purely my own interpretation and belief based on the evidence I have gathered. Do not consider any of this solid fact. Instead, use it as my interpretation. Line your brains with eyes. Do not expect me to do it for you. Gather your own beliefs. Lawrence was the first vicar. Gehrman was the first hunter. Their story, like much in Bloodborne, begins at Bergenworth. We have already established that Gehrman was an associate of both Lawrence and Master Willem. Gehrman may have been a student at Bergenworth, or, judging by his combat proficiency and craftsmanship, may have been an academy handyman, groundskeeper, or bodyguard. But, upon the discovery of the Old Blood, Lawrence would lead a section of the Bergenworth scholars in forming the Healing Church, separating them from Bergenworth. Gehrman, Lawrence's closest friend, would join him. Lawrence and Gehrman believed that humanity would achieve its next evolution through the use of the Old Blood, as written in the Metamorphosis rune. The discovery of blood made their dream of evolution a reality. Metamorphosis, and the excesses and deviation that followed, was only the beginning. I wonder what would happen if you lined your brain with eyes and imbibed the blood. Or rather, I wonder if there's a way to transform your body along the lines of that of a beast, but to transform your mind in the way of ascension. It was, however, at this time that Lawrence and Gehrman came to a horrible discovery. While the old blood could indeed cure any disease, those who had been menstruated were susceptible to falling under a new terrible illness, known only as the scourge of the beast. Those who had succumbed to the tainted blood suffered from a form of lycanthropy. Their hair elongated, their teeth sharpened, their size and strength increased. They became violent and irrational. The men and women who had succumbed to the scourge became beasts, but Lawrence could not stop his research. Sacrifices would need to be made. All who followed Willem's footsteps knew that evolution required courage. A note found in the Nightmare Lecture Hall reads, "Master Willem was right. Evolution without courage will be the ruin of our race." And so, Lawrence's work would continue. While Lawrence formed the church, Gehrman formed the workshop, a secret institution. The workshop would train a group of individuals to hunt and slaughter beasts. The hunter attire reads us as a fine piece of hunter attire that provides stable defense to anyone facing Yarnum's beastly threat. Allows one to stalk beasts unannounced by cover of night. The workshop acted as a secret cleanup crew for Lawrence's budding research. They would hunt down those who had turned and execute them before panic could spread throughout Yarnum. It's possible that Lawrence and Gehrman, knowledgeable of the great ones they were, also discovered the terrible nature of the blood moon and the source of the scourge as being the pale-blooded moon presence. They tried to find a way to defeat the moon presence, an antibody that would be too strong for it. Some way to control the scourge of the beasts. They were unsuccessful. Lawrence and Gehrman grew older. The workshop was sealed away, and Gehrman became prisoner of the moon presence. We all know the story. In his attempt to free his closest friend, Lawrence pushed his research to the limits. The scourge had to be contained, no matter the cost. Ashen blood was introduced to Old Yarnum, and the research intensified. Beasts were studied by Lawrence and his church, even while corpses piled in the streets and the city was covered in blood. Lawrence's countless experiments resulted in a breakthrough, the culmination of all of his research to put an end to the scourge of the beasts and control it for good. The beast's embrace. After the repeated experiments in controlling the scourge of beasts, the gentle embrace rune was discovered. Once implementation failed, the embrace became a forbidden rune, but its knowledge became a foundation of the Healing Church. In the Grand Cathedral of the Healing Church, the first vicar committed the embrace to memory. The oath rune burned into his mind. With this, he would take control over the scourge, put an end to the hunts, master the old blood, guide humanity to the next stage of human evolution, and free his best friend from the control of the Great Ones. That was what everything had been for, anyway. All the dead victims, all the unspeakable crimes, leaving Bergenworth, exploring the labyrinth, founding the Healing Church. Everything in his life had been for this. Everything led to this one moment. For this, it would all be worth it. But it was not to be. The skull is a symbol of Lawrence's past and what he failed to protect. On that day, the Healing Church changed forever. Lawrence became the first cleric beast, a creature the likes of which the Healing Church had never encountered. This was not simply a person who had grown fangs and hair. It was a true monster. It's possible that it was the church assassin Broder who found Lawrence first. Broder's testimony, the scalp of a cleric beast, tells us. The scalp of a horrible cleric beast, indicating the hunter Beardor, a Healing Church assassin, had killed a compatriot. Afterward, he wore his ally's own scalp and hid himself away, deep below in the cell. The church provided him with a single, soundless bell of death to ensure their secrets would be kept. Brader slew Lawrence, and in doing so was driven mad. He skinned the corpse, splattered his clothes with the blood of the fallen vicar, severed the head from the body and scalped it. When he was found, he was drenched with blood and gore, and his bloodletter was seeped in frenzy. Brader says, "Nothing changes. Such is the nature of man." Brader, in his testimony to the failure of the healing church, was locked away. Any and all research into controlling the scourge of the beast was immediately stopped and deemed forbidden. The claw mark and beast runes, along with the beast blood pellets, were all black marked by the healing church. With Lawrence's death, the church had formed one of the pillars of its philosophy. Beware the frailty of men. The scourge cannot be controlled. It must be destroyed. As for Lawrence, his consciousness was pulled into the nightmare, and perhaps he was cursed to burn for all eternity. As punishment for the flames that covered old Yarnum, a brilliant mind lost to madness. And so now we have the first half of our picture. But what of Gehrman? While Gehrman hadn't been afflicted as deeply by the events of the Hamlet massacre as Maria had been, it still disturbed him. He too was subject to the curse of the cost parasites, and had terrible dreams because of it. Upon defeating the orphan, the doll notes that Gehrman is sleeping strangely soundly, for he normally has difficulty sleeping. Even so, Gehrman added Lawrence in the founding of the healing church and established a workshop, training the first hunters in the art of slaying beasts. But while Gehrman hadn't been as distraught by the Hamlet massacre, the death of Maria had destroyed him. According to Maria's hunter's garb, Gehrman had a curious mania in regards to her that she wasn't aware of. Maria greatly admired Gehrman, but it was unclear if the master and student shared a romantic relationship, or whether Gehrman's affection for her was purely one-sided. Whatever the case, her death ruined him. After defeating Maria in the astral clock tower, we find her coffin placed directly behind her chair. Resting atop the coffin lid are cold blood flowers, the same as the one found in Gehrman's garden in the hunter's dream. Spiraling into depression after the death of his greatest pupil, Gehrman sealed his workshop away and withdrew from the world into his isolation. In his growing madness, Gehrman made a doll. The master craftsman that he was, the doll was made with exquisite perfection. The small hair ornament tells us that although it has been lost for quite some time, one can still see signs of the care which this tasteful ornament has been kept. Ah, I see. This is actually a typo. Well, not a typo, a mislabeling. So actually the picture of the comb is supposed to be where the rune is, and the rune is supposed to be where the comb is. As next to the comb, you can see it says, "Dangling upside down, rune etched into one's mind, symbol of a hammer." A hunter. Damn it, I'm bad at words. This indicates that Gehrman held on to his only memento of Maria, treasuring it, designing his doll off of her. Terribly lonely and terribly miserable, he wanted nothing more than to have Maria back. It was then that something took notice of poor Gehrman's mania, for as the moon rune reminds us, the great ones are sympathetic in spirit. To have his beloved Maria back, he would give anything. So it was that Gehrman was bound to the dream, and a hunter's mark branded in his mind. Thinking about being dangling upside down, I'm immediately thinking of the tarot card, the Hanged Man. Gammon is certainly the Hanged Man, I would say. What is the Hunter's Mark? In terms of gameplay significance, it functions as the nextreal binding from Demon Souls, or the Dark Sign from Dark Souls. But what is it really? Its description calls it a rune, but we do not commit it to memory like we do the Carol runes. Runes are, as we know, utterings of the Great Ones etched into symbols. Runesmith Carol could commune with the Great Ones and listen to their murmurings. But she could find no words to describe them. Instead, Carol could only find symbols that represented these utterings, comprehensible to human minds. If we think of these symbols as representing words of a language, we can therefore conclude that the Hunter's Mark is, quite literally, the Great One word for hunter, as the same symbol is found on Carol's own Hunter's Rune. The utterings of a Great One etched into one hunter's mind, the symbol of a hunter. Hunter. This word branded into one's mind is what makes someone a hunter. And not just any hunter, but a special hunter. A pale blood hunter. One bound to the dreamlands. This rune is what makes someone immortal. Cursed to haunt and hunt and hunt and hunt until they are free. We as players have this mark branded into our minds. No matter how many times we die, we wake up again. Even if we fall off a cliff, we're cut in half, we're burned to death, we're killed by frenzy, we're crushed by a monster, we die and 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 die. Even still, we wake up once more. Even if we kill ourselves with the Chikage, or the wheel, or the whistle, or the blood letter, we wake up once more. There's only one way out for someone branded with a hunter's mark. To die by the hand of another branded hunter. As Gehrman settled into his new place in the hunter's dream, he found himself shackled and chained. There was no escape for Gehrman, the first hunter. Trapped in a living hell, unable to die, unable to be granted mercy. Gehrman guided other pale blood hunters. When their hunts were over, Gehrman would end their life, freeing them from the wretched, torturous existence of eternal life. He granted them mercy. But where is the hunter's mark coming from? As the player receives their first blood transfusion, they are attacked by a beast. But the beast turns to flames, and the messengers arrive, crawling over the player. At that point, something took notice of the player. Something peered over them and spoke a single word. Hunter. And with that uttering, they were reborn. Their life before the transfusion was irrelevant. They were now a weapon. They awaken into a new world, a new nightmare. They awaken into a hunt. Chapter 10, The Pale Blood Hunt. And now we will hunt the cleric beast. Or rather, we will do our best to. Let's see if I can get enough Quicksilver on my way. Oh, I can summon Alfred for help. I would not mind more Quicksilver.
Hello, Miss Hunter. Still can't find my mum.
Give her the red jewel brooch.
Hunter, was it really her? Mummy, Mummy, leave me alone.
There's only weeping now. I love how you say the Wes game in existence right as I pee myself. That's serendipity. at the very least, I think I'll probably be able to defeat the cleric beast first try. Especially by summoning my acquaintance Alfred. The old hunter bell resonates with another. Old hunter, Vileblood, the old Vileblood hunter Alfred has arrived. Let us cleanse these foul streets. That, and knives, and flame paper. Be still. Only an honest death. Only an honest death. We have been victorious. Goodbye. Our hunt for Paleblood only just has begun. Let us abscond to a melancholy dream.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Over time, countless hunters have visited.
It's always good to talk to the doll after you beat a boss. Gammon too.
Most of the holy chalices lie deep within the tomb of the gods. And the few that found their way to the surface were lost again in the hands of men. But if the old hunter tales remain true, one of the holy chalices is worshipped in the valley hamlet. Yet the town is in disarray. It was burned and abandoned for fear of the scourge. Home now only to beasts. The perfect place for a hunter, wouldn't you say?
Gammon, your morals are fucked up. I think we'll be good friends. Ah, never occurred to me. If only I could have a view of the flames and a more... Actually, as much as we love to, in our heads, pretend that we're an actual hunter, like someone might pretend that they're an actual Jedi, it actually just occurred to me that we have, as far as I am aware, never just sat in front of this, this fireplace. That looks good. Let's see. I'm trying to do something special for this last one. Yeah, if I can figure it out. But let me go back to chat since it's been a while. Is this kid part of that side quest that has a good ending programmed in, but it's impossible to get? I had never heard there was a good ending programmed into it. Either you send her to the Iasefka clinic where she gets turned into a kin, or you give her the brooch, tell her that her mommy's dead, and then later she kills herself. As far as I know, there's not a good ending. I mean, generally speaking, there are not good endings in Bloodborne. Lies of P shares Bloodborne's issue of focusing entirely on a single city. At least we might get to see what the rest of the world is like in the sequel. It might take place in an alternate history Earth, actually. You just really don't like when a story is about... a story with deep lore is about one city. It's hard to write a whole world, I'll have you know. As someone who tries to write whole worlds. But I do understand the frustration of not seeing the wider world. And in actuality, I would say that it's much easier to write a story like Bloodborne or Lies of P from a very constrained standpoint. A lot of times, if you open up things too much, it kind of gets messy, and you even start fucking with your own history. Shit, what's that fucker that wrote like Stormlight Archives, Brandon Sanderson, he literally has a team of professionals that he pays to keep track of his lore so he doesn't actually do plot holes and shit. Like, it's insane. We haven't played the full game of Lies of P, only the demo. We've been meaning to get it on PS4 because there's no way our computer can run it in a way that would be satisfying for us to stream. A sequel to Lies of P sounds super cool. Low-key, I kind of want a sequel to Bloodborne more, but I will take either, honestly. Dark Souls tend to avoid this issue by having the settings being like literally the most important place in the universe, lol. I guess one could say that. Well, at least for the first Dark Souls. I'm not sure if that would be the case for Demon Souls. And it certainly isn't the case for Dark Souls 2, if I remember correctly. But I guess there's importance doesn't necessarily have to be good. America is one of the most important places in the world. And it's terrible. I hate it here. What are the attributes of an actual hunter? Aren't they just kind of normal people? No. There's a certain blood that you imbibe, not just to heal you, but to become a hunter. And it allows you to have endurance that is way higher than a normal person. Allows you to have great strength and all that. We know that not every, like as has been explored, not every hunter is a pale blood hunter, so not every hunter gets directly connected with a dream. But every hunter is said to be destined to have a nightmare. That is, upon their death or madness, their consciousness will go to the hunter's nightmare, not the hunter's dream. A hell specifically for hunters to hunt forevermore. Although honestly, it may be that anyone who imbibes the blood goes somewhere, but hunters go to a special place because of their own special crimes. It's pretty clear from certain IM descriptions, I would say, that the normal Yharnamites are not very strong compared to a hunter. Of course, because of the type of game that this is and the type of story that this is, we don't get to see firsthand the differences between an average human that has not been transformed in any way and a hunter. But we can assume hunters are superhuman, generally. Probably kind of close to the Flammarians. Well, kind of like a way weak sauce version of Flammarians. The Flammarians were like fucking, well, the Flammarian guys seem to be, at least the ancient ones you can find in the Chalice dungeons, are like fucking like 8 feet tall and shit. Insane. And they have like amazing dexterity and shit. Although I guess you could say an official hunter and like a grassroots hunter, I think would be maybe a better way to frame it than a real hunter and a not real hunter. There are hunters that have been deputized that are newbies that have not imbibed blood in a way that would give them superhuman abilities, but they're still trained as hunters. But apparently they can't really survive a scuffle with a beast, it seems. At least not easily, and especially not one-on-one, which is why Yharnamites tended to eventually just drag people out of their homes that seem to be turning and kill them before they even, and this is implied, kill them even before they would fully transform. You know, the whole burning at the stake thing. Although, honestly, the one that's being burned at the stake in the middle of the square in Yharnam is definitely bestial. But it's weird because I have to imagine that a lot of people would have had to help to get a beast the size of, say, a cleric beast on a stake. Although maybe they killed it and then put it on a stake? It's hard to know. Ugh. Bloodborne is so vague. FromSoft games are so vague. Shit, even Armored Core doesn't give you all the answers. I don't want to spoil the post-credit scene of Lies of P, but it will feature another famous public domain story that will be the last thing that you would expect to be a Souls-like. Cinderella? Cinderella Souls-like will be awesome. Lies of P is so goddamn cool, I legit want to get good at Souls-likes to play Lies of P. It's supposed to be harder than all of the FromSoft games, lol. Interesting. I think all the FromSoft games, especially if you're looking at Dark Souls versus Bloodborne versus Sekiro versus Armored Core, for example, they're all very hard, but their design philosophies that make them hard are all a little bit different. Obviously, Lies of P is most similar to Bloodborne, and that's the most comparison I'd like to investigate when I play it. But it's hard to know. At least up until the first major boss, it seems like a typical FromSoft-like. Not any easier or harder. But I can't wait to try it out for myself. And cry and moan and complain for like a billion years while I suffer. Unlike a lot of FromSoft games, I do not think Lies of P allows you to get help from multiplayer Pinocchios. Oh, and about the one city thing. In Bloodborne, your character kills like every important figure in the setting. If you wanted to run a TTRPG in Yharnam during this time period, you were basically forced to have your party just reenact the game, which would be pretty bland for anyone who played the game. That's true. Although, I would say run it during a different time. There's at least 3 or 4 periods that could be great to investigate, especially if you have your TTRPG players taking the roles of characters, not specifically figures in the world, but characters who are part of major organizations of the world. You could have a D&D style TTRPG game of Bloodborne where your players are members of the choir who just recently got their positions and are only just now getting their ears wet with all the fucked up shit they do and have to come to terms with that. Just because you're doing a TTRPG doesn't mean you have to save the world, after all. Although, honestly, if we were ever going to host a Bloodborne game that was a TTRPG, I think we would love to have it during the time of during the time that the powder kegs were at their height. I mean, there's plenty of events that we've read about in the Paleblood hunt tonight that certainly could be backdrops of modules. And because of the mystery and all of the holes in the history of the lore of Bloodborne, it could be easy to, in a TTRPG game, say, have, let's say Lawrence. We could have Lawrence be a boss of a module. And say, even though some of the things, even the little bit of inconsistency that would exist, could be explained away as conspiracy. Who's to say the guy who killed and skinned Lawrence did it alone, for example? Of course, that's not to say there's not constraints. Obviously, a setting like this would not be as easy. But we also know that beasts existed in other places, like with the story of the League of Vermin Hunters, started by a guy who, with a bunch of cops from another place that wasn't Yharnam, chased a beast into Yharnam and then got slaughtered. Unfortunately, if someone wanted to do a Bloodborne TTRPG outside of Yharnam, they'd have to do a lot of their own world building. I don't know, I hear DMs love that shit, but I do understand your frustration. It would be a lot of work. And it certainly isn't going to be as easy as like a Warhammer TTRPG. Warhammer is like probably one of the better ones if you were going to do something like that, because it's just, there's so much shit. Now I want a Bloodborne style space opera. I do have good ideas. Thank you, thank you. Alright, I was gonna do a thing. Ah, perfect. That's a good angle. Even better. Alright, let us finish. Alright. I want to get the most out of the fireplace. Ooh, Bloodborne Witcher crossover. That's a good idea. Okay. Time for the final chapter. Chapter 10. The Paleblood Hunt. Now, let's begin the transfusion. Oh, don't worry. Whatever happens, you may think of it all a mere bad dream. Normally, this is the part where I tell you that I am going to use nothing but facts and evidence and save all of my speculation until the very end. But we can't really do that in this part. Now, can we? Instead, consider all of my previous writing to be the evidence that we've gathered. I'll try to be as factual as possible, and I will certainly try to leave as much of my speculation out as I can. But for the purposes of this essay, consider this last chapter to be purely my interpretation of the impossibly complex ending to Bloodborne. Use it for whatever you will. Accept it as fact. Dismiss it as nonsense. Or use it as the foundation for your own theories. I do, however, ask that you read to the end before choosing to comment, as this final chapter is the most confusing and the most speculative of my essay. Whatever you choose to do, use your mind to think. Master Willem would remind you that relying purely on pretension only leads to despair. The Moon Presence. The secret final boss of Bloodborne. Of all significant things and events in Bloodborne, that is the most mysterious. The Moon Presence has caused many players to leave Bloodborne with a feeling of discomfort, as if they came so close to the truth, and yet were still so far away. The hunter encounters the Moon Presence if they refuse Gehrman's offer of mercy and defeat him. The Moon Presence descends from the Blood Moon itself. Even its name implies a deep connection to the Blood Moon. As we know, the Blood Moon rises whenever the line between man and beast is blurred. When humans succumb to the scourge of the beasts, the blood moon rises. Or perhaps it's the other way around. Perhaps it's that the blood moon rises, causing those infected with the scourge to transform into beasts. At the beginning of the game, we find a note in the back of the hunter's dream, presumably left by a hunter. To escape this dreadful hunter's dream, halt the source of the spreading scourge of beasts, lest the night carry on forever. Now recall German's words to the hunter after the defeat of Father Gascoigne. The moon is close. It will be a long hunt tonight. The blood moon, or rather the moon presence, is the source of the scourge. The beast exists within humanity. It always has. The Bergenworth scholar Carol was the first to discover this during her commune with the Great Ones. According to Clawmark rune, the Clawmark is an impulse to seek the warmth of blood like a beast. It strengthens visceral attacks, one of the darker hunter techniques, although the difference is subtle. Runesmith Carol describes the beast as a horrific and unwelcome instinct deep within the hearts of men, while Clawmark is an alluring invitation to accept this very nature. But it wouldn't be until the work of a mysterious figure known as Irreverent Izzy that Carol's theories would be put into practice. His weapon of choice, the beast claw, states, "As flesh is flayed and blood is sprayed, the beast within awakens, and in time the wielder of this weapon surges with both strength and feverish revelry." But while Izzy's claw is telling, it is the tool he designed, known as the beast roar, which is the most haunting. Borrow the strength of the terrible undead dark beasts, if only for a moment, to blast surrounding foes back with the force of a roaring beast. The indestructible sound is broadcast with the caster's own vocal cords, which begs the question, what terrible things lurk within the deep frames of men? The potential for evolution exists within humanity, but whatever they will ascend to gods or descend to beasts is unclear. If the moon presence, the blood moon made flesh, is indeed the source of the scourge, then it can mean one of two things. The first possibility is likely the most outlandish and controversial. That being that the moon presence is the source of humanity, which in itself contains the scourge of the beast. The second, and I believe more likely scenario, is that while the beast lies within all of humanity, it is not unless they are tainted by the old blood that they become susceptible to corruption, and the beast takes over. It is when the blood moon draws closer that those who have been infected with the scourge will succumb to their inner, terrible nature and become monsters. But why? What does the moon presence want? Let's take a brief moment to look at the very bare bones of Bloodborne, the bare minimum that the player can accomplish in order to beat the game. Let's strip out absolutely everything optional and give only the basic, necessary condition in order to complete the hunt. First, the hunter awakens at Iosefka's clinic and travels to the healing church. Along the way, they defeat Father Gascoigne, the hunter who succumbed to the scourge. Once at the Grand Cathedral of the healing church, the hunter defeats Vicar Amelia, the former head of the cathedral. Once Amelia is defeated, the hunter learns the password which will grant access to Bergenworth, the source of the old blood's discovery. With the password in hand, the hunter travels to Bergenworth, along the way defeating the shadows of Yarnum. Once at Bergenworth, the hunter discovers Ram, the vacuous spider, and slays her. With Ram's death, the gate to Yarhar Ghul is pried open, and the hunter travels into the unseen village. The hunter defeats the One Reborn, and locates the corpse of Mikolash, using his body as a gateway to access the nightmare. In the nightmare, the hunter ascends Murgo's loft, defeating Mikolash's consciousness along the way, before coming to the final boss of the game, Murgo's wet nurse. A fully formed Great One, the wet nurse is a vicious enemy who rules over the loft and has claimed this section of the Dreamlands as her own. Upon the defeat of the wet nurse, the silence of the nightmare's newborn harrowing cry, the daunting words, "Nightmare slain," blanket the screen. Perfect. With the wet nurse's defeat, the hunter returns to the hunter's dream to find the workshop burned to the ground. The doll instructs the hunter to meet with Gehrman, who meets them underneath an ancient tree. There, Gehrman congratulates the hunter on a job well done. "Good hunter. You've done well. The night is near its end. Now I will show you mercy. You will die. Forget the dream. I will show you mercy. Awake under the morning sun. You will be freed from this terrible hunter's dream." The hunter turns and kneels before Gehrman, who rises from his chair for the first time and executes the hunter. The hunter awakens from their terrible dream, weary and weakened, as the sun rises over Yharnam. The credits roll. When described in this way, Bloodborne seems to be a very linear, very simple game, doesn't it? Gehrman tasks the hunter with killing Murgo. In order to do this, they must get into the nightmare. In order to get into the nightmare, they need to go to Yahar Ghul. In order to get to Yahar Ghul, they need to go to Bergenworth. In order to get to Bergenworth, they need to get to the Healing Church. Getting to the Healing Church is the first objective the hunter makes for themselves upon their initial meeting with Gilbert. What does the moon presence want? It's quite simple, really. It wants to kill Murgo, and uses Gehrman to guide the hunter into doing it. The moon presence, the orphan, and the wet nurse are the only three fully formed Great Ones that the hunter encounters. While the hunter encounters Amygdala, as we've discussed previously, it's not entirely clear if the hunter ever truly fights or experiences the Amygdala as they, or rather it, truly is. The Great Ones, beings of the Dreamlands, have their own motivations and their own goals. They are not allied with one another, just as all humans are not allied with one another. A note found in Bergenworth Mansion says, "When the red moon hangs low, the line between man and beast is blurred. When the Great Ones descend, a womb will be blessed with child." Found in Bergenworth, this note is our first real indication that there is something far, far greater than just a hunt at stake in Yharnam. The phrasing of the note is interesting, however, as it describes a correlation. The red moon hangs low, and the line between man and beast is blurred. The Great One descends, and a womb is blessed with child. The order of the sentences make it seem as if first, the blood moon rises, then the Great Ones descend. But the note doesn't explicitly state causality. Instead, what if it's the other way around? What if the Great Ones descend, and the womb is blessed with child, and in response, the blood moon rises, and the line between man and beast is blurred? For what purpose does the moon rise? Why is a hunter chosen to be bound to the dream? A note left by an unnamed person in Yahar Ghul reads, "Seek the nightmare reborn." This message appears rather strikingly, directly after Ram has died and the blood moon has risen. There is no source for the message. It is not spoken aloud, nor is it given the form of a note. It simply appears in the mind of the hunter, a message and an instruction. every great one loses its child. But why does every great one lose its child? Perhaps this is what the moon presence desires: the death of infant great ones, using the Paleblood hunters to accomplish this feat. While the great ones' motivations and reasonings for their acting are far too inhuman for us to understand, they do have a very understandable goal. The most apparent goal they, just as every living creature before them has, is to reproduce. Every great one loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate. And the order of the sentence structure here is important. It is not as one would think, which is that the great ones yearn for a surrogate, that is to say, a human mother to give birth to their child, and then lose their child as a result. Interesting aside, I always took that sentence as meaning a surrogate child, not a surrogate mother. This is most certainly what happens, but it is not their goal. Instead, every great one loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate. It is evidently very, very difficult for new great ones to be born. Murgo died in stillbirth. The orphan never even had the chance to be born. The brain of Menses was born deformed, rotten and helpless. Something always goes wrong with the birth of a great one, and so the great ones find replacements for their lost children. Okay, we were thinking the same brain cell. Okay. Just had to be sure there. Fly me to the moon so I can kick its fucking ass, show it what it learned in my moon jujitsu class. We already know that this is not the first hunt, and that the hunter is not the first in the hunter's dream. There have been those before the hunter who have come. The blood moon has risen in the past, and the moon presence has guided hunters into completing its objectives, though through the use of German, its surrogate child. Oh, German's a baby. The two hunters we know went through this cycle where Dirge, the retired hunter, and Eileen the crow. Dirge seems to remember little of the dream, only recalling it faintly. I no longer dream, but I was a hunter once too. Eileen, however, remembers much of it. If the hunter attacks and dies to Eileen the crow, she will chillingly ask the player, "You still have dreams? Tell the little doll I said hello." Think of how we experience dreams. Upon freshly waking up, we remember it vividly, especially if it was a nightmare. As the day progresses, details become fuzzier, and eventually we can't remember the contents of the dream at all. Only that we had a dream. Indeed, those who Gehrman executes in the hunter dream awaken and slowly forget the details of their horrible, terrible nightmare. But they don't have to accept it. If the hunter of Hunter refuses Gehrman's offer of mercy, they do battle against Gehrman. It is the master and the student, the parent and the child, battling so that the former can be freed and the latter can overcome. With Gehrman, the moon presence's surrogate child defeated, the moon presence ascends. Look at the way it curls around the hunter. Almost protectively, it lovingly embraces the hunter, as a parent would a child. The screen fades to black. and we find the doll pushing Gehrman's wheelchair. It is not Gehrman sitting in the chair, however, but the hunter. As the credits roll, we hear the doll utter. And so the hunt begins again. The hunter is taking Gehrman's place as a surrogate child. But this is not the only option. The cycle does not need to continue. The hunt can be transcended. Seek Paleblood to transcend the hunt. It's a handwritten note found in the very first room in the game. A room in which the hunter awakens in Iosefka's clinic, as evidenced by the foreign garb the hunter is wearing upon their awakening. The hunter remembers nothing prior to their transfusion. Not typical clothing for Yarnum. Perhaps it is of foreign origin. It is said, after all, the traveler came to Yarnum from afar. Without memory, who will ever know? Without memory, the hunter discovers this note, and naturally the player forms a goal in their mind. Seek Paleblood to transcend the hunt? But what is Paleblood? The hunter apparently asks Gilbert this very question, in which he responds. Paleblood, you say? Never heard of it. But if it's blood you're interested in, you should try the Healing Church. Gilbert himself admits he isn't very knowledgeable on blood administration and directs you to try the church. The Healing Church, however, has absolutely no record anywhere of Paleblood. Other than the conversation with Gilbert, there are only 4 references to Paleblood anywhere in the entire game. The first reference is a note found in the beginning of the game. The second reference is a note by an unknown author found in Yahar Ghul. Behold, the Paleblood sky. The note is pointed towards the moon, and if encountered prior to the death of Ram, is fairly confusing. After Ram's death, when the blood moon rises and the sky twists into a nightmare, the note makes much more sense. The color of the sky after you defeat the vacuous spider and the Mensa's secret ritual is revealed. The sky, there is a very pale blue, like a body drained of blood. The quote from Miyazaki discusses the sky that has been revealed once the veil between the waking world and the dreamlands has been torn apart. The third reference to Paleblood is found in the Nightmare Lecture Hall, as part of a series of notes. The nameless moon presence beckoned by Lawrence and his associates. Paleblood. In Miyazaki's interview, he murmurs that, right, that's another interpretation. Paleblood is another name for the monster that comes from the moon. So seek the moon presence to transcend the hunt, huh? That's one way to take it. The moon presence. The Paleblood Great One. But as Miyazaki notes, there is more than one interpretation for Paleblood. Paleblood is not a single concept, but an overreaching theme of Bloodborne. There's another reference to Paleblood in the game, one that some players probably forget about as it occurs so early. The Blood Minister says, yes, Paleblood. Well, you've come to the right place. Yarnum is the home of blood administration. You need only unravel its mystery. It's the first sentence uttered in the game by the doctor who ministers the hunter's first blood transfusion. This doctor is credited simply as Blood Minister. Let's take a moment to pause in our analysis of Bloodborne and instead go over something very, very simple. What is blood? I am not a doctor, nor will I pretend to be. As such, I am likely vastly oversimplifying things. so let's take my explanation with a grain of salt. Blood consists of 3 distinct ingredients. First are the that's not electrolytes. Erythrolytes, typically referred to as red blood cells. Red blood cells travel through the body of a human being and distribute oxygen to the blood's tissues. Red blood cells are the primary means of life support and nutrition for the body's tissues. Second is plasma. Approximately half of blood is plasma, a liquid that serves as a means of transportation for the blood cells, which carry out their task in supporting the human body. Fun fact, if you separate blood plasma from blood, it is clear yellow. Pale, in fact. Sort of like the kin, blood. Or serum, as Redgrave would refer to it. When blood is centrifuged to separate the ingredients, we find something very interesting about plasma. Plasma has been separated from clotting proteins, and blood cells is actually an amber light yellow color. I swear I did not read it on the page before I said it. I know this from experience because we used to donate plasma. So, twice a week, for several years of our life, we would stare at a bottle of yellow liquid siphoned from our blood before our blood was shoved back in our body. Quite the experience. This liquid is referred to as serum, or sometimes pure blood, as it is the liquid blood in itself without any other ingredients. The third ingredient of blood are the leukocytes, or white blood cells. White blood cells exist as part of the human body's immune system. They attack infections, invaders, foreign substances, and clean after old and dead cell structures. Blood is such a central theme in Bloodborne. Everything revolves around blood. Even the title. Especially the title. Bloodborne. A bloodborne pathogen. A disease of the blood. This is what the Scourge of the Beast is. It's an infection. A disease that spreads from person to person through the transfusion of blood. Master Willem sternly reminds Lawrence that we are born of the blood. Made men by the blood. Undone by the blood. The Scourge infects the victim by attacking and tainting their blood, corrupting them. Now look at the kin. Ascended mortals will become kin of the cosmos. They have escaped the taint of the Scourge, moving past it. Indeed, they bleed a clear amber liquid, a serum, to be exact. The kin of the cosmos have cleansed their blood of the tainted Scourge, separating it from the other ingredients and becoming pure beings. And finally, we have white blood cells, pale blood cells. The white blood cells are the body's immune system. They seek out infection and destroy it. But it's the way they destroy infections that fascinates me, so. White blood cells grow and consume the infection, bringing it within themselves and isolating it in such a manner. The parallels to the PC hunter are striking. Seek pale blood to transcend the hunt, dumbass! I just made a terrible mistake. I accidentally pressed a button to open up a game. Just ignore that. I closed it. Forget it happened. Maybe this isn't a note for the player at all. Maybe it's a note for the Blood Minister. Durja likely suffered from a terrible incurable disease. It's possible that Durja suffered from a type of terminal anemia, meaning that he had significant deficiency of iron in his bloodstream, and that he had much less hemoglobin. That he had much less hemoglobin in his red blood cells. Anemia was a rather serious problem in the Victorian era, typically affecting young women. It will become known as the Virgin's Disease, and will be associated with terrible paleness of the skin. The lack of hemoglobin meant that red blood cells carried much less nutrients throughout the bloodstream. The blood was a pale, sickly color, and the skin followed. Those who suffered from anemia would be sickly, tired, and weak, and so Durja's doctor discovered someone whose red blood was pale, who carried the antibodies and the potential to battle the scourge of the beast. He discovered a pale blood. When the pale blood was treated with old blood, they were reborn as a hunter. And not just any hunter, but a special one. The hunter's mark was branded in the mind of the pale blood hunter, connecting them to the hunter's dream and forcing them into servitude. But Durja would not become strong enough to overcome the moon presence. He was executed by Gehrman. His connection to the hunter's dream severed. Later, Gehrman would find a new apprentice in a sick woman from the hinterlands, Eileen the Crow. But again, the pale blood would fail. Gehrman can be found muttering in his sleep, almost whimpering. Lawrence! Oh, Lawrence, what's taking you so long? I've grown too old for this. We're little use now, I'm afraid. An even more chilling message can be heard through the trigger for the dialogue is currently unknown. Oh, Lawrence. Master Willem. Somebody help me. Unshackle me, please. Anybody. I've had enough of this dream. The night. It blocks all sight. Somebody. Please. Sucks a suck. Gehrman is desperate for Lawrence and the art of blood administration to find someone who can put an end to the nightmare, who can find a pale blood strong enough to become immune to the taint of the Great Ones. The player character arrives at Yarnum. The Blood Minister says, "Oh yes, pale blood. You've come to the right place. Yarnum is the home of blood administration. You need only unravel its mystery." Here, they meet the Blood Minister. After the infusion, the pale blood has become a hunter. Recall the very beginning of the game in which a scourge beast rises from the blood and closes towards the player. Upon touching the player, the scourge beast immediately bursts into flames. It can't touch you, because the very first transfusion is coursing through your veins and creating the antibodies required to battle the scourge. And then, the messengers come. This brings us to the last mystery. Or rather, the last mystery we'll be talking about. Gehrman isn't the only denizen of the hunter's dream. There are others. The messengers are strange. The little creatures that venerate and worship the hunters. The other denizen is the doll. It's really funny when the player starts playing Bloodborne They have no idea what rules the world works by. They don't know what is possible or impossible. Upon speaking with a doll, it simply becomes something accepted. Oh, so there's a talking doll? Well, of course there is. They don't question it, nor do they consider how it came to be. It's just accepted as an occurrence of the world. But sit down and think about the doll for a moment, and it becomes painfully clear. She is so much more than a doll. Magic does not exist in Bloodborne. There are no wizards, no sorcerers. There are humans, there are great ones, godlike beings capable of acts which can only be considered magic, as they are considered too complex for us to understand the workings. Some humans have learned to use the power of the great ones in small and limited forms, but they are not wizards. They are scholars and madmen. To avoid beating around the bush, Gehrman cannot animate a doll, so how did it come to life? That's a good fucking question. I mean, a lot of people assume that the doll is kin, especially because she bleeds clear blood if you hit her. We know that Gehrman had a deep love and care for the doll, based upon the obsession with his student Maria. The doll clothes tell us. A deep love for the doll can be surmised by the fine craftsmanship of this article and the care with which it was kept. Let us again refer back to the tear blood gem, created from a shining silver doll tear. This blood gem is a quiet but unfaltering friend that continuously restores HP. The life essence of a hunter. Perhaps the doll's creator had wished for just such a friend, albeit in vain. If the hunter locates the abandoned old workshop in the waking world, they find a couple of things. They find the old hunter's bone, the doll set, but most importantly, they find a cord of the eye. The Great One loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate. The third umbilical cord precipitated the encounter with the pale moon, which beckoned the hunters and conceived the hunter's dream. The word conceived is very important here. The Oxford English Dictionary gives the word conceive two different meanings. The first is as follows: form a mental representation of, imagine. This is the first definition the player infers from the context of the sentence. However, the other definition is as follows: become pregnant with. Considering how much Bloodborne is centered around birth, rebirth, pregnancy, and motherhood, I find it hard to believe that the use of the word conceive in the cord of the eye is purely accidental. Gehrman was terribly alone and terribly miserable in his isolation. All of the cords of the eye are found from women. One from the wet nurse, one from Ariana, and one from Iosefka. The exception to this rule is the one found in the workshop, until you consider that it's found directly next to a woman. Not a human woman, perhaps, but a doll of one. Perhaps in Gehrman's madness and his love of the doll, that was his only companion, the Great Ones took notice. After all, the Great Ones that inhabit the nightmare are sympathetic in spirit, after all. In his desperation and longing for his beloved Maria, Gehrman was willing to give up anything in exchange to get her back. When a Great One promised to bring her to life, Gehrman signed away his life into servitude. But the doll was not Maria. What is the doll? What is it really? What manner of being is it? A thinking and feeling creature inhabiting an artificial body? And why, sitting in the altar of an old abandoned workshop, the place where Gammon signed away his life to servitude of the Great Ones, is there the umbilical cord of a Great One, a cord of an eye? Let's pause for a moment and take a look at what we know now as the Winter Lanterns. The Winter Lanterns are, as any player who has braved the nightmare full well knows of, if not the most absolute dangerous enemies to be found in Bloodborne. The Winter Lanterns are tall, lanky women singing out of tune, covered in bloody rags. They have no head. Instead, they have a large brain covered with eyes that blink and dart in a full circle around them. Extending from their brains are tentacles, which they use to grab the hunter and hold them still. On their own, the Winter Lanterns are not particularly hard to deal with. What makes them dangerous is that making even the briefest eye contact with the Winter Lanterns causes an uncontrollable raise of frenzy, which quickly does massive damage to the hunter. But what is frenzy? Frenzy is a status effect that occurs whenever the hunter comes into contact with the intense concept of the Great Ones. The Amygdala cause frenzy by grasping the hunter and forcing them to look into their eyes. The celestial larvae, Ibraltus, the man-eater boars, cause frenzy by vomiting on the hunter. The gardens of eyes cause frenzy by leaping up and grasping the hunter by their head, clinging to them and filling their ears with a mind-piercing, high-pitched ringing noise. The Cathedral Watchers can inflict frenzy by wielding a wooden cross twisted into the symbol of the Great Ones, which glows a dark crimson. The Winter Lanterns cause frenzy simply by looking at the hunter. From this information, we can gather that frenzy is a condition which occurs when an individual is forcibly made to wrap their minds around the eldritch nature of the cosmos and the Great Ones. To put it another way, insight is what happens when an individual slowly learns, discovers, and processes the information of the Great Ones. Frenzy is what happens when an individual is forced to process that information. The Winter Lanterns' frenzy attack is so powerful that many players do not even bother engaging them. They run past, desperately hiding from the lanterns as they sing their song. Whatever you do, don't look at them. The game even provides the mechanics for this, providing ways around them or cliffs that the hunter can slide along or sneak underside to prevent having to look at the Winter Lanterns. Because of this, the majority of players never take a good look at the Winter Lanterns. They're an enemy that revolves around avoiding looking at them. The Winter Lanterns' existence went relatively unexplained until a player with the username Chimchuri managed to snatch a high-resolution screenshot of the Winter Lanterns close up. She came to a horrifying realization as she took a good long look at the Winter Lanterns. They're wearing the clothes of the doll. They're wearing the clothes of the doll! The comparison between the Winter Lantern's bloody rags and the doll's clothing is disturbing to say the least. While the lantern's clothing is covered with blood and they're not wearing the shawl that the doll has over her shoulders, every other piece of clothing matches. The sleeves, the ruffles, the skirt, the seams, they all match perfectly. This discovery was just the tip of the iceberg, as players instantly began working to gather more screenshots of the Winter Lanterns and really take a good close look at them. While it's difficult to tell, many players point to the grooves in their clawed hands as being indicative of the doll's familiar joints. Sorry, the doll's familiar, jointed fingers. This discovery made me incredibly excited. Just like everyone else, I was racing to get a picture of the winter lanterns for my own look. But when I took a picture of the brain lined with eyes that the lanterns have instead of a head, I discovered something, well, something incredible. It may be shaped like a brain, but it's not composed of the familiar gray matter which we associate with brains. It's not composed of anything human at all. I, like many other people, discovered that it's not a brain at all. It's the messengers? The little ones? Inhabitants of the dream? They find hunters like yourself, worship and serve them. Speak words. They do not. But still, aren't they sweet? The brains of the winter lanterns are comprised of messenger corpses bound and meshed together into a single form. There's something just madly genius about it. The one enemy in the game who can give us the most horrible, terrifying truth just by looking at it is the one enemy we want nothing more than to look away from. Of course, the winter lanterns cause frenzy. How could we not go insane by looking upon the twisted form of the one being in the entire world who can offer us comfort and warmth? How could our minds possibly comprehend the terrible realization that the doll is linked so closely to these horrible creatures? Have you ever attacked the doll? I mean, really attack the doll. I mean, taking a cleaver and hacking the doll to pieces. Many players must be sick at the thought. How could you possibly attack the one being who provides you with comfort throughout the horror of Bloodborne? Well, if you attack the doll, you might notice that she bleeds. Her blood is not red, like the humans or the Great Ones. Her blood also isn't serum, like the kin of the cosmos. Oh, wait, what? I always assumed it was like the kin of the cosmos. Excuse me. Oh yeah, fun fact, speedrunners generally kill the doll at the first opportunity because it is faster to level up from the doll's corpse than it is from the doll while talking. So if you want to speedrun Bloodborne and you want to get a good score, you pretty much have to kill the doll. Oh yeah, it's not clear, it's white. It's white. Serum is clear, yellowish. But white, that's different. Her blood is white, almost like bleach. The doll bleeds a pale blood. Bizarrely enough, take a close look at the messengers, and they'll reveal something very similar. When the messengers leave a note behind, did you know that they actually rise up from the blood? Of course you did. When it's a specter, it's a familiar red blood stain, but when it's a note, it's pure white. The blood of the messengers and the blood of the doll. If the hunter kills the doll, the next time the hunter returns to the dream, they will find her standing there. Hello, good hunter. Here in this dream, I am here to look after you. She doesn't remember us. Over time, countless hunters have visited this dream. The graves here stand in their memory. It all seems so long ago now. Oh. Oh. Wow, that's pretty cool. Countless hunters? That doesn't make sense at all. So long ago. It wasn't really that long ago. Garamond has only been in prison for at most possibly 100 years or so. As for the known Palebloods, I can count them on one hand. Durja, Eileen, and the player. We do know, however, that the blood moon has risen in the past. In ancient Flameru, the people succumbed to the scourge of beasts. What if there haven't been only 4 blood moons? What if there have been hundreds? What if over the past thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, the blood moon has risen and hunters have entered the dream, and the hunter's mark branded in their minds before falling and succumbing to the moon presence? It's part of a cycle, and the doll has been there. Many players have encountered the doll sleeping in the dream. When they wake her, she will gasp, apologize for having drifted off, and will return to offering her normal dialogue. But there's another situation the hunter can find the doll in. Sometimes, very rarely, the doll will be kneeling before a grave. Oh, Flora of the moon, of the dream, of little ones, oh, fleeting will of the ancients, let the hunter be safe, let him find comfort, and let this dream, his captor, foretell a pleasant awakening. Be one day a fond, distant memory. If the hunter interrupts her, she will awaken, startled, and apologize for having drifted off, and she will not remember the words she spoke. Maybe she wasn't always a doll. Maybe she's had 100 different shapes and forms. But she was there as the Paleblood struggled against the moon presence. Maybe a long, long time ago, she was even a maiden in black. Recall how we discussed the manner in which white blood cells destroy infections. They consume them. Upon first meeting the hunter, she tells us, "You will hunt beasts, and I will be here for you to embolden your sickly spirit." Sickly. Her white blood only further supports this metaphor, as she strengthens our immunity to the scourge and grants us power. The Paleblood hunter defeats the moon presence by consuming the cores of the eye and the ancient blood echoes, becoming too powerful and immune to its influence. The great one that has haunted humanity since its conception falls. Nightmare slain. We left with the doll, reaching out to grasp us in our new form, remembering that the Great Ones are not all the same faction, of the same species, or even the same ideology. The Great Ones are unique in their desires and their eldritch wishes, incomprehensible to us mere humans, human beasts, having consumed the Scourge and the Great Ones. We have ascended and been born anew, ready to bring harmony into its ready to bring humanity into its next evolutionary stage. And it's all thanks to the doll who nurtured us, who emboldened us, strengthened us, and cared for us. The doll cradles us in a motherly fashion, giggling. Are you cold? Oh, good hunter. Perhaps not every great one loses its child after all. The Paleblood Hunt, an in-depth exploration behind the lore of the popular FromSoft video game Bloodborne. Redgrave first introduced this document on Reddit, and has since been revised and finalized. He closely examines the information available to the player in order to build up the hidden story of the game. Both facts and Redgrave's own speculations are provided, and a clear distinction is made between the two in order to allow the reader room to disagree with his conclusions and make up their own minds based on the evidence presented. Wow. I have to say, the Paleblood Hunt is quite a magical little document. Not because it gives the answers that all Bloodborne lore enthusiasts are seeking, but because it truly invites you to have a conversation and not just suckle from the teat of a wet nurse of lore. It's a banquet of lore. We eat together. We imbibe the old blood. We imbibe the eye cords. We imbibe the lore. And we all want to be held by a great one. And hopefully, we will all ascend. Ascend with our brain lined with the eyes of our interpretations. And what else could you want? What else could you want? In a cruel world, but a mother's love.